Volume 4, Chapter 151. I'm done playing with your rules. Jacob looked at the swamp of incoming messages from Important Grassa 34 as if that guy had gone bonkers in anger by losing those skulls. There were all kinds of offers to make him give up the research data. They were even willing to let him join their ranks, which Jacob would never agree to because he didn't want any kind of chip inside his brain, and neither he would trust his enemy. So in the end, Jacob muted the annoying prick since the block option wasn't present, and then tried to store the Star Watch inside his pendant to see if that reset message will appear or not. Because anything stored in the Infinity Pendant will remain as it is when the time it was stowed, like time stops, whether it was living or non-living. And just as suspected, no reset message appeared, neither he got any more messages from Important Grassa 34. He mused that it was probably because the Star Network couldn't detect the Star Watch in connection with it, nor the Star Watch. So, as long as it was stowed in the Infinity Pendant, no one will be able to trace him even if this watch was traceable. Furthermore, he could summon it on his wrist directly, and it appeared as it was when it was stowed away. After doing some more tests, he stowed away the other Star Watches because they were freaking expensive. When he tried to see their prices, he discovered that this model Aminus 11 wasn't even on sale. He could only find a model Aminus 9, which considers the latest model in rare planes, with a price tag of 500 million gold coins, and it did not have a camera function. So Jacob knew if he put these Star Watches on sale, then he could instantly become a billionaire. After he was done with the matter of Star Watch and the loot, it was time to start the final injection. Jacob looked at the warm injection in his hand, which was filled with the heart essence of an Earth goblin. What irony. I started the injection process with a fucking goblin, and now I'm ending it with another goblin. I wonder if the goblin race is my lucky charm, or if I'm just their nemesis of sorts. Jacob ridiculed himself with a bitter smile before his expression turned stern. This is definitely going to hurt, and I might enter over 5x acceleration while crossing the 30% altogether. I know I should have done it in steps, but any rare heart will give me at least 20%, so adding another 10 won't make much difference. Let's cross this last hurdle and get 100 years of youthful life and move on. After giving himself a pep talk, Jacob placed Titan Tears jars in front of him just in case he needed energy, and then took a deep break before his hand moved with the metal syringe. The next moment, the metal syringe was completely pierced into his heart, and warm heart essence started to submerge within his heart. Thereupon, Jacob waited for the pain to come, but to his surprise, he felt only a warm, strange energy coursing through his body. He knew this energy appeared right at the end of his last injection. Although he was glad that the pain didn't come, he didn't let his guard down since it might be just the calm before the storm. As time passed, more and more of this energy started to simmer in Jacob's body little by little before it completely filled every part with him, and the whole process lasted for 2 hours. Yet Jacob did not know about it as he was calm and didn't lose himself in this wonderful feeling. But the moment his body was completely brimming with this strange energy, his heart rate suddenly sped up, and that energy started to gather into his heart, or more accurately, it was getting absorbed by it. If someone cut open Jacob's chest, they would be shocked because at this moment a pitch-black haze was surrounding Jacob's heart as it beat wildly. Furthermore, the infinity-cursed mark within Jacob's heart was glowing darkly, as all that dark haze was getting absorbed by it. Not only that, but as the haze was getting absorbed, the infinity-cursed mark's exterior was expanding while the symbol remained of the same size. For the first time, Jacob felt the condition of his heart, as he could feel something gently gripping and engulfing it. As a result, Jacob didn't feel any pain but emptiness, as if something was stripping away from him slowly. Although he didn't know what it was, he could tell it was something essential, something that was part of his very being. However, within this feeling of emptiness and loss, there was also something that was slowly being born. At this moment, Jacob lost the concept of time and his surrounding. He was completely submerged in that strange emptiness. Right at this moment, why do you seek immortality? You'll be alone, empty, despite hated's villain. Give up, stop, stop, turn around, stop, now, stop. A faint voice started to ring into Jacob's mind like an alarming bell. Come join me, come, you, promise, promise. All of a sudden, Jacob's body started to flutter before dark blood gushed out from his orifices. Despite this ghastly scene, Jacob was completely expressionless as his eyes were completely closed like he was unconscious. At this moment, the dark infinity pendant on his neck suddenly glowed in the dark sheen before the white infinity symbol in the black ring started rotating while emitting a faint white glow. Immortal's perplexed voice rang at this moment. Old dog, don't even think about it. The next moment, the snake's eyes of the infinity pendant lit up before the white sheen from the spinning infinity symbol suddenly engulfed Jacob. As a result, the dark blood in his oscillation stopped and he seemed stable again. Immortalita's eerily guffawed rang in the cave, but it was filled with rage and hatred. Damn. This time I'm not going to sleep ever. I'm done playing with your rules. Ha 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 ha. Rumbled. A deafening thunderclap suddenly rang outside the cave at this moment. However, Immortalita eerily laughs and never stopped. In contrast, it became even more exasperating. A day and night passed by before Jacob's eyelids trembled slightly as he opened, his amber eyes gleaming in a golden hue. He suddenly frowned when he saw a faint white mist in the cave and a distinctive refreshing scent in the air. What happened? Did I fall asleep just now? Jacob's eyes shone in confusion since he clearly remembered being in the middle of absorbing heart essence, and everything else was a blur before he just opened his eyes. He clearly did not know what had transpired when his mind was in an unconscious state nevertheless. Jacob paid little attention to it since there were more pressing matters at hand. Did I succeed? Jacob looked at his body, and his eyes went wide suddenly because he was but naked. Not only that, but his bony body was now filled with carved muscles, and his pale white skin was glossy. What the hell happened? Jacob was completely bewildered because he was wearing his black clothes made with tiger bull's hide, but now they were completely gone and he looked like he took a beauty bath. However, he was even more baffled when he saw the jars while Titan tears were completely empty, as well as the 4 meat skewers. Only the equipment and the cold stone stove with wood ashes remained in the cave. Jacob was completely spooked for a moment before finally noticing, I'm not feeling any hunger. He then again looked at his muscular toned body and then at the empty stove and jars, and a strange possibility surfaced in his mind. Could it be all those things got absorbed into my body somehow when I was asleep? Is this some kind of special effect of reaching 100%? Heck, did I even reach 100%? How much time has passed? Jacob then stood up and found his eye level had increased by 3 or 4 inches and the surrounding colors seemed brighter and more precise. He could also feel just how powerful he had gotten as he clenched his fists, making cracking sounds. But he did not know just how much power he had gotten. Jacob then donned the full-body black armor he looted. This armor was quite comfortable and was made with a flexible material that completely fit him. After getting dressed, Jacob finally opened the cavern's mouth and the bright sun greeted him, which made his eyes narrow. I clearly remembered when I started the process and closed the cave mouth. It was evening. Don't tell me I slept for over 12 hours or even more, only one way to find out. If it appears, then it means I was in that state for over 1 day, and if it did not, then this means it's only been less than a full day. Jacob's eyes turned sharp. Cursed Immortality. Chapter 152. Cursed Mark into Cursed Heart. Cursed Immortality. The next moment, Cursed Immortality appeared, hovering in the air like usual. Jacob's eyes squinted. So it's really been over a day. I should be more careful in the future. If I fell into that state again and someone tried to sneak up on me, I would be completely at others' mercy. The next moment, anticipation shone in Jacob's eyes and he moved to the main page. He wanted to see for himself if he really crossed the 100% despite having the answer. Cursed Immortality, Cursed Immortal Physique, 9 phases, Current Phase, First Phase. Body Transformation, Stages of Body Transformation. 3 First Stage, Cursed Heart Emergence, Current Stage, Second Stage, Compete First Stage, Third Stage, Compete Second Stage. Inheritor, Jacob Steve. Current Phase. First Body Transformation, First Stage Progress. 75% lifespan, 183 years, 100 youthful years. Jacob's eyes contracted when he saw the newly emerged lifespan section on the page, which could only mean one thing. He completed the second level of Cursed Heart Emergence and gained 100 years, but the other 83 years surprised him. I might be my actual lifespan. It was the only explanation that came to Jacob's mind at the moment. He was ecstatic nevertheless and felt like all that killing and trouble was worth it. He then turned the page to see the details about the last level. First phase of body transformation. Cursed Heart Emergence. First stage, Cursed Heart Emergence. 3 levels. First level, formation of immortal mark inside the modify heart, complete. Second level, turn immortal mark into cursed mark, complete. Third level. Cursed mark into cursed heart. Description. Collect 4 primary elements: fire, water, earth, wind element cores. Magic core from 1 star to 9 star. Fire 0 of 9, water 0 of 9, earth 1 of 9, wind 0 of 9. Description 2. After collecting all 36 element core, create the following ritual array formation. Description 3. Sat in the middle of this ritual array formation. Completion of this stage will cause agelessness of heart. Jacob's eyes went wide when he saw the last level details, especially about the collection of 34 different element cores, which by no means was going to be easy. He experienced just how tricky someone with a 1-star earth element core was, and he needed to collect up to 9 stars, which simply meant even scarier opponents. As for the second description, there was a diagram given below which was quite detailed, and he just needed to arrange those 34 element cores according to this diagram, and the last was even simpler. Nevertheless, Jacob still felt it would be even harder than collecting the heart's essence. As for the strange reward, he could only guess what an agelessness of heart could mean. For more answers, he finally turned the last page and asked the book itself, "First, tell me what happened to those bodies in Titan tears." Jacob still hasn't forgotten about the mysterious absorption of those bodies in Titian tears, so he could only ask someone who might know. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Hehehe, that's all you're doing and it's not related to the scripture, so I can't answer anything about it. And here I thought you would be happy after gaining 100 years in your life cycle, but you're grumpy as ever. Jacob frowned not because of the antics of Immortality, but because of its ambiguous reply. Even though it said it couldn't tell him, it still mentioned that it was his doing, which meant no mysterious power or Immortality interfered. It gave Jacob some insight into the matter, and he decided to scrutinize it. Right now, he had a more pressing matter at hand. However, before he could ask related to the third level, Immortality revealed something startling. "Before you start and then I forgot, let's be done with this matter first, shall we? I have two announcements that could be only done by me. First, my summoning time has been increased from half an hour to a full hour. Second, the infinity pendant's 1 cubic meter space has been increased to 10 cubic meters. Jacob was astonished when he read it, and without stopping, he tried to look into the infinity pendant, and just as Immortality said, the small space had really been increased. Nice, right? I told you as long as you keep completing the levels, you'll never be disappointed. Now worship me, ha 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 ha. Jacob's excitement was only fleeting, as he could quickly calm down for some reason. He then sneered coldly when he read the last phase. Don't flatter yourself, so now give me a detailed explanation on this third level, especially these star-level element cores and what kind of beings I'm going up against. Tusk, still grouchy as before. Alright, I'll tell you, it's not like I had any other choice. First, you need to know what an element is and how it is formed. It's not so complicated, actually. Anything abstract could be called an element, and this is all you need to know for now. There are 4 primary elements: earth, water, fire, and wind, and most of the rare level species could awake one of these 4 elements. Then there are rare elements like wood, ice, lava, sand, and so on. There are also scarce elements like lightning, light, dark, and legendary space, time elements, and so on. An element affinity could be awakened by any being on the rare level, and some species at the peak common level have such potential as well, but they're extremely rare. When these beings awaken their element affinity, they could faintly sense their respective elements in the atmosphere they had an affinity with, and the rarer the element, the harder it was to sense it. And when a being could sense their respective element, this level is the very first step toward the realm of magic. Any element has 3 primary stages: sensing, using, and storing, and whoever masters these primary stages can be called an initial level element user. An initial level element user can only use a tiny amount of their respective element within the atmosphere and store a tiny amount inside their body pores. However, to use that element power, they need quite a time to prepare, so they are basically cannon folds, but they're still geniuses and godly being in the eye of those who couldn't even awaken element, much less master 3 primary stages. That dark elf was such a being, but her bloodline was too thin to even call her a true dark elf, or you won't even have the chance to land that bullet on a true dark elf with dark element affinity. Jacob felt his heart turn cold when he read to this point, because it was simply unbelievable that even a Mach-10 speed bullet couldn't hit a real dark elf, according to Immortality. Anyhow, after the primary stages are the star stage, which has 9 star levels, and each level is divided into initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. To be called a star-level expert, one needs to nurture their ability to store the pure element power into their body, and once they reached a certain level of mastery, an element core formed within the body. This element core will then help one to connect with the surrounding element more easily and store a large amount of pure elemental energy, which then could be used with instant spells like earth spikes, through different element mediums like that beanpole wand. You have to research spells and element mediums yourself. If I start to explain it, the hour is not enough. On to the main topic. As you have already experienced the power of a mere 1-star initial level, you should know that a 1-star advanced level in the same element could have easily sensed that Goblin's position at that range and crushed him right there and then. As for 9-star level beings, you can imagine by this that they could sense that Goblin underground from a mile away and bury him within. The spell Earth Spikes would also have an area of 1 mile, and you might not be able to react before you're dead. To make a star rank simpler, you could put it in this way: the higher the reserve of elemental energy one has, the higher their star levels. It all depends on elemental energy, or the being here called elemental energy mana. In 9 rare tiers, you could only find up to advanced 3-star level race. There's never been a rare race that had an element core above 3-star. It's virtually impossible. Jacob's eyes were filled with astonishment and a hint of fear as this otherworldly information was revealed to him. He took a deep breath and grimly asked, "You mean to say I need to hunt species above rare rank, right? Ha ha ha, isn't it obvious, or how would you find the reaming cores while being this ignorant? You needed one core of each primary element's star ranks. It didn't matter if it was initial or advanced, but you require all 9 stars elemental cores. The rank above rare rank is. Chapter 153 Toward the Hideout, the rank above rare rank is known as extraordinary. Like 12 common tiers and 9 rare tiers, the extraordinary rank also has different tiers. There are 6 extraordinary tiers of extraordinary rank, just like the remaining rank of 4 to 9 stars. Any being that could form a 4-star core was known as an extraordinary, and these kinds of existence could crush any rare rank like bugs. This also ends the explanation on the element cores and their ranks. Jacob's brows were knit together after reading the information about the extraordinary rank. He then asked sternly, "Then can I fight against an extraordinary tier -1 species right now?" Heh, right now your body is as strong as a peak tier -8 rare expert, and not every rare tier has powerful bodies. Every species has its perks and weaknesses. Some might not even awaken element in their life but still have the prowess of rare tier 9, while some reach 3-star element core despite being a rare tier -1 species. However, to be called an extraordinary species, not only does one need a body as strong as a peak rare tier -9, but an element core of 4-star rank as well. Without completing these conditions, no one could call an extraordinary. As for how strong a rare tier -9 body is, that friction killer bullet made with the basic grade Titan iron couldn't even cut a rare tier -9 skin despite its speed. It might only leave a scratch. Those 4 fellows you killed didn't even have a rare tier -2 body among them, so you could sly them like chickens. They were all at the very bottom of the rare rank. There is a more accurate way to measure physical strength, but you have to look for them yourself. I'm not a strength measuring machine after all, heh. Jacob cocked an eyebrow, but he still accepted this vague assessment, and he got some useful clues as well. Like he was physically as strong as a rare tier -8 species, while common grade Titan iron wasn't enough to kill someone with a rare tier -9 physique, but the speed was still fast enough. Then Jacob asked another important question, which was about himself, and deep anticipation shone in Jacob's eyes. You said any being in rare rank can sense elements and create an element core, then this means I have that too. Of course you do. But I also mentioned that the rarer the element, the harder it was to sense it and cultivate it into an element core. Sensing the element is also the hardest part. As for your element, you're on your own. I'm just a book that could lead you to immortality, not toward the path of magic, so don't expect anything from me, Immortality wrote. Jacob merely grunted in exasperation at this. This much is enough. As long as I have the ability, I'll find a way. Then what about this agelessness of heart? What is this? It's exactly what it means by those words. Your heart will no longer age ever, and time has no longer effect on it. But don't even think for a second that the other part of your body will not age, or you'll become immortal with just an unaged heart. It's not everlasting. The moment the 100 years of youthful lifespan end, you'll start aging normally again except your heart, and it could have different consequences on your body. Immortality mockingly replied. Heh, I'm not that delusional. Since I have got everything I want to know, for now I'll be going if you had nothing to add. Jacob sneered. If it was another time, he would have closed the book after getting his answers before this book could annoy him, but today he has given it a chance to say its piece this time. It was Jacob's way of showing appreciation for the information. Heh, you're not ungrateful after all, so I'll give a piece of information as a gift for completing the 2nd level and keeping me entertained. Nurture that thrall of yours into a star-level being. Jacob squinted his eyes and inquired sternly, You mean Alice, but why? Although Immortality didn't name the person, he could easily guess who it was directed toward because right now the only thrall he had was Alice since Harrison was dead and he didn't have more nor he required. This came as a surprise as well because he was planning on leaving Alice without any prior notice. He no longer required her help anymore and was useless to him, but now he was thinking otherwise since Immortality's words couldn't be taken lightly. Ha, who knows what I said? I've already forgotten. Did you forget I'm bound by? Fuck off. Jacob instantly closed the book in exasperation before it could repeat the rules bullshit, which clearly wasn't applied to it at all, but it just won't admit. Nevertheless, Jacob no longer plans on leaving Alice behind anymore. He then picked up the things in the cave and stored them all in his newly upgraded infinity pendant. Before, the space was quite limited, so he always had to store small and important things, but now it was more than enough to store everything. He could even store a living person inside the pendant. The only things left in the cave were the equipment Jacob no longer needed. Suddenly, a large scanner appeared in Jacob's hand. He still hadn't forgotten about the marked location in this scanner. One location was in the Oriat Kingdom, while the other was somewhere on the border river. So, Jacob was first planning on raiding this location before going to find Alice and then leaving this place. The second location would be in his way. Jacob also wore his mask and one of the capes of 4 skulls, which was made with a special material as well. He was now 6.5 feet tall, and when he tried running at full speed, he blurred, and then he was shocked because he covered 1 mile per second and nearly destroyed everything in his path. This speed, Jacob was shocked as he barely managed to stop himself. Furthermore, he noticed that his heart rate was still calm despite his absurd speed. It seemed there are more details that Immortality didn't mention a rare tier -8 physique. Like my hearing is now spread into a mile radius as well as my vision radius. I need to test and then should learn how to control my strength. It'll be easier to trick someone, Jacob thought with a devious smile on his lips. 3 days later, with a blur, Jacob appeared at the foot of a mountain in the Oriat Kingdom. If not for Jacob learning about his newly advanced body, he would have reached this place within half an hour at his full speed, but he was delayed by 3 days. But Jacob has learned many things about his new physique, as well as the huge energy consumption that came with it. Even though it was as bad as the hunger of his second level, but it was still not something Jacob could ignore. Furthermore, Jacob also discovered that he could control up to 2x acceleration at will. He can enter and exit at will without going through any trouble of meditating. Most of the time Jacob spent was on hunting for meat, and he started to miss Titan tiers because they were more convenient when it came to energy restoration easily and quickly. But it was a pity the Titan iron vein was emptied by the skulls, and his reserve was used. Jacob looked at the scanner in his hand as a red dot was blinking a few meters away from his current position. As he followed the virtual map in the scanner, he finally reached the location, but there was nothing but rocks and a plain rocky surface, nothing else. At this moment, a beep rang on the scanner. "Open the door of base No 2, Jacob cocked an eyebrow and pressed the open on the screen. The next moment, the rocky surface below Jacob suddenly trembled before a small crack appeared, and it slowly opened inside, revealing an underground passage. A small map also appeared on the scanner at this moment. Jacob's lips curled upward seeing the change. Now, this looks more like a dark organization's secret base. This scanner has more function than I think. With this thought, Jacob entered the passage, which was a stairway toward an underground facility, and as he suspected with the scanner in his hand, the facility started to lit in lights, and he could see everything clearly. It was a long corridor that led toward a metal door, which was also opened by the scanner, and when Jacob saw what was behind that door, his eyes dilated. There were glass cells filled with hibernation liquid, and inside those glass cells were hideous humanoid monsters sleeping. Mutants, Jacob instantly recognized them since they weren't much different from the ones he encountered in the lion forest, except for their skin color and horns. They looked quite similar. Besides those glass cells, there was a working desk, and many files and books were neatly placed on it as well as a small instrument. Jacob smiled coldly. So this is the date that the prick was talking about. Chapter 154, Don't Tell Me. After half an hour, Jacob's figure appeared outside the secret underground stairs while holding the scanner in his hand. After exiting the passage, he pressed the scanner's screen a few times before he activated the self-destruction protocol without hesitation. He took whatever he deemed important from this facility, which included the data on cannibals and a jar of Titan tears which were clearly saved for the cannibals. Although the effect of basic-grade Titan tears almost none exists on Jacob in his current state, it was still better than nothing. As for other things like firearms, Jacob didn't need them anymore, not of common region quality at least. To make things difficult for the Killer Skull Society, he decided to destroy this facility. But he wasn't going to kill those mutants roaming freely in the uncommon region since it would be quite cumbersome, and the more time he wastes here, the more danger he'll put himself in. After knowing about the star ranks and extraordinary ranks, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could fight on equal ground with a dark organization like Killer Skull Society. Who knows just how deep their roots are? After he activated the self-destruction protocol, a 5 minutes timer appeared, and Jacob stowed away the scanner and left the place without looking back. His next destination was the capital city of Humane Kingdom, where he sent Alice to monitor the movement of royals. As for his reason, it was simply because he didn't want Alice to come with him and Harrison on this venture. She would have only gotten in his way, and Harrison would be suspicious. Jacob's actual plan was to use Harrison to bait Aminus 9999 before absorbing her heart essence, and then fetch Alice to use both her and Harrison if he had survived this venture as bait to hunt down those other 3 skulls in rainy mountain ranges. But the presence of that brain chip made all his schemes in disarray, and all the skulls appeared together. Nevertheless, not only he was able to hunt all of them down, but he even acquired a 1-star core in the process. If not for Immortality's subtle suggestion, he would have left Alice alone since she served no more purpose and only got in his way in the place where he was going. This time, it took Jacob only half a day to reach his destination, which was the territory of Duke Riley. Alice had told Jacob that if he wanted to find her before their impending meeting, She would be in the secret hideout she had created many years ago as a backup if she ever had a falls out with Samuel. Jacob entered a town named Bright Town in the west of Riley Duchy's fief. Since it was already night and Jacob was too fast for anyone to notice him, he easily reached the town lord's mansion, which was the place where Alice should be. The town lord of Bright Town, Yisrael, was an old man and a baron-rank noble. He was a trusted aide of Alice, even her father didn't know about it. Yisrael was in his study when an icy voice sounded, nearly giving him a heart attack. "Where is Alice?" Yisrael yelped and nearly fell from his sitting position, and when he saw the cloaked man standing behind him, his old face went pale with fright. How could he not be spooked when this mysterious man appeared in his study without even alerting anyone? However, finding Yisrael was quite easy with Jacob's current hearing, and there weren't many people in there to begin with. The door wasn't locked either, so Jacob easily found Yisrael with his described appearance. Yisrael's voice trembled as he shouted, "Who are you? Do you know who I am?" Jacob coolly said, "Do you think I care? Where is Alice? I'm here to pick her up, don't waste my time." A hint of astonishment shone in Yisrael's old eyes before he couldn't hear Jacob's words clearly in his shock. Now that he heard Alice's name clearly, he was somewhat at ease. Because if this man was Alice's associate and know about him, then he couldn't be here to assassinate him. Yisrael replied after inhaling deeply, "Sir, if you're looking for young miss, I'm afraid she's not here. I haven't seen her in years, but you should look for her in the Tyrant Mansion. She worked for Lord Silver Tyrant now." Jacob's eyes narrowed because Yisrael was probably telling the truth. He could easily tell the difference with his heartbeat. "Don't tell me she fled after getting Titan tears. Could it be she broke into A rank with just 10 drops and decided she didn't need Titan tears anymore and fled this place, or she was planning this from the start?" A dangerous glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as again asked, "Are you sure she didn't come here?" "Why, yes. You can check the secret base in the Willow Garden, I'm not lying." Yisrael felt his heart palpitate and break into a cold sweat. He didn't know why, but this person was giving him a feeling of death which he never felt from even a B-rank mercenary he met one time. Jacob still doesn't find any lying in Yisrael's voice, even under his faint killing intent, so his conjecture about Alice was probably true. Alice most likely had fled after she deemed there wasn't a need for her to have Titan tears. She might be planning this from the start, but she hid it too well, not like that idiot Harrison. "I should have given her the black potion instead of the Titan tears like Harrison's as well. I miscalculated her intentions and let her grow out of hand just to make her powerful cannon fold. But this cannon fold seemed to become a cannon instead. If not for Immortality's suggestion, I won't even bother coming here and then found out about this. Well, this is what I get for trusting and not enslaving someone with an astute mind. Even if she's hiding in the uncommon region, it would be akin to searching for a needle in the haystack." Sigh. "I would take it as another lesson to not trust a woman again." Jacob sighed ruefully, but a faint smile appeared on his lips the next moment. "All right, I believe you." Before Yisrael could react, Jacob had already vanished from his spot like a phantom, making Yisrael fall on the floor with an appalled look in his eyes as if he just escaped death. Somewhere in the rainy mountain ranges, a woman with fairy-like beauty sat in front of a bonfire with an expressionless face as she watched the burning flames in deep thought. It was none other than Alice, who was heading toward the border river to cross into the rare region after she fled the uncommon region. She didn't have an accurate map, so she was still far away from the border river but not lost either. She had long planned to flee the uncommon region after she got Titan tears from Jacob's hand. Her reasons were simple. First, after she saw those humanoid monsters wreaking havoc in the Oriat Kingdom, she knew something was amiss with the uncommon region. Furthermore, the presence of Jacob and other people like him was enough proof that people like her were mere cannon folds and ants in their eyes. Second, she would never accept subjugation and wanted to be one who subjugates others. She knew Jacob was using her, and once she served her purpose, he might discard her despite showing consideration toward her. She never believed for a second that just because of their physical intimacy, Jacob would consider her anything but equal. As long as she didn't have power equivalent to Jacob, he would never think of her as an equal, and she would always be a tramp in his eyes. So she decided to make an escape while she had the chance. She knew the people behind those monsters and Jacob might be scheming against each other, and she would be the first one to die at that time. Alice had already made preparation before she reported the situation of the Oriat Kingdom to Jacob. If he sent her on another such mission or somewhere else, she would have escaped no matter what. Her entire plan would have been destroyed if Jacob hadn't sent her on another mission, but the temptation of Titan tears was too great for her to take such a risk. In the end, her gamble paid off. Although she was still some distance away from being an A rank despite consuming those 10 drops of Titan tears, but she was not far away. She was confident in crossing the uncommon region and border river, which was a dream of hers. However, even after she escaped Jacob's clutches and a new adventure awaits here in the rare region, she felt empty for some reason while being all alone in this vast wilderness. She always thought about her time with Jacob and how he appeared in her life like a storm. Suddenly, Alice's cherry lips curled upward into a mesmerizing smile as she mumbled coldly, "Next time I'll subjugate you, Jacob Steve, just you wait." Chapter 155 Black Ship. After getting disappointed in the humane kingdom, Jacob didn't stay for long and left toward the border river. He was going to check the second hideout in the scanner before he ventured on his journey toward the rare plains. The path led toward the rare plains was quite far from the common plains. These two places were separated by an ocean called the Star Ocean, and the border river was the only source that connected with the Star Ocean in the common plains. However, the border river is also known as the Common River. It was also quite huge as it runs all over the common plains, and finding a correct pathway that directly led toward the Star Ocean was easier said than done. The Common River not only connect with the Star Ocean, but also led to the rarer region and even epic region if someone was daring enough to start that voyage. However, without a map, one would only be wasting time and might even end up back where they started. But just the boats needed to travel in the Common River and enter the higher region were quite hard to make, much less a boat that could travel in the Star Ocean, which was filled with beasts. Not only does one needed resources, but also subsequent strength to travel toward higher regions, much less crossing the Star Ocean. That's why Jacob was hoping to find these skulls' means of transport, which was probably quite fast since they could cover years of distance in months. After he saw the map and some details on the star network about the Star Ocean, he knew just how difficult and dangerous it was to travel in the Star Ocean, especially crossing two plains. Because there was a strange gray fog between the border of two plains which the natives called the Despair Fog. This fog wasn't poisonous, but it affects others' six senses, and the strange thing about it was the stronger a person is, the greater this fog will affect their senses. Navigating in the Despair Fog was almost impossible without special equipment. It spreads over miles, and there was no way around it if someone wanted to cross the boundary between plains. That was also the reason very seldom someone tried to enter the common plains. It simply wasn't worth it. As for the common plains, they were even more miserable since it was most difficult for them to cross into the rare plains. When Jacob got all this information and the map, he was quite worried about how he would be going to cross to the other side. It was then that he thought about how these skulls were to keep coming here without any problem. So all he had to do was to find their means of transport, which should be in the uncommon region, because they should have come straight here without making any stop. But if he didn't find any means to transport in this hideout as well, then he would have no choice but to go toward the epic region first and build a ship himself. Or he could just wait around the common rive until the reinforcement of the Killer Skull Society arrives and then snatch their means of transport. It would naturally make the Killer Skull Society's leader hate him to the core, but he knew this time there might not be just a one-star being present. They might even send an extraordinary, so wasn't willing to take this risk. Nevertheless, Jacob was quite confident in this second hideout, which was close to the common river. Following the safe and short route, it took Jacob a mere week to cross the rainy mountain ranges this time, and if he didn't need to stop occasionally, the time would have been much shorter. Afterward, Jacob just needed to follow the scanner's direction, which was a few miles away from the dark city and deep within the forest. Jacob finally stopped in the middle of nowhere. This place was surrounded by trees like any other part of the forest. No one would even think that there was a hidden hideout underneath. Just like last time, the scanner was the key to open this place, and the same function activate the moment Jacob came inside its range. Although he didn't know how they made these hideouts or they were here to begin with, he didn't think much about it since they were no use to him after he left this place. After he unlocked the door, which also led to an underground passage, but unlike the last hideout, it wasn't a spacious lab but a warehouse. When the light was up, Jacob was astonished when he saw high-tech firearms, gears, scopes, and cold weapons. There were even those red liquid explosives as well as a blue-color one. Half of the warehouse was filled with weapons, and on the other side was something that made Jacob's smile widen. There was a small black ship without sails. Jacob couldn't help but exclaim, "Jackpot." He quickly approached the black ship, which didn't have any sails. It looked completely ordinary. The interior of this ship was also quite plain. There was a large ship cabin separated into two floors. Jacob headed toward the upper floor, which was clearly the control room of this ship, and when he saw a large screen and a black screen panel below the screen, he knew this wasn't a typical ship. Curious, he tried to turn the black screen panel below the large screen, and the moment he touched it, the panel lit up before a string of words appeared. Starwatch Sirius above -10 model required to activate black ship AER-9322. Jacob cocked an eyebrow. So, even if someone found this hideout in this ship, they won't be able to use it without a high-tech Star Watch. It also means this ship is not ordinary. The next moment, a black Star Watch appeared on Jacob's wrist and the promotion changed on the panel. Star Watch model Aminus 11 has been detected, connecting with Star Watch. Jacob's Star Watch also lit up as a promotion appeared that this ship was trying to connect with it, and after he gave the confirmation the panel suddenly changed, and many functions appeared. A new black color ship icon also appeared on his watch. Jacob first saw there was a power meter on the side which was still 75% filled. Then there was the control panel, but what drew Jacob's attention was the map of routes. When he activated it, the big screen above was also activated, and an already installed map with a route appeared. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw the route of this map, and quickly opened the map he was given by Aminus 9999. After studying it carefully, they're the same. Jacob's eyes went cold from the start. He suspected that these map routes were probably wrong, but he never thought they were not wrong but trap. If he had followed this mapped route, he would have bumped into Aminus 995's party, and it would be game over for him. Jacob then sneered, and after searching in the map menu of the black ship, he found the option to reinstall a new map and route. He could even navigate remotely, but he wasn't an idiot. All he had to do was to open that black ship app on his watch and then install a new map in his watch which he already had bought from the Star Network. Then Jacob accustoms himself to the controls of the black ship. He wasn't planning on leaving unless he knew this boat was completely safe. What worried Jacob the most was which power this ship ran, and he was astonished when he found it ran on batteries and they could be charged on their own while moving on water. It made Jacob again reevaluate the foundation of Killer Skull Society, and his urge to leave became even more hurried. It took him half an hour to master everything on the black ship, and now he just needed to take it into the water and he would be ready to sail. Jacob also doesn't forget about all those weapons and equipment in the warehouse. He changed into a new black gear and changed every weapon he deemed useless with the new ones and stored them into his pendant while the ones with less use to him were loaded all in the ship which had more than enough space. They were probably shipped here in the same way as well. When Jacob was done emptying the warehouse, he tried picking up the black ship which was probably over 200 tons and he succeeded. Jacob again has a deeper understanding of his strength and just how scary a rare tier -8 physical strength was. Thereupon, Jacob put the black ship inside the raging common river, but the water current didn't affect it at all since it had already been activated. Jacob was content with this ship, and without any hesitation he embarked on it. He looked at the uncommon region with a reminiscent look and mumbled with a faint smile, "Live life with no excuses, travel with no regret." End of first volume. A Delightful Curse, Chapter 156 Arrival of. Months after Jacob's departure, dark clouds covered the bright sky, and rain was pouring down in the rainy mountain ranges, a typical day in the rainy mountain ranges. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a slim figure wearing a tight black outfit and cape stepped out of the deep forest and looked at the sizable raging river a few hundred meters away with its emerald eyes filled with ecstasy and glee. "I finally made it to the famous border river between uncommon and rare regions, and alone at that." A melodious voice rang behind the cape, filled with elation. This person was none other than Alice, who had finally crossed the rainy mountain ranges and reached the border river. "How should I cross this river, though? The water flow is too strong for me. Should I wait for the rain to stop and this water flow might slow down, or there's another way?" Alice mused as she looked at the raging river. However, before she could investigate further, "Oh, a native, our luck is not bad." A jeering voice sounded, making Alice's heart palpitate. But before she could even react, a cloaked person appeared in front of her like a phantom, and she felt an appalling strange pressure on her and couldn't move from her place at all. Furthermore, when she saw the size of this person, she felt despair. This person was over 5 meters tall, giving the feeling of a mountain. The pressure coming from this giant was so massive that she couldn't even breathe properly. Thereafter, more cloaked figures started to appear around her, which made the air suffocate to the extreme as all of them were emitting horrendous pressures. As a result, Alice fell on her knees while panting heavily for air as if she was choking. "All right, No 42 and others, stopped throwing your mana pressure on him, or we won't even have the chance to ask anything before you killed him." A powerful voice rang, filled with authority. "Tusk, Tusk, and here I thought we caught that troublemaker escaping. It's just an ant." A disdainful voice chuckled. Alice suddenly felt like all that mountainous pressure vanished and she could finally breathe while coughing. "Who are these people? They're even stronger than him. Am I going to die? Why? I have to die before I get the chance to prove myself, to take my revenge on him." Myriad thoughts started to rage in Alice's head. "Heh, he's going into a post-traumatic shock. What a weak shit." One of them sneered disdainfully before he kicked Alice right into the stomach and sent her flying like a rag doll. Now, don't break him before we got our answer. Note 23, go do your stuff." The same powerful voice commanded again with a hint of contempt. At this moment, a 5 feet tall cloaked figure moved toward Alice, who was laying in mud while blood was dripping from her cape as the rain continued to fall. The mysterious figure, Note 23, didn't tarry and suddenly pointed his gray sharp finger toward Alice's head. The very next moment thereafter, the finger shimmered in gray sheen before the nail on the finger expand, turning into a sharp pin piercing into Alice's head. The sharp nail shone in gray sheen as a childish voice sounded from Note 23. "He's under my hypnosis completely, Captain. You can ask anything. Good girl." A tall, burly figure walked over as he patted Note 23's head. Then he turned his head toward Alice and coolly asked, "What are your name and species?" While laying in the mud, Alice's eyes were completely listless as she opened her mouth and replied like a puppet without caring about blood or anything. "My name is Alice Riley and I'm a human." "Human? Aren't they the livestock we are raising?" The captain sounded astonished. He asked, "What were you doing here?" "Going into rare region," she replied. "Why?" "Because I want to become strong." "Why?" "To prove myself." "Oh, to whom?" "Jacob Steve." "Who is Jacob Steve? Is he also a human and stronger than you?" "He is Silver Tyrant." "Yes, he is human and much stronger than me." Interesting. Her power is at the top tier in this region, so this person is stronger than her. Then this means he's probably a hidden expert, and by her answer, she didn't know his background at all. The captain stated. "Do you know who is Faceless Ancient?" he questioned. "No." "Then do you know about the Killer Skull Society?" "No." At this moment, the giant No 42 spoke in his deafening voice. "Captain, this native is useless." "Can I eat him?" "Well, it seemed like it. We should start with this Jacob Steve next. We needed to clear all the variables this time before searching for this Faceless Ancient. But I don't think he's here anymore since the warehouse is empty, so he most probably fled long before our arrival. There shouldn't be any problem, even if the problem arrives or this Faceless Ancient is scheming again." The capital's voice turned icy cold as the falling rain above his head turned into steam. "Everything is meaningless against absolute power." Just as his voice trailed off, you got that right. Everything is meaningless against absolute power." A powerful voice reverberated in the vicinity, startling the skulls. "Who?" The captain's voice rang in the vicinity as his aura spiked, and the others went on high alert as well. "Heh, I never thought the Killer Skull Society will send an extraordinary in this barren place." "You must be ranked within the top 10 in A-ranking skulls, right?" the voice mockingly asked. "Coward, show yourself and I'll tell you." The captain roared as a fire burned on his body. "Ha, I know you. You are Skull No 7, the fire fiend who massacred 8 cities and had a 10 billion bounty on your head. Not bad, not bad. You guys are really up to no good here. But it's pity I couldn't claim your bounty or any of you as a matter of fact, since I can't leave any proof behind. Don't blink or you won't even know how you died." The voice warned as if it was going to act. Ha, what an arrogant coward. Let's see how you kill us." The giant laughed manically, making the surroundings tremble. However, none of these skulls noticed that Alice's body had already vanished from her spot. Every skull entered its battle stance while shimmering in a strange light. Ha, good, very good. Ignorance sure is bliss." The voice guffawed as if he was watching a clown show. "Let me broaden your horizon before you all died." The voice turned icy at this moment. "Spell Ice Domain." Firefiend's crimson eyes suddenly widened when he heard the name and he hollered at the top of his lungs, "Run, you idiots, this person is a—" "Too late," the voice taunted. Thereafter, strange cold energy flowed in the air before the raindrops suddenly turned into ice drops before everything froze, turning into ice at an alarming rate. All those skulls didn't even get the chance to know what happened as they all crystallized into ice sculptures. Even the fire around Fire Fiend couldn't stop this strange freezing, and he became an ice sculpture like the others. This strange freezing process not only affected them but the surroundings as well before it spread all the way into the common river, freezing it as well. Over 2 miles of the area turned into an ice field before it stopped expanding, and it took only 10 seconds. The rain also started pouring normally at this moment. At this point, footsteps sounded on the other side of the ice field, and a few figures in long robes and masks appeared as they walked on the frozen surface of the common river. A person in the front was holding a white sword that looked like it was carved with crystal. This crystal sword was shimmering in a blue sheen at this moment. They all crossed the border river and approached those ice sculptures of the skulls. At this time, another figure wearing the same robes as these mysterious newcomers appeared. Still, this person was holding a body over its shoulder, which was none other than the unconscious Alice. The person holding the crystal sword's voice sounded. "How's the girl?" the other person replied. "Fine, my lord." "Good job, heal her, she's a special one. I never thought we would find someone like her in this barren place. Our trip wasn't a complete waste." He chuckled happily. "What about those skulls? It seemed they were really up to something here, or a person like Fire Fiend would never show up in this place." The person holding Alice questioned. It was a woman's voice. The person holding the sword coldly chuckled as he looked at those ice sculptures. They would be wonderful evidence to put all the blame on the Killer Skull Society. They could only blame themselves for targeting someone they shouldn't have. His voice turned stern at this moment. Heed my orders, start the migration, and be ready for the extermination. I want everything done in a month. Chapter 157, the eastern star ocean of rare plains far away from the uncommon region, a black ship was floating on the calm surface of the water under the bright light of the sun. Surrounding this black ship was a vast body of blue ocean, and as far as eyes could see, there was nothing but water. Suddenly, ripples started to appear on the calm water's surface as if something was coming out. Splash. A silhouette shoots out from the water before it landed on the black ship deck. This person was wearing a tight black diving suit and was 6.5 feet tall. His face was exposed as he was extremely handsome with pale white skin, sharp amber eyes, and a chiseled jawline. He had a masculine build like an athlete, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his long silver hair and sword-like silver eyebrows. Who could it be but Jacob? Jacob threw 3 feet-long fish with a long black horn on its head onto the deck as it was already killed by him. I might go sick eating this horned fish regularly. Just where the fuck is that despair mist? I should have reached there a month ago, but here I am still wandering in this place. I wonder if this map is even accurate or not. Jacob mumbled with a sharp look on his face. It had been over 10 months since he started his voyage toward the rare plains. But after he entered the Star Ocean and left the common plains, he just kept moving forward without knowing where he was. He just had a virtual map to navigate, and he had more than one, so it was impossible for all of them to be wrong. But for some reason, the famous despair mist didn't appear according to the map. So Jacob became restless after an entire month passed, but he didn't dare to change the route on the black ship because this would reset the coordinates, afraid he might lost in this ocean. Not only he didn't encounter any vicious aquatic beasts on his journey, but he even had to hunt for food. However, according to the map and route he was on, he had already entered the eastern star ocean of the rare plains, and in a week, he would reach the shore of the rare plains. Even after searching the star network, he got the same result, and the map was completely accurate, so he guessed that the famous mist was just a hoax, or all those maps were. Either way, he knew going back wasn't an option, and he decided to wait for 2 weeks to see if he reached the shore or not. While on the common plains, he had already experienced and tested the accuracy of the black ship's autopilot and the map again and again, so he knew they were not with any issues. It had something to do with the Star Ocean, probably. If he really reached the rare plains without encountering the famous despair mist, then he would consider himself lucky and move on. But if he was lost or there was something wrong with the navigation function, then all he could do was get ready for the worst. Anyhow, in these past months, Jacob wasn't just idle. He continued to increase his knowledge about the rare plains and anything that could interest him in the star network. Furthermore, he had more refined control over his strength as well. He could even hunt this horned fish, which was a common Tyrmanus 12 species now, and inside the water at that. Jacob discovered that for some reason he could move in the water like an agile fish, and as he stayed in the water, his speed would increase. He mused that it might have something to do with water meditation, which he hadn't practiced since he left the Tyrant Mansion, and he won't even think of trying it in this deep ocean unless he wanted to commit suicide. When Jacob was about to gut the horned fish, he suddenly turned around and his eyes widened slightly because he saw a silhouette, a few miles away from the black ship, moving in his direction. There shouldn't be any ship in this barren part of Star Ocean which leads toward the common plains, or they're going in the common plains. Well, they could be from the common plains for all I know. I have no confirmation except that map that I'm on the rare plains. Let's see if they're coming my way and friendly. Jacob thought before he headed back to gear up. He won't take chances within the Star Sea. This black ship was even more precious, so the moment he senses hostility from them and they were not as strong as him, he'll act with no hesitation. Soon, the silhouette became clearer as it was coming in the black ship's direction. Jacob stood on top of the cabin's roof, dressed in black armor and a long jacket covering his equipment. He also wore his black mask and covered his silver hair with a hood. He squinted his eyes when he saw the ship headed his way. It was a medium-sized battle sail ship colored navy blue, and the sails were painted gray. When his eyes fell on the top where a black flag was swaying with 2 crossed golden swords emblem, a glint of astonishment shone in his eyes, because he had seen that emblem in the books related to the rare plains. Unlike the common plains, which were separated by regions and many powers ruled different territories, the rare plains were completely different. The rare plains weren't completely conquered and explored. The explored area was known as Rare Freedom Plains. Just this explored area alone was 10 times bigger than the entire common plains combined. The Rare Freedom Plains were occupied and divided between 4 powers: the Golden Sword Country, the Light Nation, the Iron Sierras, and the Ice Nation. Also, unlike the common planes, the racial factor in rare freedom planes was almost non-exist, and the only factor that mattered was power and potential. The information on the evolution system of species was deep, and as long as one showed a considerable amount of potential, they could join the ranks of these four powers and gain access to unimaginable resources to which the public had no access. The three hegemonies' influence was also not to be underestimated in rare freedom planes, because they all still stand above these four local powers, but stay out of any local conflicts. As long as no one provoked them, they won't interfere in other business. On the contrary, the role of the three hegemonies was even more essential for the four powers of rare freedom planes because they all rely on them to nurture experts and gain knowledge, and conquered more lands. One could say the three hegemonies were like experts making factories for these four powers. The Golden Sword contrary was closest to the eastern star ocean of the rare freedom planes. So seeing the flag of Golden Sword country naturally startled Jacob as well, giving him the confirmation he needed that he was indeed in the eastern star ocean. But this also raises the same question. Why doesn't he encounter the famous despair mist? Where did it go? He would never believe that he was lucky or someone cleared it for him just so he could pass safely. Nevertheless, since he was already on the rare plains, he no longer cared and focused on the matter at hand. He has to remain cautious about how he deals with Golden Sword contrary. He didn't want to fall out with local power before he could even reach the destination. This place was far more advanced than the common plains, almost at the level of modern civilization, and experts of peak rare rank ruled this place. Even with Jacob's current strength, he was far from invincible in the rare plains like the common plains, so he didn't want any trouble for himself. Then there was still the Killer Skull Society, which might be searching for him like mad dogs. When the ship of Golden Sword country was only tens of meters away from Jacob's black ship, a deep voice rang. "Stranger, show your identity proof, permit of this ship, and sailing license. If you have none, then surrender peacefully and accept the detention according to the laws of Golden Sword country." Thereafter, the ship cannons were instantly locked on Jacob's black ship. If Jacob resisted, they would really shoot him down. Just with these words and movements, Jacob knew this wouldn't end peacefully. He didn't have any of those things they demanded. He wondered if he had taken a route that was under surveillance by following the other map instead of the society's map. It was very possible. Jacob also saw a man in a navy blue uniform walking at the edge of the deck and looked at Jacob coldly. This man was 3 meters tall with a burly build and long blonde hair. There were strange black symbols tattooed carved on his entire bronze skin face. A bigot barbarian. Chapter 158 Exposure and Invitation. A bigot barbarian. Jacob wasn't ignorant about the species of the rare freedom plains like he once was about the common plains. He had remembered every intelligent and local species of rare freedom plains. There were ample information on the star network. He instantly recognized those unique racial features of the barbarian race, which were just below the giants in comparison to their physical strength. The barbarian race was born with monstrous strength like giants, but every barbarian was born with strange markings on their bodies that look like tattoos. The bigot barbarians were a branch of the barbarian race, and one of the few intelligent species present in the rare freedom plains. Anyone could recognize them with bronze skin and blonde hair, as well as their unusual heights and massive builds. The bigot barbarian was a rare tier -6 species and fell in the category of fighter-type species with over 600-ton physical strength. From rare tiers, there were two different categories of species because not every rare tier species has such physical strength. These two categories, the first one was fighters who represent pure physical strengths. The physical strength measuring system for the rare fighter tier category was in tons. Any species with at least 100 tons of pure physical strength could be called a rare tier -1 fighter-type species. With every 100 plus tons, the tier increased all the way up to the rare tier -9 with over 900 tons of strength. The other categories were known as wiser, and the strangest thing was there was no information on the rare wiser tier category at all, but just a name. Jacob instantly guessed that it might have something to do with the elements or magic Immortality told him about. Because for some reason there wasn't any information on element power, mana, or magic cores on the star network. The only clue he had was this mysterious wiser species. Anyhow, Jacob can be considered a rare tier -8 fighter with over 800 tons of strength, and this bigot barbarian might not even take a punch from him. A rare tier -8 fighter was so rare that Jacob had yet to find even one clue on them, or his star network was just too limited. Still, this battleship was not going to be enough to stop him, but he didn't want to turn hostile, or if those over 50 cannons were fired at once, his precious black ship will be blasted into bits. Although this ship also had an energy defensive barrier installed within, Jacob wasn't sure if it was enough to block so many cannons. So he thought for a moment, before he said while looking at the bigot barbarian who was still waiting for his reply. I'm afraid I have none of those things you want because I'm a star oceanographer and adventurer who likes to study and explore the mysteries of the star ocean. I think I wandered into the Golden Swords country's territory unknowingly. I don't want any trouble, so I'm willing to pay any type of fine for breaking this law, and I'll leave immediately, Jacob stated. There were many star oceanographers out there who liked to explore, so his reason wasn't a complete lie. However, the bigot barbarian wasn't a fool as he coldly uttered, I don't care who you are or what your reason is for wandering in Golden Swords country's territory. Either you accept the detention peacefully, or I'll happily send you permanently inside the ocean and let you explore the ocean forever. Jacob deeply looked at the bigot barbarian, who was also staring back at him with cold eyes. Jacob's eyes suddenly become emotionless before he vanished from his spot with a blur under bigot barbarian's flabbergasted expression. Where did he go? He was shocked because he couldn't even see the man's movement at all. I'm here, an icy voice sounded from behind, making bigot barbarian startlingly turn around. There were other people in the same navy blue uniform on the deck as well, and all of them were gobsmacked by how this man appeared on the deck like a ghost. Still want to do this? I don't want any trouble and we can all be on our way. This time Jacob's words were more like a threat than a persuasion. Since he was already on the other party's ship, he had already decided to kill them all if they still did not back down, even after seeing his capability and continued being ignorant. But killing them might set some kind of alarm, or if they were not returned within a set period of time, more ships might come searching for them. Jacob was still far from the shore, so he didn't want to fight with fleets and become an enemy of Golden Swords country. Since even a scouting or patrolling ship had a bigot barbarian instated, then they clearly weren't a pushover. Interesting, a skull hesitated to kill while he had the chance. You're not from the Killer Skull Society, are you? At this moment, a mellow, aged voice rang from behind Jacob. Jacob's expression turned serious when he heard this voice and looked back. He saw another bigot barbarian, but he was 3.4 meters tall and had a wizened face. His blue eyes were without any fear or agitation as he faced Jacob. On the contrary, he seemed too glad. Jacob instantly felt amiss when he heard the work skull and the old bigot barbarian's smile. He didn't know why he said those words or why he wasn't afraid of him, but he sensed no hostility from him. So he decided to reply, No, I'm not a skull if that's what you think. The old bigot barbarian smilingly replied, Care to explain how that stolen black ship by the Killer Skull Society's Earth Slayer came into your possession? Jacob's heart turned cold when he heard Aminus 995 Star Network's ID. They knew. But how? The old bigot barbarian's smile widened when he noticed some ripples in Jacob's cold eyes. He coolly said, You're an ascetic expert, right? Why do you think that? Jacob had many questions now, and he was feeling on edge because they all knew about the black ship background, and from his old man's tone, he could tell they might be specifically here because of the black ship. Then this also means they came prepared. Hee, it's because you're traveling with a stolen good without even knowing it was stolen, which could only mean you're not registered with any private star servers of 4 powers. Neither you have a permit for that black ship, or you seem to know just how expensive and hard to get that ship from Black Sea Company. Furthermore, you do not know that the Black Sea Company can easily track down that black ship without the help of a stealth guard. A skull would never make such a rookie mistake, so that guy met with the misfortune to encounter you. The old bigot barbarian explained without hiding anything, and the smile on his face never faded. Lastly, you have prowess above Tier 6 fighter, and still have no idea what kind of naval force Golden Swords country had, and still dared to resist the detention in the middle of Star Ocean. Unless you're overly confident that you could swim all the way back, or you're an ascetic or an aboriginal who lived on some island and came all the way here after encountering an idiot skull. And I'm willing to wager that you're the second case because you don't even know that the ID we were asking for was your Star Watch's ID. And I don't believe you didn't have a Star Watch since that black ship won't work without it. So tell me, stranger, who are you? The old bigot barbarian questioned again with a smile. Jacob again fell silent because he did not know that there was such a thing, and it also appeared that he was still ignorant about the customs of rare Freedom Plains. He also got to know the Star Network's importance and why his private star servers were empty. It might be where the true function of the Star Network lies. But right now, he had to find a way out of this mess because the other party seemed to be quite confident in handling him. The old bigot barbarian spoke again as his smile vanished. Let me suggest something. What might that be? Jacob questioned, but was quite interested in this old bigot barbarian since he was so calm about the situation and almost told him every flaw he had. As long as you show me your Star Network ID and your private star servers, if it is empty and you're really what I just said you are, I'll let you join the ranks of our Golden Swords country. We always welcome new experts like you and will not mistreat you. On the contrary, you'll get a huge reward for finding that missing black ship from the Black Sea Company as long as we told them that our personal found it and was just on his way to submit it. From then on, you'll be a member of Golden Sword's country. What do you think? The old bigot barbarian solemnly expressed. Chapter 159 Acceptance. Jacob was really astounded by the offer of old bigot barbarian, which was by no way just as trifled as it sounded. May I ask, why would you do that? I still have an unknown background, and who knows, I'm really the guy you were looking for and just fooling you. Aren't you afraid of accepting a skull within your ranks? Jacob questioned. The old bigot barbarian coolly replied. That's why I want to see your star watch, because if you are a skull, then your star network ID would have the infamous Killer Skull Society's skull symbol badge within your personal profile, which could only be gained after you registered with their private server and you have the strength to enter their private server unless they're blind. Similarly, if you join any servers of 3 hegemonies, you'll have their symbol badges as well. These badges are like identity proof and could never be removed unless you could hack into the star network or get kicked out by the server owner. As for a skull leaving their private star server, it means a certain death. Now you understand why I want to see your star watch and why it is considered identity proof. Once you registered with our country database, you'll naturally get invited to our private star server, which will grant you the level -2 symbol badge of our country citizen as well. The old bigot barbarian explained patiently, as for your other identity, as long as you're not an enemy of our country, then we don't care. Since you have strength over tier -6 fighter, we'll welcome you with open arms, and all we ask for in return will be your help whenever needed. The Star Network profile as an identity and the badges, it's really just as he said. It is nearly impossible to fool someone if they're not primitive and never came in contact with the Star Network. To survive on rare planes, the Star Network is essential, and no one seemed to doubt that this network could be hacked, which alone is enough to make this network like an omniscient in everyone's eyes. Jacob thought without replying to old bigot barbarian. He had to admit that he really required an identity and more information about these private star servers. Joining the ranks of Golden Sword's country was the easiest way, at least until he was ready to be independent again. Or he could just simply trick them and escape after he reached the lands. No one could stop him at that time. But if he wanted to do that, he still needed to show his personal profile, or he had to kill all of them to leave this place with an intact black ship. However, it was the most foolish plan because just as the old bigot barbarian said, he had underestimated the naval forces of the locals, and now he could either abandon the ship and swim toward the lands or try picking a fight with him. Both choices led to him being hunted down by the Golden Swords County, at least until he was in the water. Jacob gave a deep look to the old bigot barbarian who still had that calm, amiable smile. What a wily punk, he sneered inwardly before he nodded. All right, I'll agree to join your ranks. Old bigot barbarian's smile widened. All right, follow me. We'll talk about official business in my cabin. Let those men take care of your belongings and ship. He then shoots a meaningful glance at the bigot barbarian behind Jacob, which made the former shudder, and he quickly sprang into action. Jacob didn't mind since there wasn't anything worthy in that ship because anything precious was already in his pendant, so he calmly followed the old bigot barbarian inside. Oh, I forget to introduce myself. I'm Deputy Admiral of Golden Sword's country, Milan Wo Bigot. Milan introduced himself with his rank. Jacob plainly replied, just call me Jack and I have no title. Milan didn't mind as he asked curiously, so where did you find that bastard Earthslayer and where are you from? First, can you tell me how you know that this ship was on Earthslayer exactly? Jacob was confused about this because if the Killer Skull Society stole the black ship, then how did they know currently it was in Earthslayer's hand? Could it be they had some kind of surveillance function on the ship as well? However, Jacob vanquished that notion since they were surprised by finding him instead of Earthslayer, and they were probably hoping to capture him alive since they try to speak first, not shoot on sight. Milan chuckled, heh, you might not know, but the Killer Skull Society is made with a bunch of misfits and twisted bastards. They all believed in equality and loathe the current civil system. Yet their actions are completely different. They plunder, kill, rape, and destroyed cities for the sake of their foolish cause. Not only that, but they like to show it off and rub it on everyone who tries to oppose them. His voice turned icy. They would make video files or take pictures of their glorious deeds, and then post them in Star Network News. Your watch didn't have that Star Network News feature in your Star Network, right? Jacob grimaced and nodded, indeed. Don't worry, as long as you complete the final verification with the Destiny Star Corporation, it will appear on its own, and then you'll get all the news related to the rare Freedom Plains. Anyhow, I was briefing you about how we know this ship was with Earthslayer of Killer Skull Society. Over 2 years ago, a shipment of 12 black ships was heading toward the Ice Nation, but it was intercepted by a bunch of skulls. Then, like before, they posted this news with great pride on the Star Network News and the names of skulls who were involved in this. Jacob was speechless by this and couldn't help but ask, aren't they afraid they would get caught by doing this kind of foolish action? I mean, aren't a dark organization like Killer Skull Society would be more secretive about their members' details and what they do? That's the thing, Jack. They do this to promote their organization and draw more hot-blooded youths or some poor souls who were once mistreated by the system or simply didn't want to follow it or the rules. While it is almost impossible to track them down because the Star Network is very strict with its freedom policies and privacy of their users, and it is completely flawless. So, organizations like the Killer Skull Society could use it openly to recruit more skulls and multiply their numbers. Even though the Star Network is helpful for our civilization and brought revolutionary changes, but nothing is without consequences. Nevertheless, we could only blame ourselves for being so weak that we couldn't influence the likes of Destiny Star Corporation. I'm being sentimental again and drifted from the main topic. Milan smiled wryly with a hint of lamentation. The black ship AEE-9322 you were using appeared over a year ago when the Earth Slayer posted a picture of him driving it in the Star Ocean and taunting the authorities to not be able to capture them. Earthslayer was quite infamous for assassinating many influential figures, so his ID was a black ID in our database. Every news regarding him was a top priority. When the Black Sea Company alerted us about the ship signal being found in this area in the morning, they naturally sent me to make sure of capturing that prick alive or at least bring back his corpse, Milan revealed. At this time they finally reached a cabin and entered. It was far more spacious than Jacob's and more lavish. After they sat down, Milan continued, but instead of that bastard Earth Slayer I met you, and it was a good call to not bombard the ship when I saw you standing on top of the ship. Or I'm afraid we all have been dead already, right? Jacob merely responded. I would indeed kill anyone who would try to kill me, and that Earth Slayer was the same case. I was living in an isle for many years far away from this place, and that fellow happened to be testing his firearms on that isle, and that's how I came in the possession of that ship and this Star Watch. But I won't lie to you by saying that I was unaware of the rare plane's existence. It's just that I have no means to travel here with all those dangers in the Star Ocean. However, I took the chance presented, and this is all I have to say about my background. Jacob made some hoax story that sounded somewhat absurd but still in the realm of reality. As for how he got there or what he was doing there, it's on them to figure it out, and he could tell they might really not care as long as his slate was clean. Chapter 160 Golden Swords Country, Part 1. Milan merely gave Jacob a meaningful glance before he nodded smilingly. As I said before, as long as your Star Watch profile is clear, your background doesn't matter. Now, if you please show me your Star Watch so I could report this to higher-ups. Jacob thought for a moment before he slid his sleeve and revealed the black Star Watch in front of Milan and opened his personal profile. Milan watched without blinking. He knew more than Jacob about Star Watches, and with just a glance, he could guess that Jacob might not be a newbie to Star Watches as he thought. Furthermore, he wanted to see Jacob's profile from his Star Watch, because those identity badges would only show if someone showed them on their profile. And one could even decide on a specific badge to scan through their identity check. As long as it's valid, they didn't need to show more identity proof. That's also how the Skulls breach passed the identity check, and there wasn't any policy to make them show their Star Watches as long as there wasn't any felony on their username. Because the identity scanners were from the Destiny Star Corporation, which was part of the Star Network as well, and as long as a user wasn't a criminal in their database, the Star Network scanner would never reveal their personal information, even usernames. It would only give an approved sign after a scan, and that was enough to bypass any city gates. As for stopping using the Star Network for identity scanning, it was nigh impossible because there was an even bigger threat than the skulls in the rare plains, and the Star Network was the only thing that could make sure that threat won't become a killing blade. Moreover, anyone who had tried to make their own personal security system had failed miserably, and always got hacked by misfits like the Killer Skull Society or the Threat. So these four powers had no other choice but to accept the Star Network profiles as their identities. As for making someone a criminal under the Star Network's UI was even more difficult than searching for them, because the Star Network would only make those criminals who break the Star Network laws, not the laws of some natives. So those four powers had no way to know who was who without them showing their profile willingly. And even then, it was quite hard to find the criminals because many applications could show a fake profile, and the others would have no way to verify it without Star Network revealing it. However, getting one's hands on such applications was also difficult because anything related to the Star Network was handled by the Destiny Star corporations, and their employees would seldom help develop such applications in the dark, or if caught, it would be over for them. Nevertheless, these kinds of applications were still existing and could be bought as long as people know where to look for them and have the right amount of money. However, Jacob still had little knowledge about the star network and the loopholes in the network. Even if he searched the star information sea, he won't be able to find any information if he tried writing star network hacks, star network loopholes, or any word that was related to star network privacy, and threatened it would never appear in star information sea because the network would never approve it. However, Jacob would not care even if he knew about the loopholes, not for now because he really had nothing to hide except he was from the common plains. But when he saw how calmly Milan reacted when he glanced at his profile, this confirmed his guess that they might really not care about his background but his prowess only. When Milan saw there wasn't any kind of badge below Jacob's username or profile name, he had already seen all the basic applications on Jacob's star watch, so he knew it was a real profile. So he didn't have him scroll down to see his species or age and merely nodded with a friendly smile. "All right, you can close it. Since you do not belong to any power, there's no need to suspect you anymore. This is also proof of what I said earlier. We welcome experts like you with open arms and only required your assistance if needed. As long as you have the identity of the country's citizen, we won't care about your race or background. The Golden Sword's country is much laxer in this department of species, and many races live together in harmony. Because even if your race is titled as Rare Tier-9, it doesn't mean every member of that race will reach Tier-9 or remain at Tier-9. The ranks and grades are just set for those who wanted to look superior because of their ancestors' achievements. Just like us bigot barbarians, who are considered a rare Tier-6 fighter-type species, but it's been over 100 years since we have an actual rare Tier-6 clansman. So don't worry about anything. As long as you are strong, everyone will revere you whether you're from the goblin race or those arrogant elves or giants. Everyone knew better not to mess with a rare Tier-7 or above rank fighter. Milan candidly revealed with no shame when he talks about his own species' shortcomings. Jacob felt that this old man was too open-minded, but he also agreed with his view because he had seen himself that the limits were something people set on themselves. He nodded before his voice turned stern. "All right, as long as the Golden Sword's country won't show hostility, I won't either. So, care to explain what I need to do to join your ranks and what will be my position and where? You and I both know that I won't be appointed to some general rank or some important rank from the get-go. So just tell me the truth now. I don't want any misunderstanding later." Milan merely smiled. "You're a sharp one indeed, but you should know I'm not in the position where I could appoint you as I wish, and even if could I won't because everyone has to earn their spot or those who work hard for it won't be able to accept it. I'll vouch for your identity, and afterward the country assembly will be decided where to appoint you and in which position. But don't worry, because of your prowess, they won't dare to try something funny and make you unhappy. You just have to work for a year or two before you might reach my rank or even higher if you know your way around. By doing this, everyone would be satisfied and you'll earn far more than you could imagine. So, I still have to work for them until they let me have a high-ranking position. This will also make me a target of some people who don't want to let a cannon loose and like to keep it under control. However, they didn't know my actual capacity. I could use them instead to fill my knowledge gap and acquire information on wiser species and element cores. The rare Freedom Plains are just part of the rare plains, and I could leave any time." Jacob thought deeply before he nodded in agreement to Milan's words. Even if he hadn't encountered Milan, he was already planning to join one of the three hegemonies after testing the waters of the rare Freedom Plains. But this unexpected turn of events wasn't as bad as he thinks, and he wasn't someone who would be swayed by power, fame, or riches. As long as it was necessary to reach his goal, he was willing to do anything. He had already decided to get the information on some alternative names he heard from Milan, like the Destiny Star Corporation, which was related to the Star Watches and Star Network. There was also some kind of verification he lacked. Lastly, his goal was to find information on star ranks and extraordinary species' existence. But foremost, he needed to get off this damn ocean with no hitch. "All right, I hope what you said was not just your words," Jacob coldly uttered. Milan nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, we bigot barbarians are not despicable and always keep our word. Let me arrange a room for you. We'll reach the shore in half a day by following the Navy route, and this ship is far faster than that black ship." Jacob agreed with Milan's arrangement, and he never asked him to reveal his face all this time, which was also quite unusual but good for Jacob. So he left Milan's room with a soldier who escorted him to his room. Milan's amiable smile vanished when Jacob left the cabin as his old face turned emotionless. He then unexpectedly spoke. "So what do you think?" "Admiral," a mild voice with a hint of indifference rang from the shadowy corner of the cabin. Just some arrogant clod who didn't know the immensity of rare freedom plains. Chapter 161 Golden Swords Country. Part 2. The Golden Swords Country had a foundation over 1,000 years old and was divided into 5 provinces named East Golden Sword Province, West Golden Sword Province, North Golden Sword Province, South Golden Sword Province, and the Center Golden Sword Province. The Golden Swords Country was under the control of Golden Swords military dictatorship, and each province was governed by a governor-general, and different districts of these provinces have many ranking army officers overseeing them. In fact, calling the Golden Swords Country a military country won't be an understatement. The Golden Swords Country was mostly famous for its naval forces in the Star Ocean, and no one dared to mess with them in the waters. The White Ocean Navy Base was one of the 3 biggest naval bases of East Golden Sword Province and closest to the Star Ocean. It was the entrance toward the Golden Swords Country from the Star Ocean. If someone wanted to go further into the plains, then there was the Great Star River, which was 20 times larger than the common river of the common plains, and it spread all over the plains. But unlike the common river, the Great Star River was still mysterious and wasn't fully explored. Anyhow, a medium-sized battleship entered one of the bays of White Ocean Base while dragging a small black ship behind it. Many seaman recruits were standing straight on an empty dock to receive this battleship. There were also 2 figures standing at the end of the dock wearing completely different uniforms than those seaman recruits and looking at the incoming battleship. Here they come, Senior Chief Officer. A being with a gray, malevolent wolf's head snarled. His height was 1.9 meter tall and furry humanoid body. He was a wolf-head orc. Do you think I'm blind, Chief Officer? The Senior Chief Officer sneered coldly. He was a middle-aged bigot barbarian. There were many intelligent and unique species on the rare Freedom Plains, but the species with the most populations were orcs, barbarians, trolls, goblins, gnomes, and such. These races produced the fastest, while they weren't the most powerful ones because their bloodlines were mixed and thin, so their offspring seldom reached the potential of their parents. While there were those races who seldom mate with those outside their races and kept their bloodline pure like giants, elves, dwarfs, kobolds, and such. But they have the smallest population since it was hard to produce offspring for them because of their strong bloodlines. Nevertheless, these races were still terrifying despite their short numbers, and no one dared to mess with them since they were also overprotective of their own. But seriously, did they really find a stray rare Tyrannis 7 fighter out there? The orc asked curiously. At least that's what the report says, and he's going to join our ranks as well. The barbarian coolly answered. Do you think he'll be appointed in our department since we found him? The orc questioned again. Do you take me for an answering machine? Ask the deputy admiral yourself. The barbarian answered with exasperation. Thereupon the ship finally docked, but no one noticed a dark blur jumping on the other side and vanishing in the shade of night. Soon, Milan, followed by Jacob, disembarked the ship before the others. Milan had an amiable smile on his face as he was saying something to Jacob. So, this is the White Ocean base I told you about. What do you think? Jacob looked around and saw many battleships. Even larger-sized battleships were docked there. So he had to admit Milan wasn't joking when he said it would be foolish to pick a fight with them in the water. Although those ships were much more advanced, he was more apprehensive about the people driving them. No bad, but I don't want to work in here. I had enough of ocean adventure for a while. Jacob plainly uttered without hiding his true intention. Milan chuckled, and here I thought we'll be seeing each other more. It's a pity then. Jacob merely glanced at the old man, saying nothing. He could feel this old guy wasn't simple and amiable as he seemed, and he didn't dare to let his guard down around him. In a sense, Jacob felt they were the same kind of people because they knew how to hide their intentions pretty well. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't feel any hostility from Milan, so he wasn't too much worried and just wanted to be done with this registration and get out of this base as soon as possible. He also saw the huge metal gate in the moonlight which was closed, and he could guess it was probably the way to the Great Star River. When they stepped on the stone dock, the Orcan barbarian approached them, which made Jacob somewhat startled when he saw the wolf-head orc. He still wasn't used to seeing people with animal heads walking around. They both respectfully perform an army salute. Deputy Admiral, at ease, at ease. Milan amiably replied, Chief Officer, this is our guest, sir. Jack prepared the best food and a room for him. He then looked at Jacob and said, You were on a long journey, my friend. I'm sure you're sick of eating seafood, especially those horned fishes which taste terrible. Rest for a night here and enjoy our hospitality. We'll talk about the official business tomorrow. If I haven't had to report this, I would have loved to join you. Jacob also didn't want Milan around him, so he nodded. I understand. Please follow me, Sir Jack. The orc politely uttered as he was looking curiously at Jacob's mask which he was still wearing. Soon, he led Jacob away, and Milan headed toward another military jeep with the barbarian's senior chief officer. Jacob wasn't too shocked seeing those vehicles since he had already read about them, and he knew rare Freedom Plains were already advanced into the engine age. He was even glad to see a familiar means of transport since he wasn't used to those horse carriages. "Where to, sir?" Senior Chief Officer asked while taking the wheel. Milan coolly replied, "To the main office. I'm sure there's a meeting waiting for me there." Senior Chief Officer solemnly nodded and drove toward the main office of the base. The main office was in the center of the White Ocean base, and it was a tall 20-story building. Even though it was night, but the building was brightly lit with military lights like the day. Inside the top floor's meeting room, 3 people sat around a table in military uniforms as well as giving off a suffocating aura. At this moment, the closed door suddenly pushed open, and a 6.4 feet tall figure entered wearing a Navy uniform. His face was extremely handsome, with glossy white skin and long golden hair. His eyes were also golden but icy, and only his pointy ears were out of place, or he looked completely like a human. This was one of the strongest species present in the rare Freedom Plains, the Golden Elf. Those 3 figures quickly stood up seeing this elf and performed a military salute. "Admiral Xavier." Xavier merely nodded and took the chief seat. "Sit down, gentlemen." The 3 figures slowly took their seats. Xavier spoke again before they could. "Let me give you a summary of today's events before you ask meaningless questions. First, the Earthslayer is most likely dead, and this person, Faceless Ancient, killed him and took the Black Ship for himself, so we didn't get the chance to capture a high-ranking skull this time. Second, this Faceless Ancient is clean. I saw him operate his Star Watch, and he didn't have any badges of 3 hegemonies, so we can make use of him with no worry. Third, his species is probably new in rare Freedom Plains, and I haven't found any traces of magic on him, or he would have sensed me. So he might be a pure fighter type as well, but it is still yet to be seen until we put him through some tests to make sure he had magic potential as well. Now, expect this information. You can ask any question," Xavier coolly stated. "Since the identity isn't a problem, then all that is left is to appoint him into a department," one of the 3 stated in a rough voice. "I want to hear the Admiral's thoughts on how we should use this new asset," a sweet voice rang in question. Xavier plainly replied, "Let him go through the Nightmare Night Legion entrance test. They will do everything for us and measure his true potential. As long as he is appointed as a 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, we'll send him to the military base on the border of the Wild Nation to kill those pests. But if he had the magic potential and assign as a rank -1 Nightmare Magic Knight by the Nightmare Night Legion, we'll send him to the Central Province to nurture him properly." Indeed, an excellent suggestion. "We need magic users, not meat shields." West Golden Sword Province agrees with this proposal. North Golden Sword Province also agrees. South Golden Sword Province agrees as well, Xavier nodded. "This meeting is settled then." Chapter 162 Golden Swords Country, Part 3. The night passed peacefully, and the next morning Jacob's eyes opened in a spacious bedroom. Although he looked asleep, he was on high alert, and the moment he sensed something, he could instantly react. He had formed a habit of sleeping like his in the ocean. He could even sleep in a meditative state now. He still wore his mask and hood since no one asked him to take them off, but he knew he had to show his face eventually, and his appearance was quite catchy. So he decided to make it less catchy. He went into the bathroom and then took off his mask, clothes, and armor, revealing his face, long shining silver hair and body. The next moment a sharp knife appeared in his hand, and the next moment he started shaving his head until he was completely bald. But he wasn't done. He then started making scars over his head and face like battle scars. Although they looked fresh, he knew with his current recovery ability of his body, they would soon start to fill and look like old wounds. Until they're completely filled, he would be long gone from here, and everyone would think he was just a scar-filled warrior, just like the picture he painted in front of Milan. After he was done with the makeover, his entire body was dyed red in his own blood, but he remained expressionless. He then took a bath, washing all the bloodstains, and just as he thought the bleeding was already stopped. Now he looked in the mirror and saw his own hideous scarred face and head. He looked nothing like before. But he was still not done as a small vial appeared in his hand which was filled with a dark inky substance. He opened it and painted his eyebrows black with it, and now no one would suspect that he had silver hair. He was planning this for a while, and this was the easiest way to fool any authorities. Even if he fled this place, he could easily restore his appearance, and no one would guess who he was as long as they didn't check his Star Watch profile. Knock. A knock rang on the door at this moment. Jacob donned his armor and clothes as well as his mask and hood. He looked just like yesterday without revealing his face. Then he opened the door and saw the wolf-head orc standing outside in his uniform. He politely said, "Sir Jack, Deputy Admiral invites you for breakfast." "All right," led the way. Jacob nodded and followed the orc toward the exit of the building. They soon embarked on the military jeep and drive toward another large group of buildings. The White Ocean base was quite large, and there were many buildings and barricades around to stop intruders from invading and no army personnel from wandering. Soon they entered a military compound where many army guards were patrolling. The orc chief officer led Jacob to a large building that was filled with Golden Sword's Navy officers. Jacob looked around the building, and it was just like a typical army building with many corridors and rooms. When they reached a closed door, the orc chief officer knocked before Milan's voice sounded, "Come in." When they entered the room, it looked like a dining room, and a table full of different dishes with stemming oozing from them was there. Around this table sat Milan and another creature. He had dark gray skin and a brawny build with a menacing face with a deep old scar on his bald head. Jacob instantly identified this creature as the mountain troll, which was quite famous in the rare Freedom Plains. Furthermore, this mountain troll was probably more powerful than Milan, as Jacob could feel slightly threatened by him, which he never felt from Milan. "Chief Officer, thank you for bringing our guest. You may leave now." Milan amiably smiled toward Jacob. "Come, my friend, I put together this feast for you since I wasn't able to join you last night." Jacob nodded in acknowledgement and took a seat around the table. But he wasn't in the mood to eat because he could feel a faint hostility from that troll who was glaring at him for some reason. Milan also sensed the tense atmosphere and quickly introduced the troll. "My friend Jack, this gentleman is from West Golden Sword Province, District Secretary Douglas. He'll be your handler for your appointment in Golden Sword's country." "Secretary Douglas, this is friend Jack I told you about. He's an ascetic expert far from here and will be joining our big family. Please go easy on him for my sake." Jacob nodded in plain greeting. "Secretary." Douglas also nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Jack, pleased to meet you." Milan smiled in satisfaction when he saw the introduction go well. "All right, let's have breakfast before we talk about official business." Douglas merely grunted in agreement, while Jacob's lips curled slightly under his mask. "So they wanted to see my face while putting up this facade of friendly breakfast. If I don't show my face, they might think I'm hiding something and become suspicious about my intentions." No one knows if that was what they truly were aiming for, but Jacob came prepared for this. Even last night, he didn't dine with others to not reveal his face. If Milan had asked to see his face when they met, Jacob would have had no choice but to reveal it since he was caught off guard at that time. Furthermore, he was already in the other party's home ground now, and even if they asked directly to show his face, he wouldn't be able to reject it unless he wanted to turn hostile. Only upon coming here did Jacob understand he might only just scratch the surface of the rare Freedom Plains' 4 powers, and Tyrmanus 8 fighters like him might not be as rare as he thought them. Nevertheless, as long as they didn't have an extraordinary act, he didn't mind playing along with them for now. Jacob took off his black mask just as though Milan and Douglas's eyes flashed with light as they glanced at him simultaneously. But when they saw Jacob's scare-filled face, they were astonished and wondered just what kind of experience he had gone through. "What? Never seen a warrior's face before?" Jacob sneered coldly before he started eating without caring about the other two. "Heh, you're more like us barbarians with those glorious markings on your flesh." Milan laughed happily as he also cared little about appearances. Douglas also nodded as he also cared little about appearances. Since they both confirmed that Jacob wasn't some wanted man and didn't belong to any known species, they were more at ease since this could make Jacob's vagabond background even more solid. Douglas suddenly spoke. "Mr. Jack, if you don't mind me asking, what are your species? If you don't want to reveal it, please pretend I didn't ask. I'm just curious since your skin color and trails were like elves, but your hair and ears are different from theirs." Jacob expected this kind of question, so he was prepared in advance and said, "I also didn't know what my kind is since I was born and grown in a small village far away from here in the wilderness. But we all called ourselves Faceless Ancient, so it's all there is to it." Jacob knew there weren't any humans present in Rare Plains, so he just pretended to be ignorant about his race and used that annoying name as a sham to trick them. His name had already been revealed, and he knew it wouldn't be long before society would know he was here. But when he thought about how the Golden Sword's country hated them, he didn't mind letting them take care of those skulls for him. They won't let them attack one of their personnel within their territory, or they would turn into a laughingstock of the rare Freedom Plains if the news got out. "I see." Douglas nodded in understanding, but it wasn't clear if he believed Jacob's story or not. Afterward, no one asked questions, and they all have a peaceful breakfast before Milan led everyone to his office, which was right beside the dining room. After they all sat down, Douglas finally spoke business. "Mr. Jack, since you don't want to be in the Navy, we won't force you, and that's why they sent me here as well. But first, I want to make one thing clear to save us the future misunderstanding." "Please speak freely," Jacob nodded. Douglas said, "Since you were not born in Golden Sword Country and didn't have any family or species living or registered in our country, we have to register you as a new species. and we'll give you level -2 citizenship, which we only give to a family member who had lived in our country for at least 50 years. But according to the new species citizenship law, you have to serve the Golden Sword's country for 50 years as well. Chapter 163 agreeing to demands, but according to the new species citizenship law, you have to serve the Golden Sword's country for 50 years as well. Jacob's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked, "Can you explain this serve in detail?" Jacob had long expected this coming because he knew they wouldn't just give him freeway in their ranks without restraining him. Jacob would be more suspicious about their true intentions if they could let him join and then leave as he pleased. Although Milan had also told him about this level -2 citizenship, but that old fox didn't reveal the details and let Jacob enter their base first, where he had no choice but to agree to their conditions. Furthermore, things were moving quite fast, as if they had already decided how to handle him, and this also revealed another cunning aspect of Golden Sword's country's upper echelon. Douglas plainly replied, "When I say serve, it meant your service in the army before you could retire or continue with your rank, but 50 years service is a must for you. If it was an entirely new tribe of new species who wanted to join the ranks of our country and benefit from us, then they had to serve in the army for 100 years before they would allocate a territory in our country. Furthermore, this service is not slavery if you have this concern, and we won't work you to death. You just have to complete army assignments sporadically. You will be given corresponding rewards and many more benefits that the army provides its excellent members." Jacob went silent for a moment before he asked, "You have another option for me, right?" Douglas's eyes widened ever so slightly when Jacob quickly saw through him. He was indeed right, since this was just a hard choice before Jacob would give an easy option. This would raise his chances of choosing that easy choice tremendously that the country had already selected for Jacob and wanted to manipulate him into it. Milan smiled wryly on the side. He had already experienced Jacob's sharp intuition, and he warned Douglas not to play with words so much, or he might get seen through. Jacob wasn't a wild stray as they made him just because he never came to the rare region. Just his strength alone was enough proof of his survival capabilities. Douglas nodded. "Indeed, Mr. Jack had guessed right, there is another chose which won't require you to serve for 50 years in the army or face any danger, and you'll earn full backing of the country and resources." "What do I have to do?" Jacob asked curiously. "You just need to go through the Nightmare Night Legion entrance test, and if your result is satisfactory, we'll gladly offer you this choice and even more," Douglas stated impassively. "So you're saying this second choice depends on this test result, but what if I didn't get the results you expect me to get?" Jacob questioned. He knew what kind of place the Nightmare Night Legion was, and this was the only power between 3 hegemonies with whom he had yet to come in contact. So he could guess this test might reveal something about this true potential or something related to his species, which he didn't want at all, not without knowing what they were planning or what this test actually did. Douglas had expected this question as he said, "In that case, you have to serve for 50 years before you're allowed to retire with a level -2 citizenship. Let me explain about our citizenship first before you decide. When level -2 citizens have offspring in our country, they are considered level -1 citizens, and they are required to serve in the army for 10 years to raise their citizen level the same as their parents. However, to rise from level -2 to level -3 citizen required excellent merit, and a level -3 citizen offspring born as a level -2 citizen, which means they didn't need to do any services in the army and live a life free from worry. As for level -4 citizenship, it's the most difficult to acquire and only a few people have it, and they're all leaders of our country. If you manage to get those expected results, then you'll be given a level -2 citizenship directly and even have a chance to acquire level -3 citizenship," Douglas explained patiently. Jacob wasn't moved in the least bit by this level bullshit since he wasn't planning to spend his life here, so getting this citizenship or not matters little to him. "What about if I don't want citizenship in your country at all? I mean, let's be clear, I didn't commit any crime against you, neither I have any grudge against you, and I'm a free man. So you can't force me to join your ranks, and that's why you gave me these excellent choices, and I'm flattered. But I'm more adventurous, and 50 years of my life is far too long for me. Since you guys give me a passage and show your hospitality, I'm in your debt, but it won't be called for 50 years of my life now, are they?" Jacob sharply questioned. Although he was willing to lower his head, it might get cleaved if he lowered it too much. Furthermore, since they're talking about law, he wanted to see how much regulation they could bend when it came to their benefits. Douglas's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's unexpected response, because in rare Freedom Plains, anywhere someone goes, they had to abide by these rules unless they didn't want to live in safety of rare Freedom Plains. "Mr. Jack, I agree with what you just said, and we won't own you just because we give you a lift. However, I would like you to reconsider this choice because they would have the same conditions even if you join some other power. Unless you want to live in the rare wilderness plains, which are filled with unknown dangers and those vile evil creatures who were enemies of all living beings like us. This unexpected comment left Jacob baffled because he did not know what they were talking about. Douglas sensed Jacob's confusion as he plainly said, "It's only natural that you didn't know about those evil creatures since they exist on the rare plains, and we've all been fighting them for centuries. However, I can't reveal this top-secret information before you join our ranks, and if you still want to leave, then you're free to go, but you can't enter our cities without our citizenship." Jacob fell into silence when he heard this because he could feel Douglas wasn't lying about this danger or whatever he was talking about. But he was definitely lying about his inability to enter their cities. After all, there were still 3 hegemonies, and he didn't believe that those high-ranking members were their citizens as well, but the question was, would they let him come in contact with them? Furthermore, he was now absolutely sure that they didn't want to let him come in contact with 3 hegemonies, and he wasn't sure if he could leave here in one piece if he really tried to escape. So Jacob chose the most straightforward option and saw what happened. It seemed I was being ignorant and too arrogant, so alright, I'll choose the 50-year service. Douglas was again baffled by Jacob's choice since going through the second choice won't put Jacob at a disadvantage, but if he succeeded then he would gain an advantage. Milan, who was silent for all this time, finally spoke. "Jack, don't choose too soon because if you really choose this option, then you're not allowed to join any branch of 3 hegemonies until your 50-year service is over." "Why is that?" Jacob's voice turned somewhat cold as if he was angry. This was utterly cutting him off from their knowledge. It's also in the contract that no citizen below level 2 could join 3 hegemonies, so you can see these laws in the other 3 nations as well, not just us. But if you agree to the second option, we'll let you join the Nightmare Knight Legion, and you can also gain access to their resources. Douglas revealed. What the fuck is with these twisted laws? Jacob was exasperated by all these strange laws and why those 3 hegemonies were putting up with all this in the first place since they were all high and mighty. They were simply letting these 4 nations control them as they pleased while taking advantage of them. This made Jacob even more curious about what was going on here. I don't know how they will hold these contracts, and if they're valid in other nations as well, then I can't just desert them. I need a clear graph of the situation, and the Nightmare Knight Legion might give me some leeway. Jacob sighed and agreed in resignation. All right, you have convinced me, I'll take this test. Chapter 164 on the road to. After Jacob agreed to take this entrance test, the meeting ended. Afterward, Jacob and Douglas bid Milan farewell since Douglas was about to lead Jacob toward the largest city of East Golden Sword Province, where he would be taking the entrance test of Nightmare Knight Legion in 2 days. But this was just a temporary stop for Jacob because whether he passed or failed, he'll be instated in another province far away from the Navy. However, Jacob didn't know that the East Golden Sword Navy was the safest army unit of the Golden Sword country, and only a few even got the chance to enter the Navy, which he rejected without knowing. While in a moving military jeep, Jacob questioned Douglas sitting beside him. "Since I agree to join your ranks, can you tell me what those evil creatures you were talking about?" When Douglas revealed this strange secret, Jacob was curious and wanted to know what could make the 4 nations fight for centuries. Douglas glanced at the soldier driving the jeep and coolly said, "Let's wait until you finish your test, Mr. Jack. There's no hurry, I don't want you to lose your focus." Jacob's eyebrows spasmed slightly, but he didn't raise this topic anymore. So he changed the subject to anything he was curious about. "Then can you tell me about the Nightmare Knight Legion test, and what ranks they had and what kind of rank I needed to pass this test of yours?" Although Jacob knew the Nightmare Knight Legion existed in the common plains, he still hadn't had the chance to come in contact with them and what kind of ranks they had. Furthermore, those mercenary ranks of common plains also didn't apply in rare plains, so he was curious about how they measure power level here and if they have different grades for those with magic. Although Jacob hadn't met anyone with magic power yet in rare plains, he knew they weren't strange to this concept, but hiding this information from those who didn't need to learn about it. This time Douglas didn't dodge the question and asked curiously, "I seem the place, sir. Jack came from didn't have Nightmare Knight Legion. You could say that, but I do hear about their fame and name." Jacob nodded. There wasn't any information about the 3 hegemonies on the Star Network as well, so admitting it would only make it more transparent that he was just a bumpkin and let others underestimate him even more. Douglas's eyes shimmered in realization as he said, "That also explains why Mr. Jack didn't have any identity badges of the 3 hegemonies. Well, it doesn't matter, Mr. Jack. There's no need to worry about anything. Although Nightmare Knight Legion is the most difficult to join, it shouldn't be a problem with your current power. As for their ranks, there is the lowest rank, the Reserve Nightmare Knight, and after it is rank -1 Nightmare Knight to rank -9 Nightmare Knight. But all these ranks are for common tier species. For rare tier fighter species like us, the ranks changed into star ranks. To achieve 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, one needs at least a physical strength of 500 tons, and the age should be below 100 years. The threshold to cross the 1-star Nightmare Fighter Knight is having a strength level in kiloton, 1 KT equals 1,000 tons. But it's too hard to achieve. We only know that there are up to 9-star Nightmare Fighter Knight ranks. The most powerful Nightmare Fighter Knight record in our rare Freedom Plains is 4-star, and that person is the current spokesperson of the entire Nightmare Knight Legion in all 4 nations, and he's belonged to the Iron Giant tribe of Iron Sierras. Douglas's voice showed a hint of reverence as he revealed the open secret to Jacob. Jacob was astounded when he heard this because he didn't dare to imagine just what kind of physical strength this 4-star Nightmare Knight would have, and all his confidence of having the physical strength of over 800 tons vanished into smoke. He felt his decision to remain submissive was an absolutely right one. He also discovered something from Douglas's speech as he questioned while pretending to be ignorant. "You said these ranks are for fighter species like us. I have read an article on the Star Information C that said there are 2 specific categories, fighter and wiser, and there's no information about wiser species. So what is this all about?" Douglas wasn't surprised by this question since he knew this kind of information was really on the Star Information C, and anyone could find them as long as they were curious about the ranks. Furthermore, the Nightmare Knight's Legion entrance test will expose this exact element about Jacob to them, so he had to explain this no matter what. Besides, when Jacob joined their private star server, he was bound to come in contact with that information. Since Mr. Jack will soon join our ranks, I don't mind revealing this classified information. The wiser species has something to do with supernatural powers which we called magic. To be called a wiser species, it required sensing the presence of magic, which is, in fact, elements like fire, water, soil, wind, and such around us. Therefore, the higher tier a wiser species is, the more proficient they are in controlling magic. We measure this magic power with something called magic measuring device, but that device could only measure the presence of magic that has already been awakened. It could not tell if someone had the potential to be wiser or not. However, the Nightmare Knight Legion had such a device, and now you might understand why we want to take the entrance test. Douglas meaningfully stated with an impassive expression. "I knew it," Jacob's eyes flashed intensely, but he pretended to be surprised. "I never thought such powers existed in this world. I was too ignorant and arrogant." He took a deep breath before he said with a hint of anticipation, "So, as long as I have this magic potential, I'll get level -2 citizenship directly." Douglas wasn't surprised seeing Jacob's expression since anyone would be excited after learning about magic. However, he also knew the more disappointed one would be when one found out they had no destiny with this fable concept. Nevertheless, it was still yet to be seen if Jacob's species had such potential, so some essential figures of the country were secretly paying attention to Jacob. Douglas replied impassively, "Indeed, a wiser species is quite rare in rare Freedom Plains, and they're considered strategic resources, so they were also given the most lavish treatment as well. I hope now Mr. Jacob won't hold back on us. We all are doing this for everyone's sake. If Mr. Jacob also has the potential of magic, then you'll be appointed as a rank -1 Nightmare Magic Knight instantly." Even the Nightmare Knight Legion treated a Magic Knight quite generously and trained them with everything they had. "As for higher ranks and deeper knowledge of wiser species, you'll know if you become a Magic Knight, or this information would only be meaningless to you," he stated plainly. "I understand." Jacob pretended to be pumped while in reality he was feeling confused. Immortality said every rare species could awaken element or something like that, but this guy saying this device could reveal one magic potential, yet they're still rare. Immortality won't lie about something like this, so this device is clearly flawed. I wondered if it could detect my yet-to-be-awakened element, Jacob mused gravely. Now that he had confirmed his doubts, he knew there was ample information he wanted out there, and all he had to do was to acquire it. It also made Jacob quite hopeful about collecting those magic cores. Now all was left to take this test, acquire those identity badges, and join those private star servers. As for what the end result will be, Jacob wasn't too worried about it. Even if the final result ends up with him not getting the Nightmare Magic Knight rank, he would be glad since this would make all those unwanted attentions disappear, and no one will pay much attention to him anymore. Afterward, Jacob asked some common questions about the provinces and cities they were going to for this test, and Douglas answered, as long as Jacob didn't stir up some sensitive topic. After 12 hours of driving and passing many plain fields and some small forest roads, they finally reached a place where Jacob saw more gas vehicles moving on a vast road that looked just like the modern civilization he remembered. Soon they reached a checkpost where many troll soldiers were holding firearms. But seeing the military jeep, no one stopped in their tracks and let them pass when Douglas's flashed a badge on his star watch. After passing this check post, Jacob buildings, and some skyscrapers on the horizon, they reached the biggest city of East Golden Sword Province, Easter City. Chapter 165A Test. It was already starting to get dark when Jacob reached Easter City, which reminded him of a German city in the late 1900s. But the only difference was that it was already developed in technology, as there were electric street lamps and road cars. It's just that Jacob wasn't used to seeing all those creatures and not humans driving and walking on these streets. He even felt somewhat sad for his own kind, but it was just a fleeting feeling. Suddenly Douglas remembered something as he revealed, "Oh, I almost forgot, Mr. Jack. Please give me your account number so I can send you your reward for bringing back the black ship and the bounty on Earth Slayer. As for the weapons in the black ship, we had already turned them into gold coins as well since you won't be needing those inferior goods." Jacob's eyes gleamed when he heard this. He also forgot about the promised reward Milan had told him about. At least they knew how to keep others satisfied. So Jacob thought before he told him his bank account number. Douglas then pressed on his star watch before transferring the amount to Jacob's account. When Jacob's star watch vibrated, he knew the transfer had been successful. He opened the star watch, and when he saw the message from the bank, his eyes widened ever so slightly. Trollofjust has transferred 1.5 billion gold coins into your personal bank account. No, another message soon followed. Congratulations, your account balance had been crossed 1 billion. Your account no is eligible for an upgrade to the B tier. Please visit our nearest branch to complete the process as soon as possible. Jacob never expected the reward would be this huge for returning the black ship and killing a skull. However, if he knew the price of the black ship was 50 billion and it couldn't even be bought with the money, he won't think it was unreasonable at all. As for the Earth Slayer he killed, that guy had a bounty of 450 million, and the other 100 or so millions were for those weapons in the black ship. This was also a way to shock Jacob with just how generous the Golden Sword country was, and it would only benefit him more if he stayed loyal. It might have worked on someone else, but it did not affect Jacob. Thanks, Jacob still thanked the man and closed the star watch. Because of his purchase of the star information C, he was running low on credit, so this amount just came in time. Douglas found Jacob's calm and unexcited reaction strange, because anyone who becomes a billionaire out of the blue would have a much more intense reaction, especially if a person were like Jacob, a rustic. Yet he reacted like a billion wasn't even a thing in Jacob's eyes, so Douglas thought that Jacob might not even know what a billion was, or he simply didn't care about money since he was from the wilderness and their money didn't matter. Afterward, they soon stopped in front of a grand building which named the Grand Holiday Inn. "I guess Mr. Jack would be quite tired after our long journey, so we'll stay in this inn, the best hotel in Easter City. I hope it will be up to your taste." Douglas chuckled as he exited the jeep. Jacob's eyes flashed mockingly before he exited the military jeep. He looked at the grand entrance where a goblin was standing as a bellboy and led them inside respectfully since Douglas was a mountain troll. Douglas booked 2 large rooms for themselves and handed a key to Jacob before saying, "Please head first, Mr. Jack. I'm going to meet a friend before I would join you for dinner." Jacob didn't care much and merely nodded before he was led by the goblin bellboy on the second floor where his room was stated. After Jacob reached the room, he asked the purple-skinned goblin, "If the person with me came looking for me, tell him I'm retired for the night and don't want to be disturbed until morning." "Yes, my lord," the goblin quickly agreed respectfully. Jacob nodded and then tossed a gold coin toward the goblin. It was good that the currency was the same in the common and rare regions because of the Zodiac Taurus Bank, or it might pose a problem for Jacob to collect money from scratch again. His room was luxurious if he compared it to anything he had ever seen after coming into this world, but Jacob wasn't too concerned about the room. Instead, his eyes flashed in a peculiar glint as he thought, "Cursed Immortality." The book appeared, hovering in front of him the next instant. Jacob coolly asked, "What is the strongest species around me right now?" "What do you take me for? I'm your danger detector or something," Immortica wrote in a perplexed tone as if it was annoyed for some reason. "Just tell me if that extraordinary golden elf is still around or not." Jacob was also annoyed. How could he not know about the golden elf haunting him like a pest? On that day, when Milan confronted him calmly and collectively, he instantly summoned Immortica and asked it to tell him what was the strongest species around him. When he discovered a hidden extraordinary tier golden elf on the ship, he knew if he showed hostility, he would be dead. So he pretended to play all along and as act if he didn't know anything. Although last night and in the morning when the meeting was held, the cooldown period of summoning was still not over, so he didn't know if there were someone there monitoring him. But he didn't dare to risk angering an extraordinary. He behaved as it was expected of him. When the cooldown period was finally over in the Jeep, Jacob decided to save it until he reached the Easter City and then see if that golden elf was still following him or not. Only that rare Terminus 8 mountain troll is hiding at the end of the corridor. What are you going to escape? Immortality questioned with great interest. As long as Jacob's question was right, it would answer it, and gauging the tier of a species was something it had never rejected before, and this time wasn't any different. That laying fucker. Jacob's lips curled in a cold smile as he answered, "No, I'm not going to escape, and why should I? They're still testing me, although I don't know what kind of range you had. I'm sure there would be an ambush waiting if I tried anything funny. I can even bet that this room is also being monitored right now, and it was all just a setup to see where's my loyalty lay and if I could be controlled or not. On the contrary, I'm going to be a loyal slave they all wanted me to be, and the moment I'm done with them, they look away." Hess. Jacob sneered coldly before he moved toward his bedroom and did as he said he would and didn't try anything. Hey, interesting, this mind game of yours is to my liking, but what if they decided to send you on a suicide mission after not getting the result they want from that so-called magic test? Immortality questioned in excitement. I'll decide when the time comes. I just want to get into their information network for now, and the Nightmare Night Legion will significantly help me. They clearly couldn't control the three hegemony's actions, but for some reason, they could place those restrictions on their citizens to stop them from joining the three hegemonies without initiating their wrath. Something is going on here, and I need to find out what before I decide my next move. Unless... Jacob's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the book meaningfully. Unless you could help me spy on them or infiltrate their database so I could be on my way to collect those element cores. Ha. It's still too soon for you to trick me into doing something like this, but nice try though. Immortality instantly saw through Jacob's true intentions. Tusk, I was worth trying. Jacob snorted without being much shocked since he had expected this much and didn't pay much attention to the book anymore and lay down on the comfortable bed. Since those guys didn't intend to get rid of him as long as he behaved, he didn't have to worry about getting attacked for now. Douglas, who had put an excuse to make Jacob show his true intentions, was still hiding inside the ceiling while coldly looking at the star watch in his hand. There was a live scene playing of Jacob lying on the bed. Suddenly a message popped up on the live feed, mightily soared. It seemed we were wrong about this little bumpkin's ambition. He's as obedient as a dog. Douglas's eyes narrowed in uncertainty because he also thought that Jacob would escape the first chance he got, and this was just the chance he needed. He even gave him over 1 billion gold coins to make him reveal his fangs. Yet here he was, sleeping without even caring about being attacked, much less escaping. Chapter 166 Nightmare Night Legion, Part 1. On his remaining day of stay, Jacob didn't tour the city, he only came out just for his meals, and even that was because Douglas invited him. Although this behavior raised some suspicion in Douglas's mind, but he couldn't just condemn the guy for his lack of interest. Nevertheless, Douglas never stopped monitoring, and people behind him were also on high alert. If Jacob had tried to escape or left a certain perimeter, it would have not ended well for him. The Easter City was highly guarded, and escaping it was night impossible with the city magistrate present and on high alert. However, since Jacob didn't show any strange movement, nothing happened. Finally, the day arrived when he was again led in another black army jeep with a newcomer joining Jacob and Douglas. This person was another mountain troll named Nathanael, but he was slim, unlike Douglas. Yet he gave Jacob a feeling of apprehension with that nasty smile on his face and the way he talked like he was a servant of people. However, Jacob could tell this person was dark from the inside, as if he was suppressing his true self, and Jacob knew too well about it. "So, Mr. Jack, are you prepared?" Nathanael asked with a smile as he glanced at masked Jacob from the front seat mirror. According to Douglas, Nathanael was his friend in Easter City and also a ranked captain in the Golden Sword Army. He was here because he also had something to do in the Nightmare Night Legion. Jacob impassively replied, "I'm always prepared." "Haha, that's the spirit, my foreign friend. We should always be prepared for the worst. That's the way of a warrior," Nathanael warmly stated. "Indeed," Jacob plainly replied. Although he didn't know why this guy was with them, he didn't like him from the moment. He saw him and even wanted to kill him. Afterward, Nathanael didn't ask more questions since he could feel Jacob wasn't a chatterbox, and neither could he get something out of him. He was just too indifferent. Douglas was also having some misgivings about Jacob's actual personality now. They were headed toward one of the city's tallest skyscrapers in the center of Easter City. When they reached closer, it was a 100-story black color building. It was structured like a broad sword, and a large golden emblem was in the center of this black building. It was a golden shield pierced by all sorts of cold weapons in black colors. It was the emblem of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, a shield that could remain intact after piercing by various weapons. But what astonished Jacob was the large black arena beside this building, because it had huge crimson letters on top of it, Warrior Nightmare Arena with the Alliance emblem. When he saw Jacob looking at the black arena, Nathanael said, "It is one of the specialties of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, the Warrior Nightmare Arena, where anyone could fight and win unimaginable wealth. There is one arena in each province of our country located in the most prominent locations like the Easter City. Furthermore, the biggest attraction of the Warrior Nightmare Arena is the death match, where anyone can kill without being worried about the consequences." He flashed a meaningful smile at Jacob at the end. Jacob merely glanced at Nathanael before he nodded without giving any reply. Everyone knew the Zodiac Warrior Alliance was a battle organization, and all their members were trained fighters. So seeing the Warrior Nightmare Arena didn't give Jacob much shock. From ancient times, warriors liked to compete with each other to see who was the strongest, and this arena just gave them a chance to find out while also winning wealth. Furthermore, conflicts between warriors were also quite normal, and sometimes death was the only solution. The Warrior Nightmare Arena was an excellent way to make it all legal so the others won't scheme against each other and drag others down. There was a large wall which was surrounding the whole Nightmare Night Legion's territory, which one could only see when they were a few miles away. There were also large black gates with the shield emblem, made with a strange metal that could glow in the dark and glittered in the day. Right now, the gates were opened, and all kinds of people were going inside because today was the monthly entrance test of the Nightmare Night Legion, and many wanted to become Nightmare Knights because they had too many perks. Unlike the common plains, there weren't any Black Knight academies in rare plains because there wasn't any need for them. Even though the population of common tier species was more significant than the rare tier species, they were far more powerful than those at the common plains because of the environmental difference. Although Jacob hadn't noticed it because of his powerful physique, but just the gravity in rare plains was 5 times heavier than the common plains. Furthermore, these 4 powers of the rare freedom plains were like the 3 kingdoms of the uncommon region. Anyhow, any means of transport wasn't allowed to enter inside, even the military. So they had to park the jeep half a mile away in the underground parking lot. Afterward, they just walked like other people. Nathanael and Douglas weren't wearing any military uniform, so no one paid much attention to them. Jacob also observes the people around him. They all give off powerful feelings, and some are as strong as Douglas. According to Douglas, most of them were retaking the entrance test, making him wonder what could make a rare Tier -8 fighter fail a mere entrance test. However, what Douglas didn't reveal to Jacob was that the entrance test of the Nightmare Night Legion wasn't just about physical strength. There were some other aspects involved. They just wanted to see if Jacob had magic potential or not, and afterward pass the test on not all depends on Jacob. However, if he failed to pass the entrance test, he won't get another chance unless he became a level -2 citizen like these people around him. In fact, they hid more than half of the information from Jacob, which wasn't on the star information C. So Jacob had even less chance to come in contact with this information. But Jacob never believed in everything they said as well. He had asked Douglas if he was also a 1-star Nightmare Knight, and his answer was simple no. So he had assumed that either Douglas wasn't interested or he didn't have the skills to pass the test. Both things had 50/50 chances. But now that he saw some fighters on the same level as Douglas, he knew it might be the latter case. As they entered the gate, they were blocked by a burly barbarian with a fierce face, an emblem of the Alliance with 1 golden star attached to his chest armor. He also holds a black device in his hand. It was clear he was a 1-star Nightmare Knight. He moved the black device in front of them and coldly said, "Registered your star network ID." Nathanael suddenly took out the same kind of emblem the barbarian was wearing from his pocket and said with an amiable smile, "You look new, comrade, but only my little friend is here for the entrance test." The barbarian was startled for a moment before he nodded. "You may go inside with 1 visitor. All the best, we'll be rooting for you," said Nathanael encouragingly before he and Douglas left Jacob alone and walked toward the main building. "Your star network ID." The barbarian demanded coldly again. Jacob felt much better when he was alone, and just like others, he pressed his star watch on the device before that device scanned his star watch and his ID appeared on the device. "Your exam type, common or rare?" he asked Jacob coldly. Since many people were here for just the rank -1 to rank -9 Nightmare Knight exam, which was for common species, not for 1-star Nightmare Knight rank, which was specific for rare tier species. However, others could still choose to either take a lower rank test or jump to a higher rank. There wasn't any restriction by the Alliance, but there was a significant difference. The rare entrance test involved a magic talent test. Jacob was astonished since no one told him about this choice, and he was only informed about taking the 1-star Nightmare Knight rank exam by Douglas. Despite his discontent, he still replied, "Rare." The barbarian nodded and pressed on the rare type. The next moment, a black paper ticket with golden words was generated from the device, and the barbarian handed it to Jacob. All right, your participant number is 97. Head toward the Warrior Nightmare Arena. Your exam location is on floor -2, area M-30. Just show them your participant ticket and they'll guide you. Done saying, he ignored Jacob and started registering other participants. There were tens of such people registering those who were here for entrance exams. It was done to make the registration process quicker and make the place less crowded. Furthermore, some of these people were here just to try their luck, so this first test was the fastest way to separate them from those with true potential. Chapter 167, Nightmare Night Legion, Part 2. Jacob followed the other participants toward the Warrior Nightmare Arena. A fierce mountain troll was standing at the big entrance of the arena, holding a long blue spear, giving off an imposing aura. Those who were in the common type move left on the first floor, and those who are in the rare type move right toward the second floor, he coldly stated. Jacob didn't react much and moved as he was told, and the large crowd turned into a small group when he moved toward the second floor. Because a rare type of exam wasn't a joke and very few would take it every month, the passing rate was even more miserable. When everyone reached the second floor, it was pretty spacious, and there were name tags like the place where Jacob entered. The second floor was area C-10, while his destination was area M-30. Keep moving until you find your allocated area. If someone were in the wrong area at the start, they would be deemed failed. A cold voice resounded in the spacious hall, which was coming from a speaker. Those with arena below C moved to the right pathway, and those above area C moved to the left pathway. Another voice sounded at this moment. Afterward, Jacob didn't have to wander long and quickly found area M-30 after crossing area D-20, which was actually just a spacious corridor, and some participants were gathering there. As Jacob approached that small group, an orc who was standing in the area M-30 suddenly drew Jacob's attention. He was startled when he saw the appearance because it looked exactly like Pigface except for its dark gray fur, and he was taller. Realization dawned upon him at this moment, and he finally understood Pigface's background. I still have that centipede in my pendant. Now that I'm in Rare Plains, I should find a way to use it and keep it under control. Jacob suddenly thought of Eclipse Ellipse Imhoff Aka Brain Hunter. That brain hunter was clearly not something that could leave alone, so Jacob never tried to use it since he wasn't sure to control it, nor he knew how it was being controlled. So he left it in the Infinity Pendant before finding a way to control it completely. Now that he saw that pig-head orc, he remembered again and started thinking about how to control it properly without being worried about it escaping his control. Nevertheless, Jacob decided to mull over it after he was done here. He found an empty corner and silently waited like others. No one was interested in talking with each other since they might turn into enemies in this test. On the 5th floor of Nightmare Night Legion's 100-story building, at this moment, there were people entering this spacious room with a giant screen and rows of chairs in front of it. Douglas and Nathaniel also appeared at this moment and picked a seat before sitting down without making a sound. Douglas spoke in a whispering voice. What do you think about him, Jacob? Nathaniel looked at the blank screen with an ambiguous smile. He's indifferent but not a fool. This is all I can say for now. Let's watch his performance first. If he didn't have magic potential but became a 1-star Nightmare Knight or not, then he'll be under me. It had already been decided. But I'll be out of here in disappointment if he had magic potential, he revealed smilingly. Douglas's reaction was calm as if he had already known, but isn't it too early to send him into your unit? He still has to go past basic training before sending toward the Wild Nation, or we'll be just losing an asset because of our own vacuity. Nathaniel didn't retort and subtly replied, if he became a 1-star Nightmare Knight, then there's no need for the basic training. Trust me, this kind of person learns from the experience much more quickly. He's a wild breed. He had no place in the here but the battlefield. Douglas sneered at this moment. You just want a new toy for yourself, and I'm quite surprised that they let you even have that guy despite knowing your previous conduct. Nathaniel didn't seem angry. Instead, his smile widened, which was no longer amiable but appalling. Douglas sensed a cold chill in his spine and shut his mouth, no longer speaking anymore. At this moment, the screen suddenly lit up as a cold voice sounded in the room. Dear observers, the Nightmare Night Legion entrance test is about to begin, and to make it fair, we'll live broadcast it to our Legion's members and their guests present. In the area M-30, the same voice sounded, including Jacob. There were a total of 53 participants present in the area M-30. Dear participants, the test is about to start, and whoever will be appeared after this will be deemed failed even with a participant ticket without any exception. The present participants please enter the arena where the test of potential will be conducted by the test inspector. After this announcement, a door that led inside the arena suddenly opened, drawing everyone's attention. Without any fuss, they all entered one by one. When Jacob crossed the door, he appeared under a large dome, and there was a 100 square meter transparent glass square in the center, which was clearly a fighting ring. Then there were empty spectator stands 20 meters away from this ring. All right, everyone gathers around in two queues, on the right those who had taken this test before and the left newcomers. A strong voice drew everyone's attention. A 3-meter-tall barbarian in silver armor and a broad sword sheathed on his back was standing on the left side on a small platform. He was also a 1-star nightmare knight. Those participants followed his instruction and formed two queues while keeping a meter distance from each other. To Jacob's surprise, he was the only one in the left queue, which meant everyone was retaking this exam except him. Everyone stared at him like an anomaly at this moment. Even the barbarian was looking at him with great interest. He spoke again, "My name is Jacian, and I'll be your inspector in this entrance exam. Since we have a newcomer, which is quite a rare sight around here, I'll have to explain the first test rules." Jacian chuckled as he glanced at the masked Jacob, who looked emotionless. Some participants also grin as they look down on Jacob because he is a newcomer with no idea what he is getting into. Jacian didn't delay and spoke. "The test of potential is as simple as it could get, as everyone could see this crystal ball behind me. You're in the way." "We can't see it," someone snickered in the crowd. "Oh," Jacian quickly reacted and instantly sidestepped, revealing a 1-meter-long pillar. On this pillar was a white crystal ball that was 4 feet in diameter. Jacian continued with his explanation. So as everyone can see, this is a magic detection crystal, and if anyone had magic potential, it would glow, and that person may directly pass this exam and become a nightmare magic knight. Since the lot of you are repeating this test, then this means you have no magic potential, so we should have moved to the second test." However, his eyes landed on Jacob and smiled. "However, since we have a newcomer, the test of potential had to proceed. All right, newbie, give me your participant ticket, place your hands on this crystal, and then pray that it lit up." However, no one laughed because they all knew how it felt when that damn crystal lay dormant and crushed their dreams of coming in contact with fabled magic. They all thought this newbie would suffer the same thing because magic knights were just too rare, and those races with such potential were all in the central provinces. Jacob's eyes also shimmered with anticipation because magic was something he wanted the most after immortality. After all, it simply meant unimaginable power and possibilities. So he moved toward the platform, handed his ticket to Jacian, and then moved toward the white crystal. Even those in spectator rooms were closely watching since Jacob's figure was showing on the screens right now. Under everyone's sharp eyes, Jacob took a deep breath before placing his hands on the crystal. Everyone intensely stared at the white crystal with complete silence. Even Jacian's playful expression had changed into a solemn one. However, when a full minute passed and there was still no light, everyone sighed because this meant this newbie also didn't have any affinity with magic, and he was now probably so depressed that he won't be able to move for a long time. Yet Jacob simply removed his hands and chuckled, as expected. He then looked at Jacian and asked, "What now?" Jacian felt like something was wrong with this guy's head, or he simply didn't know what kind of opportunity he had missed, and he would be mediocre his whole life. However, right at this moment, everyone's eyes suddenly went wide as they looked behind Jacob. Chapter 168 Nightmare Knight Legion. Part 3. Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw everyone's startled expression, including Jacian, and he twisted around toward the magic detection crystal. What he saw made even him shocked. Surprisingly, the white crystal was begun to crack, and they were spreading on the crystal-like spider web. Thereby, the crystal suddenly burst like glass thrown to the wall, falling on the floor in pieces. Jacian's eyes were narrowed into slides, because he had no idea what happened himself since the magic detection crystal was never broken in the history of the potential test. The spectators were also bewildered because the crystal didn't glow but broke, and they were as confused as anyone watching right now. Jacian finally looked at Jacob and sternly said, "What is your kind? Lose that mask right now." Jacob felt a bad feeling from Jacian at this moment, completely different from his jolly self earlier. But he also wanted to know what this phenomenon meant, so he summoned Cursed Immortality instantly. As well as he replied to Jacian since he didn't want any misunderstanding in the middle of the Legion's headquarters. "I'm only here to take the test because I was told. I'm new in these lands and have no idea what all this means," Jacob stated while he took off his mask, revealing his still scared face, which looked hideous, while he asked Immortality in his mind coldly what just happened. Although Jacob wanted to find magic within, he wasn't optimistic about it since this crystal might not work on him like so many other species. However, this situation where this anomaly appeared was the last thing he wanted when he was right in the middle of the wolf's den. Now he could only cooperate as much as he could and hope that whatever it was not put him into some dangerous situation. Jacian's eyes narrowed when he heard Jacob's explanation, and on his face, he could clearly tell Jacob wasn't lying and even cooperating without raising any fuss. Immortality also replied to Jacob's question, which wasn't much of a reply and more of a sarcasm. Ha ha ha, it's not my fault that flawed glass shattered, right? Jacob cursed inwardly when he saw this note, and he knew this was really going to be a pain in the rear. How many strong species than me or on my level are around me? He changed the question. Enough to keep you company unless you died of exhaustion, ha 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 ha. Jacob grimaced when he read that, so he gave up on the plan of escaping if things went awry. At this moment, the same cold voice rang from the speaker again. Participant number 97, please head toward the meeting area. Jason's lips curled when he heard this, and he handed Jacob his participant ticket and pointed toward the metal door on the left side. Go, I think you might get the opportunity of life, he told meaningfully. However, Jacob would never believe it. Yet he still moved since he didn't have a choice, but in his heart, he had already decided to vanish at the first chance he got. Even if this incident doesn't raise any red flags, it was enough reason for Jacob not to be able to relax completely. Under everyone's eyes, he entered the bright passage behind the door. He also wore his mask and kept Immortality open. Soon, he reached a cross pathway. At this moment, he heard light steps from one of the pathways, and soon he saw a tall, slim figure approaching. She was another barbarian, wearing sink-tight white body armor, raveling her curves and big chest. She was like a wild beauty with sharp blue eyes filled with a fiery glint. She coldly looked at Jacob and said, "Follow me." She then turned around and walked away without caring about Jacob. Jacob also wasn't in the mood for a chat and followed silently. To Jacob's surprise, they cross another corridor before they exit the arena from a door, and in front of them is a bridge connected with the main building. "Where are we going?" he finally asked as they walked on the bright, which was connected with the second floor. "To meet the Nightmare Knight Commander," she coldly replied without hiding it. "This is really not a simple matter." Jacob was gloomy because he knew the Knight Commander was actually like the guild master or branch manager of the Nightmare Knight Legion. However, Nightmare Knight commanders were only appointed in branches like Easter City, which had a Nightmare Warrior arena with it, and other branches were controlled by Nightmare Knight vice commanders. It was because any Nightmare Knight commander had at least a 2-star strength. So being called by the Nightmare Knight commander of the Easter City was really a big deal, and Jacob didn't even know how this meeting would bode for him. Soon they entered the main building, and Jacob was greeted by the sight of a closed door and a birdcage elevator. She moved toward the elevator without any hesitation and looked at Jacob before saying in disdain, "This is an elevator, don't freak out. Just stand your ground and it'll be fine." Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he heard it. "She's thinking I don't know what an elevator is. This piece of old junk is not something that could make me shocked." He sneered inwardly but didn't reveal his thoughts and obediently stood beside her. Jacob could guess even these elevators were luxury in rare planes, so anyone who had seen them first would be shocked and marvel at them. The barbarian woman locked the gate and then put a metal key into the keyhole in the button panel, and after twisting it around, she pressed the bronze button with the number 100 on it, and it brightened up as the lift started to rise. However, when he looked at Jacob to see his marvelous expression, she was disappointed as he remained static without showing any hint of surprise. HMPH, pretending to be cool, she thought disdainfully before stopping paying attention. It seemed things were moving quite smoothly, ha 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 ha. Jacob read that line in the book with exasperation. He knew this damn book was just enjoying his misery while knowing precisely what was happening. "You're sure you don't want to give me any hint, or I might die today, or even worse, they might turn me into a test subject. At that time, you might not be able to enjoy yourself anymore." Jacob tried to trick the book for some hint about this situation. However, he was destined to be disappointed. "Whatever, I couldn't help you no matter what, even without any restriction. I'm just a book, not a weapon. Violence is not my forte." "So you're on your own. Don't make me laugh by saying violence is not your forte. You're probably made for violence," Jacob coldly refuted in his mind. "Oh, you found out, but how, ha 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 ha." Jacob ignored the hateful book. If not for because he needed it to detect strong species around, he would have already made it disappear. The elevator was relatively slow, and it took over 5 minutes to reach the 100th floor. When they both stepped outside, there was a spacious, long hall with 10 doors on each side, while only a single pair of doors was currently opened at the end of this hall. There were also 2 more birdcage elevators in the center of this hall. The barbarian woman led Jacob toward those open doors and he followed. When they entered the room, Jacob's eyes narrowed because he saw 2 familiar faces sitting on chairs around a rectangular table. They were Douglas and Nathaniel. Finally, a muscular person was sitting in front of these two. His skin was filled with small diamond-shaped blue scales, and there were 2 small purple mounds below his snake-like cold eyes. Immortality revealed the detail about this person at this moment. He is an extraordinary tier -1 purple poison snake man, one of the demi-humans. Quite a rare breed between a snake men race. He also had intermediate level 4-star poison element core. Tusk, useless to you I guess, still deadly though. Jacob's heart turned cold as he didn't dare to mess around with such a person, so he remained quiet and decided to see why he was summoned here. The barbarian woman respectfully speaks to the snake man at this moment. This is the person you requested for commander. This snake man was none other than the Nightmare Knight Commander Nixon. Nixon coldly looked at Jacob with his snake eyes, and suddenly his pale lips curled upward. Thank you, ally, please give us the room. Mr. Jack, please have a seat. Ally didn't question and left before closing the doors. Jacob suddenly noticed Douglas and Nathaniel's expressions at this moment, and they were somewhat cold and ugly. Nixon spoke in a friendly tone. Let me officially introduce myself. My name is Nixon, and I'm the current Knight Commander of Easter City's branch. Mr. Jack, I already know about you from Secretary Douglas. As for why you were called here after that strange incident in the arena, I'll explain everything but first. He looked at Jacob meaningfully and questioned smilingly, do you want to join Nightmare Knight Legion? Permanently. Chapter 169 A Blanker. Do you want to join Nightmare Knight Legion? Permanently? Jacob was startled by this sudden unexpected question from Nixon. Douglas suddenly slammed his hand on the table at this moment as he coldly uttered, Commander Nixon, you're going too far. Nathaniel also had an ugly expression since Nixon was poaching their men right in front of them. He clearly was talking them for wind and didn't give the Golden Sword's country face. Nixon was a demi-human, and demi-human didn't live in Golden Sword's country, but in the Ice Nation, so he wasn't the person of Golden Sword's country. The top positions of the three hegemonies were all occupied by the personnel of the different nations, so that they won't be biased toward their homeland and make decisions in favor of the three hegemonies. It was done deliberately, and it worked like a charm. That was why these four powers couldn't control or force those high-level members of the three hegemonies to do anything which implicated the three hegemonies. This was the same case for Nixon. The Nightmare Knight Legion appointed him in the Golden Sword's country from the Ice Nation, and he did not belong to them, nor was he afraid of offending them. Because offending him would mean offending the entire Nightmare Knight Legion of Rare Freedom Plains, and Golden Sword's country would never take this suicidal path or any other power. As a matter of fact, although the three hegemonies allowed the four powers of Rare Freedom Plains to make all those laws and let them control their members, it didn't mean they were their thralls. This was the same case when it came to poaching members from the four powers into their own ranks as long as they were talented enough. But it seldom happened, and they never forced those people to join them. It was entirely the other party's choice. Those who were loyal to their nations would never accept these kinds of offers to break free from their roots, and only those ungrateful ones jumped the ships. But so what? Those four powers could only watch helplessly and kept their resentment to themselves and hated that person. They couldn't afford to fight with them or harm that person openly. However, whoever got these offers were all highly talented individuals. And if they decided to choose this path of separating themselves, they were all soared to the sky, and those powers behind them couldn't do anything about it. Nixon was such a person and had no loyalty toward his own nation or any power. He was loyal to the Nightmare Knight Legion only and always made decisions for their benefit. That's also what is happening right now. Nathaniel and Douglas knew about it when they saw Jacob breaking the crystal, so they rushed here to see whether or not Nixon was trying to poach Jacob from them. But they never expected he had already summoned Jacob before they even reached here, and they were just trying to make him understand that Jacob was an important asset of their country and hope he could give their country a face this time. However, when they heard footsteps, they knew this guy wasn't going to sway by their bribes, and it became even more apparent when he invited Jacob right in front of them. So Douglas naturally couldn't take it sitting, and he also wanted to show Jacob that they weren't weaker and timed in front of three hegemonies. Nixon coldly smiled as he looked at Douglas with a frosty expression. Do you want to interfere when I'm inviting someone? Do you forget where you are and who the fuck your true owner is? I dare you to utter another word right here and right now and prove that you are not our servants. Jacob was astounded by this guy's overbearing attitude and the ghastly pressure he had just released, which made even him flinch. He suddenly felt like he was in the presence of a cold predator without any chance of escaping. One could only imagine those two who this strange pressure was locked on to would be feeling right now. Douglas and Nathaniel couldn't even breathe as their expression turned pale, sweat beaded on their foreheads as he looked at those snake eyes staring at them like they were prey. Nathaniel quickly spoke in a hoarse voice, "Sea Commander, please. Forgive us, we went too far." Douglas couldn't even breathe, much less speak, but anyone could tell from his pale face that he was suffocating and wanted to make it stop. HMPH, good dog, now fuck off and wait outside. You don't deserve to be in the presence of your master. Nixon menacingly sneered without hiding his contempt anymore while retracting that pressure. Those two felt like they had just escaped death and quickly stood up and left, but both gave Jacob a sharp, meaningful look before they exited the room. Jacob acted as if he didn't see them as he was mulling over what he had just heard and saw. This might not be a bad thing after all, he thought. Nixon finally looked at Jacob, which made the latter flinch and smile amiably. Please forgive my conduct just now, but they don't know their places, and sometimes it became important to teach others their places. Please sit. Jacob looked meaningfully at Nixon before nodding and walking toward the empty sits. He didn't feel any hostility from him, and it was pretty clear this guy favored him for some reason. Let's continue where we were interrupted, Nixon stated with a meaningful smile. First, can you tell me what joining you permanently means and why I was selected? Jacob questioned with uncertainty. Nixon plainly shook his head. I can't tell you unless you join. It's a core secret only permanent members should know. Albeit we won't force you and it's your choice entirely. All I can tell you is that if you didn't choose, you would still be given a 1-star Nightmare Night rank its perks. But you will also be taken into the core of the Golden Sword's country after this. Although they will pour resources on you like mad, but they will also make sure to own you fully before letting you out, which they will hide behind their honey-corded words. While here, you will still be free but no longer the member of any 4 powers or the other 2 hegemonies. You could join the other 2 hegemonies' ranks, but can't be their permanent member. You could see it like a permanent nationality of sorts. Jacob was intrigued by this sublet reply, and he got some idea about what this permanent member was about. Will I be restricted by some other rules like those countries? He asked. No, those fools just make those rules for their own benefits. You would be restriction-free but just bound by our laws, which are quite lax as long as you won't betray us, Nixon replied. He had already gotten the information on Jacob from those 2. And he knew this guy had about a 90% chance of agreeing to their offer since he had no belonging to any power. Jacob still didn't agree too quickly. At least tell me why that crystal was broken and I'll give my exact answer. Nixon suddenly smiled as he looked at Jacob in light. He's too cautious. We need someone like him in Freedom Plains. So, he decided to reveal it as he had a good impression of Jacob since he didn't blind by the benefits in front of him. It was broken because you didn't have magic, but you're on the verge of awakening it. This kind of phenomenon appeared 1 in a million, and we called these people blankers. A blanker is someone who had a 99% chance of awakening magic potential. And the most fantastic thing about a blanker is that they are like a blank paper that could be colored in any color. Simply put, exposure to rare elements could make a blanker awake that element. Realization dawned upon Jacob at this moment. This was simply too ridiculous. Is this true? He quickly questioned Immortality, who was still hovering in front of him. Ha ha ha, they're simply taking you for something entirely different. The concept he just mentioned is relatively easy to create as long as you have the proper knowledge, and this way, you could change someone's yet-to-awake element into a different element, but there's a limit to it. It can also develop naturally, and those guys indeed have a chance to awake some rare element, but it's not a big deal as this guy is making it. All they are just lucky little ants, nothing worth mentioning. But I guess it is normal for these inferior beings to have no idea about it, and they took it as a miracle. Anyway, all you need to know is you are not this blanker thing. Although he got an answer this time, it left a bad taste in his mouth for some reason. Since it wasn't the case for him, then didn't this mean he was even more worthless than ants? Nevertheless, he had a more pressing matter to deal with. He looked at Nixon. Since this guy was taking him for a blanker, it was a good thing for Jacob. Chapter 170 Permanent Member. Jacob nodded. All right, I'll join as a permanent member. This decision was quite obvious, especially after he saw the difference in status between the 4 power of Freedman Plains and the 3 hegemonies. Furthermore, he had already seen through the controlling nature of Golden Sword's contrary. He knew what Nixon said about if he went with them, he might not get out, and he believed they might even use something like a parasite gem to control a blanker like him. On the contrary, the Nightmare Night Legion had the strongest Zodiac warrior alliance behind them and didn't need to beg or control a mere blanker. It was just an opportunity presented by them, and if someone didn't want to, they could simply reject it. Lastly, Jacob didn't have time to play around with Golden Sword's country. He wanted to start his hunt for those magic cores, and he knew the information network of the Nightmare Night Legion would be a massive help to him. As for Nightmare Night Legion's laws, they won't be as petty as the 4 powers. Nixon smiled winded when he heard Jacob's reply and said, You won't regret this choice. Let me get rid of those fleas now, and they won't pester you anymore. Nixon smiled coldly before sending Ally a message through his Star Watch to get rid of those 2 outside for good. Since Jacob had decided to become a permanent member, he was no longer in the jurisdiction of 4 powers anymore. Although it will make the Golden Sword's country indignant, so what? Could they come here and demand an explanation? Absolutely not. Since the three hegemonies let them put all those laws, they also expected them to back down when they broke those laws every now and then. It was much better than ending those laws for good. After sending the message, Nixon opened a compartment of his desk, took out a 1 square meter scanner and put it on the table in front of Jacob. "All right, you just have to register as a permanent member before I explain it to you," Nixon stated before he placed his hand on the black screen. Thereby, a red scanning line started to scan his hand, which only had 4 knives-like sharp fingers filled with scales. Words appeared on the screen after the scanning was successful. "Registration for membership in Zodiac Warrior Alliance." Nixon pressed it without any hesitation, and another scanning screen appeared. He looked at Jacob and ordered, "Place both your hands on it." Jacob thought for a moment before he placed his hands on the device before scanning started, and a static voice suddenly began to ring. "Life signal test pass. Species classified as unknown in the Rare Plains database. Species rank is unknown. DNA scanning start. DNA is not registered in the database. A new member has been detected. Searching for Star Network ID and other information. ID detected. Faceless ancient. Bank account detected." Jacob was astonished when he heard information on his species, and when he saw Nixon's eyes narrow, he knew this guy was as surprised as him. "How did my species turn into unknown? Or did they simply didn't have any information on humans?" Jacob frowned slightly because having an unknown species meant he was unique, and this might draw some unwanted attention if news got out. "So you really are from the Star Ocean," Nixon commented meaningfully. Before, he didn't believe that Jacob had come from some random island, but now that even their database didn't have Jacob's species, it meant he might really be from a faraway place. This was a rare case since no new species like Jacob had appeared in the Rare Plains for hundreds of years. It was even bigger news than a blanker appearing in Rare Freedom Plain. Furthermore, Jacob also had magic potential, which might cause some inconvenience for Jacob if those races with magic potential found him an eyesore. However, it would only happen if Nixon leaked this information. "I already told you guys, but no one seemed to believe me." Jacob merely shrugged his shoulder as if he had no idea what it meant to be a new species. "Scanning has been completed. Faceless Ancient, you have been registered as a member of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. You have been appointed as Reserve Zodiac Warrior. Your rare plane rank is 1-star Nightmare Warrior Knight. Confidential information about membership has been sent to your Star Watch account. Please don't share it with anyone. Reserve Zodiac Warrior and Nightmare Warrior Knight." Jacob was startled when he heard these unfamiliar terms. His Star Watch also lit up at this moment as message after message started to appear from the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, and there were 5 messages. Nixon spoke as he put the device away at this moment. "Congratulations, you're now a true member of Zodiac Warrior Alliance, not a branch member." Jacob looked at Nixon with uncertainty. He wanted an explanation. As he revealed, Nixon didn't hide it anymore. "Although you already got the information about the membership in your Star Watch, I'll still explain some basic information. As you know, the 3 hegemonies had branches all over the plains. Those members who joined those branches are actually branch members. The permanent members are those who truly join the main power behind those branches. We also called ourselves permanent members to not reveal the true meaning behind permanent members to the public or those 4 powers. They only thought that permanent members had joined our branches permanently, but it's not the case. The ranks applied to the permanent members are also different from the branch members, as they were given the proper ranks of the leading power. Our Zodiac Warrior Alliance ranks started from the reserve ranks like the Legion, and then rank -1 to rank -9 before the star ranks. However, the threshold for those ranks is not something we could imagine. You can say they are investing in us because we had the potential to evolve into those ranks." Jacob's eyes shimmered with understanding. "So you're saying if we could cross a certain threshold, they can help us leave the Rare Plains?" He wasn't a fool and instantly caught the true meaning behind Nixon's explanation. Nixon smiled with a hint of excitement. "Exactly. Although the Rare Plains are enormous and still unexplored, it doesn't mean there is nothing above them. It is just that we are too weak to explore that place. You could say the 3 hegemonies are omnipotent-like existences, and they were here to help those who were worthy of their help. But those 4 powers didn't know about this truth because they simply didn't need to know. As for the 1-star Nightmare Warrior rank, it was rank for us Rare Plains natives and wasn't any different from a fighter or magic knight. As long as we cross all 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks, we can become a rank -1 Zodiac Warrior, and that is the threshold to leave the Rare Plains." Nixon's voice was full of yearning as he said it. Realization dawned on Jacob at this moment. So the 3 hegemonies are here to found those people who could cross extraordinary rank. Just what is the rank above it? He was quite curious about it, since this rank could make those 3 hegemonies go through all this trouble just for the possibility that such a person might appear. Nixon then looked meaningfully at Jacob, and don't even think for a second that anyone could obtain a permanent member slot. Even magic knights might not be able to catch our commander's eyes. We, the knight commanders, only got 10 slots every 20 years, so you could imagine just how precious these slots are. I invited you because you are a blanker, which means you have the potential to evolve. In the history of rare freedom plains, only a single person had ever managed to cross the rare plains from our alliance, and he happened to be a blanker. You're expecting too much from me, Jacob calmly stated, but he was still not convinced that it was only why Nixon gave him a spot. Nevertheless, he won't make it look like he was ungrateful and let Nixon think he was in debt. I know I'm willing to take this chance. Nixon smiled amiably. Don't worry about anything while you're here. You were given a personal training room on the 100 floors, as you may have seen those 10 doors. 8 of them had already been occupied by excellent members of our branch. More importantly, you couldn't reveal that you are a permanent member to anyone. It's in your contract sent to you by headquarters. You can read it later. There are also perks to being a permanent member. You'll know once you open those messages, and if you have any questions or want to leave for a mission, you could find me first. Nixon seriously expressed the last part. Jacob nodded in agreement, and then Nixon told him some more critical things to Jacob before he was given a key to his training room. Chapter 171 Motives and Assumption. Inside the military jeep, Douglas and Nathaniel had hideous expressions on their faces, as if someone had killed their parents. What now? Nathaniel spoke coldly. He was infuriated by Nixon's sharp words, but alas, he wasn't his match, nor could he afford to provoke the Nightmare Night Legion. Douglas's eyes flashed with killing intent. Let's visit the magistrate. This matter was out of our hands the moment that guy's talent as a blanker became apparent, and that Nixon is going too far just because he's a knight commander. He thinks he owns this place. Nathaniel sighed ruefully. Who would have thought another blanker would appear in a century, and we let it slip because of our own foolishness? Douglas sneered. HMPH, it's too late to regret. But since that guy dared to jump ship, we must make sure he regretted it. He couldn't live in the safety of Nightmare Night Legion's building. Let's spread the news about him being a blanker to all over the Freedom Plains. I'm pretty sure those arrogant clans won't take it sitting and try to rope him in or try to eliminate him if he was a threat to their position. Nathaniel frowned. Won't we provoke Nixon? So what? We'll be in the safety of our country, and the Legion will not side with him since he had no proof that it was us who did it. A ruthless glint flashed past Douglas's eyes. Don't forget the Legion is not as united as it looked. And they might take that guy as an eyesore and try to eliminate him before he could even mature. Nathaniel's lips suddenly curled up. You're even more vicious than me. Secretary, no one can provoke the dignity of our country and then get away with it, Douglas coldly scoffed. Nixon, who was standing in a small white space, was facing a blurry projection at this moment. He came here right after Jacob left. Nixon's arrogant and cold expression was nowhere to be found as he stood respectfully while facing this projection. A blanker, you say? What is his kind? A husky voice sounded from the projection. He replied respectfully, he's unknown in Rare Plains database. Unknown? A hint of surprise appeared in this husky voice. All right, send him here. I'll find a way to help him awake a rare element. Nixon frowned as he said, I don't think it would be a good idea to give him everything so easily. This way he won't be grateful and won't know our kindness. So he's like that deviant prick from the Alchemy Guild. The husky voice sneered coldly. It's still unclear, but we couldn't be too careful after what happened with the Alchemy Guild. I also think he's worth nurturing, but we have to be absolutely sure we make the final decision. He's too careful. A wily glint flashed past Nixon's eyes as he continued. That's why I let those 2 dogs of the country go so they could spread this news about a blanker appearing in our Legion, and he's a permanent member. Although others might not know what a permanent member is, but the permanent members know what it means. Ha 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 ha. You wanted him to experience the harshness of the 4 powers as well as the suppression of those permanent members before giving him a helping hand like a savior. The husky voice laughed in satisfaction. Excellent, Nixon. You're indeed good at manipulating people. All right, do as you see fit and contact me as soon as the time is ripe. But don't let him die or someone else snatched him from us or I'll blame you. Please rest assured, he's too important for me to let him die or get poached by someone else. I'm sure he might not even dare to leave once he learned about the terror of Wild Nation, much less join other knights. Nixon smiled slyly as he reassured the other party. It was as if everything was under his control. Jacob entered the training room at this moment, the 5th room on the left wall. The moment he entered, a spacious hall appeared in his view, and many advanced training pieces of equipment were arranged, some of which he had never seen before. There was also a training ring in the center. But Jacob wasn't in the mood to admire this place because he was more concerned about the message he received from the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Although Nixon had given him some idea about the whole situation, he still wanted to be completely sure. Furthermore, he had displeased the Golden Sword's country, which would not end well for him. Although Nixon told him not to tell anyone about him being a permanent member, Yet, he invited him in front of those two, so it wasn't hard to guess that he had done it purposely. Nevertheless, Jacob didn't reveal it and pretended he was oblivious to it. He then found the bedroom, sat down, and quickly opened the first message, which was about the rules and regulations of the Alliance as well as the ranking system, which was the same as Nixon described it. Furthermore, he also noticed that in the Alliance ranking system, there wasn't any information on Fighter Knight or Magic Knight at all. The only information he got was for the 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks, which were specific for the rare planes and were the same as the star ranks of the Nightmare Legion, and there were only names of the rank above, not detailed information. Lastly, he discovered that the 9 Nightmare Warrior star ranks weren't divided into Fighter and Magic. Hence, it became apparent to Jacob at this moment that he was suspecting after he met with Nixon. So that guy is hiding his magic potential from the public. I was curious why he was only known for being a fighter knight while he had a 4-star magic core. They might not even know he's an extraordinary. So a permanent member can also hide this fact about their magic power and true strength. I'm pretty sure they couldn't be a permanent member without magic power. Chapter 172 The Benefits Jacob smiled coldly as he opened the second message, which made his hypothesis completely accurate. He was given 4 identity badges, one for Reserve Zodiac Warrior, which was his real identity. The second one is for the Nightmare Warrior Knight, which will be used in the Rare Plains. The third and fourth were identity badges of both Fighter and Magic Nightmare Knight, and he could even increase their stars to 3 stars. They were mainly given to him so he could hide the fact of being a permanent member from the public. Those 4 powers are pawns in 3 hegemonies' hands. Jacob sneered coldly as he installed the badges into his watch, which will be forever installed in his Star Network ID, and he could equip any badge he wanted from his profile. So he equipped the 1-star Fighter Knight's badge, which solved his identity problem for good. In the third message, he received something called the Zodiac Credit, which shocked him again because this Zodiac Credit was the true currency of the Zodiac Plains. Furthermore, his personal bank account had automatically changed into another account called the Type 0 Zodiac account, because he registered with the Zodiac Warrior Alliance directly. Right now, he has 10 Zodiac credits which he received from the Alliance, and he will receive a corresponding reward in ZC as long as he enters a new rank. His golden coins were still there, and he could convert them at any time into ZC, but the conversion rate truly baffled Jacob, which was 1 billion gold coins for 1 ZC. And same goes for ZC to gold coins. This also means he was dirt poor in the Great Zodiac Plains and could only smile wryly. As for the true benefits of having a Zodiac account, he needed to open his bank account application, which he decided to do later and open the fourth message. In this message was a Star Network web link, and the moment he opened it, a scanning panel appeared on his watch before a voice started to ring. Confirmed life signal. Congratulations, the Destiny Star Corporation has approved your Star Network account. You have successfully joined the private star server Rare Zodiac Warriors. You have successfully joined the private star server Freedom Nightmare Knight Legion. The Rare Plains Star Network news has been unlocked. Jacob cocked an eyebrow when he saw that notification after notification. He never expected just by joining the Zodiac Warrior Alliance he would gain so much, and he didn't even need to do anything or go anywhere. He decided to check them later as well and opened the fifth message. He saw another Star Network link and opened it without hesitation. This time an application started to get installed in his Star Watch, and soon he saw the emblem of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance appearing in his Star Watch, and he opened it. Welcome to Zodiac Warrior Alliance mission application. Now corresponding missions according to your rank can be chosen from the Star Watch application, and a warrior rank can be improved directly through the Star Watch. The next moment, Jacob's profile appeared on the application screen. Zodiac Warrior Alliance ID. Faceless Ancient Current Rank, 1-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Reserve Zodiac Warrior. Next rank, 2-star Nightmare Warrior Knight Mission. Jacob curiously clicked on the mission section. Mission promotion mission available. 3. Note, complete any one of these missions to promote. 1. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient defeating a 2-star Nightmare Knight fighter or magic in Nightmare Warrior Arena. Reward. Rank promotion 10 ZC, a 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing a rare tier -9 beast. Reward rank promotion 5 ZC, a 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Sent a recording of you Faceless Ancient killing a rare tier -9 dark being reward. Rank promotion 15 ZC, 2 1-star rare fighter skill star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. Reward missions Rare Plains, difficulty 1-star Nightmare Warrior Night 1. Send a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing rare tier -9 dark beings reward, 1 ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 2. Send a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing extraordinary tier -1 dark beings reward, 25 ZC per being star recording. Note, only recordings taken with this application will be accepted. 3. Send a recording of you, faceless ancient, killing extraordinary tier -2 dark beings reward, 100 ZC per being, 1-star rare fighter manual, 1-time achievement reward for 1-star nightmare warrior night only star recording. Note, only recording taken with this application will be accepted. Jacob squinted his eyes when he saw dark beings, because the ordinary missions were about killing these dark beings. Furthermore, those fighter skill and manual also drew his attention since he had no idea the difference between them. Since the messages were all opened, Jacob decided to see what those private star servers were about. There was also a new option within his star network right now, Star Network News Rare Plains. But first, he directly opened the Rare Zodiac Warriors private star server, which was exclusive for permanent members in Rare Region. 4 further options appeared: Alliance Information C Rare Plains, Alliance Market Rare Plains, Exchange Market Rare Plains, and Party Search. It was just like the main network, but the only difference was it was private, and everything here belonged to Zodiac Warrior Alliance. So that's what these private servers are about. Jacob's eyes shimmered in understanding as he finally understood how the accurate information and items were being controlled. He opened the Alliance Information C and tried to search for dark beings, which was possibly some hated enemy of the Alliance and all the living beings, just as Douglas hinted. Unlike Star Information C, he only got 3 results which were all authentic and posted by the Alliance, not some random nobody. Basic info about dark being. 500 gold coins, type of dark beings in Rare Plains. 1 UC dark beings weakness, Rare Plain Vol. 3 UC Jacob frowned when he saw those exorbitant prices. Chapter 173 Dark Beings. Jacob never thought the basic info on the dark beings was so expensive, and he only had over 1 billion gold coins and 10 ZC Zodiac credit. In the end, Jacob decided to buy type of dark beings in Rare Plains for 1 ZC. Since there was a method to earn ZC by killing dark beings, he thought of it as an investment. Thereby, the information file was downloaded onto his Star Watch, and he opened it to see what made these dark beings earn this price and hatred of Zodiac Warrior Alliance. As Jacob read the introduction, he started to frown, and soon after, shock surfaced in his eyes as he read more and more. It turned out that the dark beings are the natural enemy of any being with life signal because they wanted to devour them. As for what life signal was, it was described as an aura of life or the proof that someone is alive, and every being had a unique life signal. And a dead creature didn't have a life signal. The dark beings didn't have a life signal either because they weren't alive in the first place. They were like undead. Although it wasn't described how a dark being was born or from where they came, it was made clear that every dark being had a natural tendency to devour living beings. Because the more life forms they devour, the stronger they become, unlike any normal being, and the stronger species they consume, the stronger they grow. Not only that, but they were intelligent and had their own nation on top of that, and it was called the Wild Nation. It was as large as the 4 powers combined, since no one had ever managed to go deeper into their territory and come back alive. The Wild Nation was also the exact reason the 4 powers couldn't annex or explore any more territories of the Rare Plains. The Rare Freedom Plains were special because those dark beings couldn't step foot into the territory of the Rare Freedom Plains for some strange reason. That's why the level -1 natives didn't know about the Wild Nation, and it was kept a secret not to cause panic. Only by joining the army those natives came in contact with the dark beings and know the true terror of Rare Plains. That's also where the 3 hegemonies came into the picture because, without them, the Rare Freedom Plains would not be able to develop so much and fight with the Wild Nation. That's why they were indispensable. Although the dark beings threatened all living beings of the Rare Freedom Plains, they were also good for nurturing warriors, and their bodies had rare resources which fetched a high price in the market. Wild Nation, the nation of dark beings, and there were still rare wilderness plains. This place is simply too big, and Freedom Plains didn't have the power to explore it. Jacob frowned as he presumed. This place was simply too dangerous even for someone like him, and these dark beings were not something he wanted to trifle with for no good reason. But they were declared the common enemy of every living being, and killing them gave lavish rewards. When the introduction was finished, a picture appeared with information that widened Jacob's eyes slightly. It was a skeleton holding a rusty sword with information on the side. Skeleton Soldier, Rare Tier -1 Fighter Category. one of the most common dark beings of Wild Nation. Their intelligence is low, they listen to any order and have simple attack patterns, but killing is most cumbersome because only by crushing their skulls could they truly be killed or will continue to attack even if they had to crawl. "They're really undead," Jacob exclaimed in his heart. He never thought he would come into contact with the undead creatures of all things. He then continued to look, and more skeleton soldiers appeared with different tiers holding weapons and armor. At this moment, Jacob finally sees a new creature. It had withered pale skin with completely white eyeballs and a strange slimy substance coming from its nasty mouth. Toxic zombie, rare tier -6 fighter category. One of the deadliest dark beings with a body filled with all kinds of toxic components. Just a scratch from a toxic zombie is more lethal than any mortal wound, and without an advanced rare grade antidote, the victim will die. The weakness of a toxic zombie is its head. Without crushing it will keep coming back. Jacob inhaled sharply when he read it. Aren't zombies supposed to turn others into zombies? But here they even have an antidote for it. While I guess either they didn't have full information on it, or it's simply because of the species difference, or it might be because of the advanced rare grade antidote. The items were graded much differently in this place. There was the common grade with basic, intermediate, and advanced levels, and then the rare grade with the same 3 levels. There was also the extraordinary grade with the same 3 levels, but the items of this grade were too precious and expensive. After an hour, Jacob finished reading the types of dark beings in Rare Plains. His expression was solemn, as this new information forced him to reevaluate the Rare Plains again. Truth be told, he never thought there would be undead creatures like dark beings in the Rare Plains, and they were too mysterious. What made Jacob frown was why the 3 hegemonies didn't get rid of them if they were so powerful, since they clearly connected with higher planes than the Rare Plains. Either they simply didn't care, or they left those dark beings alone to give the rare species pressure and a common enemy to fight against and evolve faster. Because he knew he would do the same if he was far above the Rare Plains and wanted to nurture powerful fighters. Nevertheless, Jacob was elated because these dark beings also have magic cores of all elements, and he didn't need to offend anyone but the dark beings to collect the magic cores. Chapter 174. A familiar ID. Afterward, Jacob searched for the info on those famous fighter manuals of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Only a single file appeared and it was free, so he downloaded it without hesitation and started reading it. Soon realization dawned on Jacob. It turned out that the fighter manuals were actually like martial arts manuals, which followed the same principles as inner strength. The fighter manuals were divided into skills, a single set of movements, and then there were complete manuals which had more than one set of movements. Jacob almost lost interest in fighter manuals until he saw that draw his attention. There was another unfamiliar name mentioned after the introduction of fighter manuals. It was combat techniques. Combat techniques were unique because they could only be used with mana, and mana was something that could only appear after someone learned how to store magic power in one body. Simply put, the combat techniques were only for magic users. Without magic, they were worthless. Jacob was ecstatic when he saw this, and at the end of this file, he found that fighter manuals and combat techniques could be bought on Alliance Market with ZC. With great anticipation, Jacob then checked the Alliance Market, Rare Plains, and saw 3 sections. Fighter manuals, combat techniques, combat weapons, alchemy technology. He opened the combat techniques without hesitation, and he frowned when your Star Watch didn't have mana detection function. Because of it, we can't confirm you have mana. Please buy the latest Star Watch of Magic series. Are you kidding me? Jacob's face fell the moment he read this message. So if I don't have mana, then I can't open this shop at all, even if I have this new Star Watch or not. Nevertheless, he still opened the technology and saw all kinds of devices like area scanners, mapping devices, trap detectors, and even blueprints sold, which alarmed Jacob because of their terrifying prices. The cheapest of them cost 20 ZC. Jacob finally discovered the Star Watch, which was like an arm guard. Item: Star Watch Magic Sirius Model M2O. Price: 100 ZC. Available. Out of stock. His expression darkened because the price was simply too ridiculous, but it was still out of stock, and this was the most advanced model of Star Watch in Rare Plains. He even found the model he was wearing, which was also priced at 15 ZC and was also out of stock. Jacob finally understands just how precious these advanced models of Star Watches are. If he had known that the Alliance application could only run on his Star Watch model or higher, he would know why these watches were out of stock. Doing missions with Star Watches and submitting them on the spot was a luxury only those with such Star Watches could afford, while the poor fellow with old models had to do it in the traditional way. Jacob's eyes instantly shimmered when he thought about something and opened the exchange market. So that's how it is. He coldly sneered when he saw those members had put all kinds of stuff on sale, including the Star Watches. There was even a Magic Series Star Watch. Item Star Watch Magic Series Model MM0 Price 500 ZC Seller Mighty Long Description Contact me if interested. The price is negotiable. What a profiter. Jacob instantly cursed since this model's price was originally at 85 ZC in the Alliance market, but here this guy was selling it at 500 ZC. He saw more exchange items and something drew his attention. Item 1-star Initial Water Element Magic Core Total Items 21 Price 1 ZC for each seller. Brawler 94,434 Description Contact if interested. The price is not negotiable. Jacob's eyes shimmered in ecstasy when he saw this, and as he scrolled more he saw even 3-star and 4-star magic cores for sale, but their prices were ridiculous, and most of these magic cores were of either water or earth elements. There were still some fire element and wind element magic cores, but their prices were doubted than the water or earth element magic cores. Nevertheless, Jacob was glad that he joined the Alliance since he could now buy almost anything available in the rare Freedom Plains. Party Search was for those who wanted to form a team for a collective mission or hire some helpers to complete the mission, which wasn't Jacob's cup of tea. Lastly, he saw the other functions, which were quite what they were, just like their names. Weapons sections had all kinds of cold and projectile weapons, and most of them were out of stock. But he won't be going to buy them because those weapons were not worth spending his ZC on. The alchemy section was filled with potions, pills, and alchemy herbs, but their prices were also quite high, so he closed it after a look. He then opened the Freedom Nightmare Night Legion private star server, which had the same sections. Still, it was more liver than the rare Zodiac Warriors star server because every person here was a branch member and belonged to 4 powers. Furthermore, the things in this server were not as eye-catching as in the rare Zodiac Warriors server, but the exchange market was booming, and all kinds of things were on sale. But the currency used in this server was also the common currency of the rare plains. There was no ZC anywhere, which also made it clear that only the permanent members could come in contact with ZC after their bank accounts changed into Zodiac accounts. Last but not least, the Star Network News of Rare Plains was more like a social media platform where all kinds of posts and people could comment on them and like them to make them trending. The top post on the platform was by some ID named Cloud of Public. Cloud of Public, the Light Nation's Decade Tournament of Glory is about to start in 6 months. Here are the top 10 places rewards. However, Jacob's eyes narrowed when he saw the second trending news by the ID named Important Grassa 34. Chapter 175 Famous in Rare Freedom Plains. When he saw the familiar name, Jacob's eyes turned cold because if the Star Network ID could not be repeated, then this was the same Important Grassa 34 he got messages from when he was in the Uncommon region after he killed the Earth Slayers and his team. He looked at the news. Important Grassa 34. The Golden Sword's country is slaughtering innocent people by calling them the spam of Killer Skull Society. It is simply unprecedented and unforgivable. They are trying to suppress the masses just because they're voicing out their plights. The Golden Sword's country had done this all the time, yet they're still blaming Killer Skull Society just because we're trying to change the world for a better place. My fellow visionaries, please join our cause and tell those power-hungry wolves that we are not a slab of meat they could cook and eat anytime they want. We are not slaves. We have our own rights. Contact Justice Cult 23229 to join our noble cause and make this world a better place where will be only true freedom, not a dictatorship. Jacob nearly laughed out loud in mockery when he read the post. He finally understood why Milan was so frustrated about the Killer Skull Society. They could really use the Star Network without being worried about the consequences. Furthermore, they were quite famous and well received as well since this post was just posted this morning and already received millions of likes and comments. They're more active in the rare plains than the common plains because of the Star Network. I wonder how they react once they know I'm in the rare plains. Only the Killer Skull Society knows that I'm from the common plains. If they spread the news in the rare plains, I don't know how these people will take it, so I have to be prepared. Although I'm not a permanent member, I didn't mean I'm totally safe, and the Golden Sword's country is also not pleased with me. Jacob mulled with a stern look. I can do almost everything with the Star Watch and earn and buy anything even if I didn't report it in the main branch. Which meant I didn't need to stay here under the surveillance of that poisonous snake guy, but I couldn't make it too obvious. A dark glint flashed past Jacob's eyes as his lips curled up. Since he already got what he needed, he didn't need to act much longer, and he also wanted to start collecting the magic cores, so staying in the Golden Sword's country was meaningless. As for magic potential, he knew he wasn't a blanker according to Immortality, but everyone thought otherwise. He believed Immortality more, so he had to get away before Nixon came to him and talked about helping him with a rare element awakening. He had guessed this much, that Nixon wanted to help him awaken some rare element, and although he didn't say it, he would make a move when the time was right. As for practicing in their fighter manuals, he didn't need them for now since he was already proficient in many fighting styles. What he needed was to grow stronger and find a way to awaken his magic talent. But to his dismay, there wasn't any information on the first 3 stages of magic awakening. Neither was there any information on how the element core was formed, even on the Alliance database. All he got was some basic information that he already knew. But he got something like the magic spell introduction, but its price was 100 ZC, so he could only wait to acquire it later and bookmark it. Jacob took a deep breath and finally closed the Star Watch after he sorted out everything he needed and bookmarked many things he was planning to buy. So, he started meditating and concentrating on his fluid acceleration again. This was his biggest trump card, and he wanted to control it fully. As for the training facility, he wasn't going to use it, afraid to be monitored by Nixon, and he also didn't have anything to practice except the fluid acceleration. Just like that, a week passed, and the news started to spread that a permanent member had appeared in Easter City's Nightmare Night Legion's branch and was also a foreigner. Furthermore, this foreigner was a banker who was poached from the Golden Swords country. Some random fellow even posted this news and somehow reached the top 10, drawing everyone's attention. Many clans were interested in this blanker because it was the second blanker that appeared in the rare Freedom Plains. Somewhere in the Light Nation, inside, a spacious lab filled with equipment, glass cells, and even a small herb field was present, making the air quite refreshing. A person in a lab coat with 5.2 height was looking at the silver armguard, which had a hologram display above it. It was the latest Magic Series Star Watch. This person had a deep frown on his beastly face as he looked at the news about Jacob. Faceless ancient he sneered with disdain when he saw the name of this mysterious blanker before closely the Star Watch as if he had lost interest. He moved toward a glass cell where a naked figure was floating within a golden liquid and pressed a button before the liquid started to sink. The figure inside suddenly opened its black eyes, which were exempt from any emotions. The person in the lab coat coldly uttered in a commanding tone, "I want you to bring me my new test subject." Unknown place inside a dim room, a masked person looked at the news about Jacob on a hologram display above his covered wrist. When he read the name Faceless Ancient, his beastly eyes shimmered with killing intent. "So you've come to your death, huh? Let me see where you can hide in my domain, and if you dare to run rampant." His voice was filled with killing intent. However, at this moment the hologram display changed, making the masked person's eyes narrow. "Receive call," he uttered before an extremely panicked voice filled with trepidation rang from the Star Watch. "Yes, sir, Lord F. Firefiend's group has been annihilated and the Dark Cities has issued Dark Extermination Order on Killer Skull Society member just now." Chapter 176. Leaving the building. A month passed after Jacob joined the Nightmare Night Legion as a reserve Zodiac warrior. This past month, Jacob never left his training room except for food, and anyone who tried to approach him would go back disappointed because of his cold attitude. News about him being a blanker was already known by almost every member of the present in the building. But Jacob remained unaffected, as if he didn't care about his fame. Even toward the other members on the 100th floor, Jacob is indifferent, and when 2 of them try to visit him, they return without getting any response from Jacob, which makes them dissatisfied with this rookie. After all, any member on the 100th floor would have their own pride. However, they wanted him to join their team since Jacob had a bright future if he awakened some rare element, but he was simply too arrogant in their eyes. Even Nixon, who was secretly keeping an eye on Jacob, didn't expect Jacob to remain in his training room without even showing any kind of reaction. He was pretty confident that after Jacob saw the missions on his Star Watch, he would research Dark Being and come running to him for help, but nothing happened. Nixon started to doubt Jacob's mindset or even suspect he didn't know how to use Star Watch properly, but he didn't show it and waited patiently. Because sooner or later, Jacob will start to feel the need for money once he spends all his credit and will join some hunting party. As for going after Dark Beings straight, Nixon didn't even consider it because it was simply too suicide to hunt Dark Beings in the Wild Nation. Even those extraordinary veterans didn't dare to venture into Wild Nation without a good reason, much less Jacob, who was new to Rare Plains. However, today, Jacob left his room dressed in black clothes with a mask on his face. Only his emotionless eyes were visible, but he didn't go toward the dining hall but knocked on the door of Nixon's office. Nixon, who was busy performing a set of strange movements, suddenly stopped hearing this unusual knock. He pressed on his Star Watch and Jacob appeared standing outside. His snake eyes glowed when he saw this and he quickly headed toward the main office. "Enter." After standing for a while, Jacob heard Nixon's voice and entered the office. He saw Nixon, dressed in a tracksuit, sitting on his chair with a warm smile. Jacob impassively said without giving Nixon a chance to speak, "I'm leaving for Deep Swamp outside the Easter City." Nixon didn't look shocked since he had expected this much. No one can live idle once they know the benefits of the Alliance, and they will eventually start hunting for ZC or gold coins. The rewards were simply too lavish for anyone to ignore, and he thought Jacob was the same. "Do you want me to arrange a party for you?" asked Nixon coolly. "No need, I'm going alone, and I also wanted to see the bustling of the Easter City and want to buy some equipment for myself. I'll be back in 2 or 3 months," Jacob stated. Nixon didn't reject him and nodded. "It's a good idea. I was just wondering if you're eccentric. Go, and if you want weapons and gear, check our personal warehouse. You won't be disappointed, and the weapons here are far better than anywhere in the Easter City. Of course, it will still depend on your wealth." He chuckled jokingly before he continued, "Just be aware of the city magistrate. He's a petty fellow and might be looking for a way to get back at me after I teach those 2 idiots a lesson. And also, if you want to raise your rank, just tell me, I'll arrange a night suitable for you, but don't expect any cheating or easy way out of it. Although the recording will go back for an inspection, they won't be fooled if they find any tempering, and trust me. It's impossible to fool those inspectors. Many tried but were caught and then paid a painful price." He reminded Jacob with a hint of fear as if he had experienced it himself. Jacob accepted Nixon's kind intention and nodded. "I'll be careful, I'm just going to earn some money, I know my limit." Nixon's smile widened. "All right, but just in case, remember my ID, Poison Jail. If you get into trouble, contact me anytime." Jacob impassively said, "I'll keep it in mind." After some small talk, Jacob left Nixon's office and headed toward the elevator. Nixon's smile vanished when Jacob left, and he sent a message from his star watch. "Poison Jail, Faceless Ancient has left for Deep Swamp. Keep an eye on him." He instantly received a reply. "Barb Zero Stone." "What kind of eye?" "Poison Jail, usual." "Barb Zero Stone, got it." Nixon chuckled before he stood up and went back to his practice as if everything was under control. Jacob left the elevator on the first floor. It was in the middle of the main lobby, and without drawing any attention, he left the building and soon crossed the entrance gates, leaving the headquarters. The Easter City was quite large, and since they already had the concept of gas vehicles, there were, naturally, cabs and trolleybuses for common folks who couldn't afford those vehicles. Even a plain car with 90 km/h speed cost over 1 million gold coins, and few could afford them, so the trolleybuses were the best second choice. Jacob reached the bus stop and started waiting for the trolley bus. The others waiting around him looked at him strangely since his get-up was a little out of place. But Jacob pretended as if he didn't see anything, and soon, with everyone, he embarked on the trolley bus and sat down. His destination was West District -22, which was actually the Red District of Easter City. He had already remembered the map and all the places of Easter City, so he wasn't ignorant about the city or even the Golden Sword Country anymore. As for why he was going in the Red Light District, only he knew. It was morning, so there wasn't any crowd on the trolley bus, and everyone was going toward work mostly at this time of the day. There was a short goblin sitting a few seats behind Jacob, but unlike others, he glanced at Jacob every now and then, and because Jacob's face was forward, he couldn't notice him. The goblin also had his star watch active as he was in a chat with someone. He glanced at Jacob sneakily again before he quickly started typing a message. "Goblin King 90,895,432. The target is sitting in the trolley bus, which is going toward the western districts. The final location is still unclear." He instantly got a reply. "Sneakitwo 1,452,234. Roger, just don't let him out of sight. We're preparing for dinner. Goblin King 90,895,432. Roger." Half an hour later, the trolley bus stopped a few meters away from the entrance to West District -22 and Jacob exited. Without paying attention, he entered the alleys of West District -22, which were filled with all kinds of prostitutes wearing almost nothing standing in front of hotels, and there were even price tag badges around their necks. The moment Jacob entered, those prostitutes instantly surrounded him like hungry wolves so he could select them. In the end, Jacob chose 3 tall barbarian prostitutes, which made those rejects start cursing Jacob for being racist, fiend, tasteless, and so on, but they didn't dare to go too far since District -22 also has unspoken rules. Those barbarian girls were beaming and acting seductively while they led him toward their pleasure house. Jacob paid with his star watch to an ugly orc and booked the room for an entire day, which cost him 1,000 gold coins, including those 3 girls' services charges. The sneaky goblin naturally followed Jacob, but he didn't enter the alley, remained hidden in a corner, and quickly reported it. "Goblin King 90,895,432. He's in West District -22, Red Alley -7, Pleasure House -98. Sneakitwo 1,452,234. Tusk, which one did he choose?" The goblin frowned when he saw this message but still replied. Goblin King 90,895,432. 3 barbarians. Sneakitwo 1,452,234. Oh, what a monster. Goblin King 90,895,432. Stop joking around and quickly come here. Sneakitwo 1,452,234. Heh, why are you in a hurry? It's not like those girls will choose you. Even your nose is bigger than your dick. The goblin's eyes widened when he read this message as veins started to pop up on his bald head, and he ground his teeth in anger and humiliation. While grounding his teeth in hatred, he wrote, Goblin King 90,895,432, you're dead. However, the goblin didn't notice the person with a binocular standing not far away on a building's roof and also looking toward the building where Jacob entered. What a monster, he mumbled with a hint of respect. Half an hour later, nothing from the ordinary happened as that goblin and the person on the roof continued to observe the pleasure house building. Night descended before 3 persons, clad in black clothes from head to toe, appeared as they snuck inside the Aluminous 7. Chapter 177 So long. The man on the rooftop noticed those 3 black figures sneaking into the pleasure house and sneered, "Heh, magistrate dogs." The next instant he vanished into the darkness. The 3 figures crept toward the ugly orc, the owner of this pleasure house, and lazily sat behind the counter as business was relatively slow today. At this moment an icy voice whispered in his ear, "If you don't want to die, then cooperate." The ugly orc was instantly spooked when this voice rang beside his ear, but before he could even yelp, a firm hand wrapped around his mouth and the voice sounded again, "You gutter rat, do you want to meet your whore mother so much?" The ugly orc's heart palpitated. He knew the other party was ridiculously strong because he was a rare tier -5 fighter, but the other party quickly suppressed him. He didn't dare to play any trick and stopped struggling. "Heh, good horse, son." The cold voice sneered again before it loosened his grip and questioned, "Now tell me, where is the guy who picked up 3 barbarians' whores this noon?" The ugly orc didn't dare to hide and quickly answered while sweating profusely, "T3rd floor, room -3-43. Good, now be a good chode and pretend as if nothing happened. Don't make me come back to strangle you with your guts. Do we have an understanding?" The person questioned with a hint of killing intent. The ugly orc nearly cried and nodded like crazy. He didn't lose his mind to offend this foul-mouthed bastard. Furthermore, the ugly orc was in the pleasure business for almost his whole life, and he knew just not anyone could play a gangster in Easter City. As a result, the crime rate was practically non-existent unless someone wanted the wrath of the city magistrate and had the army on their tail. So this mysterious attacker wasn't simple, and he was doing it because he was confident in getting away or had some backer. Whichever the case was, he didn't want anything having to do with it. The next moment, the ugly orc felt the presence behind him vanish, and when he turned around, no one was there and his heart turned cold. Just who is that shithole to draw this kind of person? He grimaced but didn't dare to say anything and sat down as if nothing had happened. The 3 black persons moved to the 3rd floor without making any noise. No 2 and no 3, the target has tier -7 or tier -8 fighter level strength, so we can't give him a chance to resist. We'll be using Sleeping Beauty and complete this mission of immobilizing the target and getting us out of here without much fuss. The person in the front sternly spoke in a whispering voice that only the 2 behind him could be heard. The corridor was dimly lit in red light. Creepy silence enshrouded the place as if no one was there. However, as they get close, room 3-43, no 3 suddenly speaks. "No one, I smell blood." "Where?" No one questioned with a hint of trepidation. "I think it's coming from the target's room." No 3 spoke with uncertainty. But his companions were not so uncertain because they knew No 3's ability to smell was top-notch in Easter City, and that's why he was joining them in this mission. "Plan D, we're going in for dinner." No one spoke in a grave voice as he drew a purple dagger and a black light barrier enveloped him. The other 2 also activated their shield barriers and drew their weapons. No one reached room 3-43 and his brown eyes narrowed when he saw a small slit on the door. "It is open," his revealed with trepidation. After inhaling a deep breath, ready, he pushed the door. A disgusting scene entered their eyes when the door opened, and a vile smell attacked their nose. There was only a bed inside the room, which was currently dyed in blood and gore of 2 naked prostitutes with large holes in the center of their chests as if a cannonball had passed through them. But the bloody writing on the wall drew those 3 black figures' attention. "Blanker belonged to Killer Skull Society, so long retards. Bastard, it's them again." No one couldn't help but curse out loud. He wasn't in the least bit affected by the scene in front of him. It seemed the 3rd prostitute was their agent, which would explain her missing corpse. They died approximately 6 hours ago. But the question is, how did they escape since there is no window in the building? No 2's crisp voice rang in confusion. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? That guy chose 3 barbarians, and one of them happened to be a skull who was after the banker, and he just fell into her lap. Are you kidding me? No 3 retorted the whole situation was too fishy. It's the fucking Skull Society, anything is possible. It seemed those skulls also had their eye on the blanker like us, but they got the jump on us, no one ruefully cited. You got that right, and now they can also take the blame for your deaths. An extremely sinister voice rang at this moment from behind them, and before they could react, pop, pop, pop. Their heads blasted into bits with the protective barriers in the mix. A tall person in the cloak was standing there with his hammer-like hand clenched in a fist and dripping in red blood as he looked at the scene with rage-filled eyes. Bastard society, he cursed before he started searching the other rooms and just 3 rooms in the same lane. He finally found out how they escaped without alerting anything. There was a large hole in the wall opened right behind the building, which was a blind spot for any watcher like him. Fuck, Nixon would go bonkers and blame me for this, he cursed in indignation as he also took the hole and left. He was going to search the area before reporting this incident to Nixon. But he didn't have much hope because whoever did this was extremely meticulous and they knew people were watching Jacob. As for Jacob planning this whole thing himself, it still didn't cross their mind because the Killer Skull Society had done this in the past. Jacob also had no reason to escape or orchestrate this whole situation since they were on his side. At least that's what everyone will think first. A few miles away from west of the Easter City was the cold wilderness which led toward the North Golden Sword province of the Golden Swords country. A bonfire illuminated the area, and a man with silver hair and a handsome appearance sat beside the bonfire while chucking down meat from a long leg bone. Other bones were lying beside him, and it was the last piece of whatever he was eating. This person was naturally none other than Jacob. Jacob planned this vanishing act for a whole month after he got his hands on all kinds of information in the private server of Nightmare Night Legion. He knew if he wanted to let everyone in circles, he needed a scapegoat, and who could be a better scapegoat than his favorite enemy, the Killer Skull Society. Those guys' notorious deeds were all over the Rare Plains news, and Jacob just had to orchestrate one of their notorious deeds. So he chose the Red Light District, which was the perfect place for him to buy enough time for his escape while putting the blame on the Killer Skull Society. Even if someone had a suspicion toward him, so what? They can speculate all they want, but as long as they don't find Jacob or believe Killer Skull Society's words, it will never be clear what happened that day. He already knew being a blanker was a pretty big deal here. After some research, he found beside him there was only one blanker alive in the Light Nation. Furthermore, after digging, he found some cases of blanker appearing in the past, but all of them vanished mysteriously, which rubbed Jacob the wrong way. So he decided to vanish from the eye of the public, which was his true goal, but he had to make it look like it was done by someone else, not him. By doing this, even if he remained active on the Star Network and did something heinous, others would only suspect Killer Skull Society had planted those brain chips in his head, and now he was their pawn. Being kidnapped by the Skulls had its advantages, so Jacob did it without hesitation. And this way, he will be free to do anything as long as he won't get caught by Nixon or Golden Swords country. This was going to be even more impossible, because he was going toward the Wild Nation to start hunting for those magic cores, and won't return to the territories of the Four Powers until he had to. Chapter 178. A golden elf to the far north of the Rare Freedom Plains was the Dark Woodland. This place was called Dark Woodland because it marked the border between Rare Freedom Plains and the Wild Nation, as well as the Rare Wilderness Plains. Because the moment someone crosses the Dark Woodland, they will step out of the safety of Rare Freedom Plains, where dark being from the Wild Nation couldn't infiltrate. The Four Powers had collectively built a thick wall called the Dark Pass, and their army bases were also behind this Dark Pass wall. Anyone who wanted to leave the Dark Pass could as long as the Four Powers didn't want them. But returning to the safety of the Dark Pass was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, those brave, adventurous souls still dared to venture into those unknown territories, and some of them were also the people who either didn't want to be restrained by the Four Power or simply didn't fear death. After all, the plains outside the Rare Freedom Plains were much more extensive and unexplored. At this time it was already night, but the Golden Sword's Dark Pass was lit like the day in Arena. Light soldiers were patrolling the area, and many huge spotlights were placed on top of army base buildings constructed in the ample space. It was simply a colossal army compound under the jurisdiction of Golden Sword's army and the most heavily guarded place after the Star Ocean. Amidst this compound was a vast road that led toward the huge metal gates in the Dark Pass, where many barricades were established. At this moment, a capped figure walked into the spotlight of the compound gate, which was directly linked with the road that led to the Rare Freedom Plains exit. "Half show your face or we'll open fire," a loud voice warned before more spotlights locked on this capped figure. There were 2 barricades beside these gates, and the soldiers within them pointed their adult rifles at this capped figure. "Don't shoot, you idiots!" The capped figure sneered loudly before he removed the cape from his head and revealed his peerless, handsome face, especially the long golden hair. Those guard soldiers instantly lowered their weapons. "So it is, sir. Elf, please forgive us, we were following the protocol." Golden elves had an extremely high status in Golden Sword's country. They were akin to rulers, if put more bluntly. Because the Golden Elves were one of the strongest races proficient in magic and were born with magic talent, even their untalented members had magic talent. So the Golden Elves had high-ranking military members all over the Golden Sword's country, and only 2 clans could compare, but they were still lacking in the splendor of this race. Not only that, but the elves had extinguished appearances, and they easily stood out in the crowd, so impersonating them was almost impossible. The Golden Elves had golden hair, so they were even more easily recognized. Lastly, the elves were innately arrogant because of their talent and appearance and looked down on every other race, so this elf's vain words didn't make those soldiers offend. They all knew offending a golden elf in the Golden Sword's country was akin to putting on a misery magnet because they were also quite protective of their race. The golden elf sneered with disdain before covering his head again and moving toward the guard past. A troll soldier quickly pressed a button and the steel gates started to open. 2 more trolls were standing there to receive this elf. "Sir, please follow us, we'll arrange lodging and dinner for you," one of them said with respect, since they knew pleasing an elf was the easiest way to climb the ranks. The elf, however, had other plans as he coldly commanded, "I want to leave the dark pass for training. Arrange it quickly, don't waste my time." Those soldiers were shocked. "This, please wait. I'll arrange a guard unit for you." They knew just how dangerous the lands outside the dark past were, and an elf leaving alone there was quite a rare sight. They didn't even come here, much less go for training. They all live in the safety of the central province and solemnly come here, but they come with a huge bandwagon and high-ranking members. This elf was clearly an anomaly, but they still arranged a guard until it was not difficult for an elf. "No need, do you think I'll need you idiots out there to slow me down or drag me to die with you?" The elf mocked as he suddenly showed his star watch, and there was an emblem lit within. When those 2 guards saw that emblem, their eyes went wide. T2-star Nightmare Magic Knight. A 2-star Nightmare Magic Knight was even rarer than a 2-star Nightmare Fighter Knight, and even the elf race only had a little over 100 of them. So this guy was clearly of high status within the Golden Elf clan, so they quickly sprang into action and didn't dare to risk angering him. Soon, an army jeep was arranged, and the elf sat in the back seat while the troll soldier drove him toward the other side. "Tell me, what do you know about the dark city on the other side?" the elf suddenly questioned. This question caught the troll off guard, but he quickly regained his calm and replied with uncertainty, "I don't know much, sir. But according to rumors, the dark city exists somewhere in the rare wilderness plains, but no one has ever confirmed it since the way toward it is simply too dangerous. But the news spread a few years ago that whoever goes to the dark city of the rare plains will never return. Ultimately, this news was declared a prank by some degenerate skull. However, like the dark city in rare freedom plains, it also existed in the rare plains out there, but those guys are simply too mysterious and never gave in to anyone, not even 3 hegemonies." The troll sneered with discontent. He was clearly unhappy with the arrogance of the dark city, which didn't give anyone a face. The elf grunted and didn't speak again, and the troll didn't dare to speak without permission. Thereupon, they reached the end of the road, and when those inspectors saw it was an elf, they didn't even ask for his id scan and let them pass with some words of caution. The troll stopped the jeep in front of a small gate within the massive metal gate. The elf disembarked the jeep and walked toward the gate, where he heard a deep voice, "Are you sure you want to go alone? Just open the fucking thing." "Why are you all questioning this lord's capabilities?" the elf coldly stated. "Very well, please place your Star Watch identity badge in front of the scanner." The voice rang again. The elf put his wrist on the dark screen attached to the wall, and after the scanning was complete, the metal gate suddenly started to make loud clanging sounds before it slid open. "We'll await your return," the voice rang again. "HMPH," the elf snorted before he flashed past the open gate and vanished into the darkness. In the Dark Pass army compound, a burly orc was frowning as he looked at the elf leaving the Dark Pass. He pressed on his Star Watch and suddenly an annoying voice rang, "What is it, Deputy General? It's the middle of the night, don't tell me those pricks are attacking the wall again. I was just contacting you to inform you about a golden elf, probably an elf elder, leaving the Dark Pass just moments ago alone," the orc plainly stated. "What, did he tell you the reason?" The annoying voice suddenly turned stern. "Do you think an elf elder will tell me anything?" the orc questioned meaningfully. "Ah, that arrogant of those guys, sigh. Since he left on his own accord, it had nothing to do with us. Just keep the recording of it if those elves come to haunt us. That recording will work like a charm." The voice chuckled coldly. My thought exactly. Good night, General. The orc cut the connection, but he frowned while mumbling, why do I have this feeling that this matter is far from simple? On the other side of the dark pass, the golden elf was moving between the trees agilely as the distance between him and the dark pass was increasing. After moving a few miles away from the dark pass, the elf stopped in front of a small water source hidden between the wild vegetation. The cloak on him magically vanished, revealing his handsome appearance. Suddenly he held his pointy ears, and with a push, those pointy ears detached from his natural human ears. Not only that, but he started to wash his hair, the golden color started to dissipate in water, and the golden hair turned silver. After washing his face, all the makeup on it also came out. His lips curled into a derisive smile as he looked at his reflection on the water's surface. It was none other than Jacob. Chapter 179, Encountering Dark Beings. Part 1. Jacob couldn't help but smile derisively because he fooled those soldiers too easily with a golden elf disguise. Although he knew the Golden Elf clan was the dominating clan of the Golden Sword's country, he never thought it had such prestige. He chose to impersonate a golden elf because they look alive humans and most, and he was quite confident in pulling this off after he got those identity badges. But he was still ready if they asked questions, but nothing happened. Jacob's trail of thoughts suddenly halted as his heart palpitated, the fine hair on his back stood in trepidation. Just as he was done with his clearing, the water suddenly rippled before a sharp blade pierced through the water's surface and headed toward Jacob's face. It was too sudden, but Jacob's danger sense wasn't a joke, and the moment he sensed this immense danger, his heart rate suddenly jumped from 1 Hbps to 10 Hbps and entered 1x acceleration. Time seemed to slow down as before the sharp blade pierced through his eyeball, a black ingot appeared right between the edge and his eye. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang in the silent vicinity, and the metal ingot also hit Jacob right in the face, but it was far better than getting pierced by that sword and dying because of his idiocy. Within that moment, Jacob's head hit the ground, but he quickly rolled to the side, ignoring the pain on his face and head. After rolling over a meter away from the attack area, he finally stabilized himself and rose on his feet. A dark red mark could be seen on Jacob's eyes, but he was completely calm as the killing intent surfaced in his eyes. I nearly died after leaving that shithole. He was becoming arrogant after pulling the wool over the Freedom Plains powers, which was a wake-up call for him. But it was still unexpected that someone was hiding under that water source all this time, and Jacob wasn't careless at all. Which could only whoever this attacker was, he was hiding under that water before Jacob approached the vicinity. Lastly, he didn't hear any heartbeat at all. Even after he entered 1x acceleration, he still couldn't hear anything. Jacob coldly looked at the long blade piercing half into the basic rare-grade Titan iron ingot he bought, which cost him a small fortune just before coming to the dark woodlands, and if that Titan iron was of common grade, he might really be pierced through that blade. So the identity of his attacker was probably below rare tier -6, he could tell by the still lingering impact on his face, or he won't be standing calmly without running. Why don't you come out? It might be suffocating. Jacob icily sneered as two short swords appeared in his hand, but unlike his old blades, these blades' hilts were long, and two extra black bearings were attached to the hilt's ends. However, these swords weren't his old ones, but they were newly forged with basic-grade rare Titan iron. The old ones were traded so he could borrow a rare-grade smithy to forge these new blades. He can't just come here without any preparation, can he? As if Jacob's taunt worked, the blades suddenly started to rose, and a V-shaped sword guard rose before Jacob finally had a clear look at the hand holding the hilt and his eyes dilated. Because holding the sword hilt was a bone hand, and as it rose, its entire skeleton hand surfaced before a skull appeared with a menacing smile plaster on its skull face. Not only that, but a cold, dim blue light was shimmering within the skull-like lamp, making it look ghostlier. That explains the lack of breathing and why it could remain hidden under that water. It's a tier -5 skeleton solider. Jacob instantly recognized the undead in front of him. Although he had already done a throughout research on those dark beings and was ready to take them on, seeing one in person still gave him the chills. These creatures were straight out of someone's nightmares and the pure manifestation of legendary undead. Jacob had never thought he would meet the undead of all creatures in this world. Nevertheless, these undeads were far easy targets than those high-level civilizations because they didn't have the concept of modern weapons or equipment, but they were still not to be trifled with. Because even if these dark beings used cold weapons, they were still dreaded by the four powers because they had unimaginable numbers. Furthermore, these undeads could become strong far more quickly than any living as long as they devour strong life force. Without that special, mysterious protection of the rare Freedom Plains, there might not be any intelligent species or any living on the rare plains at all. Jacob's sole reason for leaving the safety of rare freedom plains was these dark beings had unimaginable numbers of magic users within their ranks, and only they could provide him with all the magic cores he needed. More importantly, these dark beings were all in the open, unlike the four powers who like to hide their true strength, and no one would also care about these dark beings' death. Besides, just killing them will give Jacob ZC, which was the only way to buy items he needed on the market to hunt extraordinary begins. So it wasn't hard for Jacob to make a choice. The skeleton soldier didn't seem to understand the power gap between it and Jacob. Since its ambush failed, it chose the most direct approach toward its death. It lunged at Jacob while slashing its long sword down to Jacob's head. Jacob merely sneered before he moved his sword, blocking the long sword. Although the skeleton soldier had over 500 tons of force behind that strike, so what? The next moment, Jacob's second sword turned into a streak of dark lightning before it brushed past the skeleton's skull, and the next moment, it sliced in half. A slight blue flare surfaced when the skull was cut open. It flickers before it diminishes without leaving any trace, and the next moment the skeleton falls into pieces. Chapter 180, Encountering Dark Beings. Part 2. The blue flare within the skull of the skeleton solider was known as Dead Flame. Dead flame was like a life source for any dark being, and to kill any dark being, diminish this dead flame was the key. The dead flame was quite frail, and as long as it was touched by any weapon or exposed to the air, it would diminish. But it was only the earliest form of dead flame because dead flame is only found in dark being without any magic power. If a dark being had awakened magic power, the dead flame would be encased on the magic core. Unless someone could remove that magic core or destroy it, the dark being won't die easily unless they got completely obliterated. As for those extraordinary tier dark beings, their dead flames were even more difficult to sniff out because the higher tier a magic core, the more difficult it was to destroy it. Even if dark beings lost their limbs, they could continue to fight as long as the dead flame wasn't touched. Some dark beings of the extraordinary tier couldn't be killed without destroying the magic cores because their dead flames could keep them alive and even revive them. That's what truly made the dark beings truly terrifying. Jacob coldly looked at the pile of bones and picked up the Titan iron ingot. However, his eyes widened slightly before he twisted his body and rotated his sword, placing it in front of his ribcage. The next moment, something clashed with his sword, and it just saved him a mortal wound. But the impact was so great it sent Jacob flying a few meters away. Jacob quickly used his other sword to maneuver his body in the air and stood on his feet. Jacob looked horrid at his attacker. A long spear blade was hovering over his previous standing position, which was held by another skeleton, but this one was wearing rotten armor. A rare tier -8 skeleton warrior. Jacob recognized this armor skeleton since only skeletons with rare tier -8 or above could wear armor. Without wasting time, he sprang into action, he twisted his body and ran. Jacob wasn't a hot-blooded fool who would underestimate his enemy just because he could, especially when the enemy was a skeleton warrior-level dark being. Because any skeleton warrior could command hundreds of skeleton soldiers, sometimes a pair or an entire cohort of skeleton warriors working together to hunt their prey could make the number of skeleton soldiers in thousands. That's why it was recommended to flee the moment you saw a skeleton warrior, because these guys were simply too dangerous and hard to deal with. First, that skeleton soldier, and the next one is the skeleton warrior, and I won't be surprised if there is a skeleton grand warrior in his cohort who could command these skeleton warriors. It's an ambush for anyone who exits that wall, and I fell for it. Jacob's expression went grave as his acceleration entered 3x, and he jumped into the trees. He wanted to leave this area as soon as possible. Because a skeleton grand warrior was a bona fide extraordinary dark begins, and he couldn't fight them head-on, the gap in strength was just too great. He won't even be able to scratch a skeleton grade warrior's bones, much less extract its core from his seemingly indestructible head. Furthermore, a skeleton grand warrior or any rare skeleton warrior normally had a metal elemental magic core or golden in rare cases, which had no use to Jacob, so risking his life won't bode any benefits. Creaky. A strange bone-clanging sound rang in the area, which made Jacob's heart palpate because this was clearly a signal from whoever was in charge of those skeletons, and skeleton grand warrior could only make this kind of sound. What a damn bad luck to encounter an extraordinary dark being right off the bat. Jacob cursed under his breath and raised his acceleration to another level. He could hear sounds coming from all directions, and this number was more than he could handle. So he entered 4x acceleration, which was the limit he could control right now, and his speed suddenly exploded as his single leap was a few meters long, and before the ambush could succeed, he was almost out of the danger zone. His speed was a little bit faster than an extraordinary tier -1, and those skeleton grand warriors were not proficient in speed but combat. so Jacob easily leave the ambush vicinity behind. After leaping for 5 minutes, Jacob controlled his heart rate, and it slowly started to slow down despite Jacob continuing to move. His speed also started to decrease as he sweated profusely. A dry piece of meat appeared in his hand as he ate it, but he didn't stop because he had this feeling that those skeletons might not be the only ambush around the dark pass. He wanted to leave the dark woodlands, which were quite vast, truth be told. But as long as he left the dark woodlands, there won't be many ambushes waiting for him, not as much as in the dark woodlands. Because the dark woodlands was the region where the dark pass was located, and if anyone from the four powers wanted to venture on this side, they had to cross the dark woodlands before they stepped into the territory of rare wilderness plains. The rare wilderness plains were actually just rare plains, and Wild Nation or Freedom Plains were just part of the wilderness. Even those dark beings couldn't conquer the wilderness plains because there were terrifying beasts residing in rare wilderness plains, and their numbers weren't any lower than dark beings. That's why the dark beings mostly paid more attention to those beasts than wasting their time waiting for someone to come out from the dark pass, and they can't lay siege there either, like the wilderness. But still, they couldn't just ignore the easy prey from the Freedom Plains, so a small portion of their army lay wait in dark woodlands and antagonized anyone who came from the other side of the wall. Jacob had read about the ambushes, but he never thought they were so deadly, and he almost got himself killed within a few minutes after he passed the dark pass. After moving for half an hour, leaving the dark pass miles behind, he decided to take shelter in a large tree crown since the ground was simply too dangerous. Jacob was also a great advantage because those dark beings didn't have a heartbeat or breathing, rendering his powerful hearing useless. It was only helpful when the enemy was on the move. 2 hours passed as Jacob was sitting in a meditative position while holding his swords. A few meters away from the tree where Jacob was resetting, the ground was filled with rotten leaves and mud. Anyone would think it was just normal ground, but right at this moment 2 white eyeballs suddenly snapped open. If someone saw them, they would think the ground had grown eyes. However, it hasn't seemed the case when the creepy eyeballs suddenly started moving, creeping toward the tree where Jacob was resting. No sound was made as those icy eyeballs moved close to the tree trunk, and shockingly those eyeballs suddenly shifted from the ground to the tree and started creeping toward Jacob. Those eyes were slowly closing the distance between them and Jacob as they shifted from trunk to branches, and were only a few feet away from where Jacob was sitting. Suddenly those spooky eyes' speed turned from crawling to speedy, and within a second they were upon Jacob, and it was at this time a maw filled with rows of vicious razor-sharp teeth heading for Jacob's neck. Jacob's eyes snapped open when the maw was only over feet away from him, but there was no hint of surprise but killing intent instead, mockery even. His hands moved in a cross motion right where the eyes were, and the next moment a deep azure slit appeared within the air, and an azure crocodile face emerged, and soon this horrid creature's whole azure snake-like body, which was 3 meters long and 2 feet thick, twisted around the tree branch. It was like the illusion had been broken. The next moment, the azure slit split open as azure blood gushed out as the menacing creature with an open jaw dropped dead in its place, hanging like a loose rope. Jacob looked at the dead creature with white eyeballs. If I hadn't felt the vibration of the tree branches, this croc snake would have bitten my face off. Its water mirror illusion was simply too perfect. So this is a rare tier -5 magic beast with 1-star water magic core. Jacob couldn't help but reevaluate his opinion of this place again, because the danger wasn't just contained to dark beings, but the deadly beasts were also as fatal. Especially the beasts with magic cores, known as magic beasts like this one, who had innate magical abilities. Chapter 181, Meeting in Dark Woodlands. Jacob looked at the croc snake with a hint of fear. If he hadn't felt the vibration of the branches, he might have been in a world of pain. This croc snake was a very nasty magic beast proficient in camouflage, with its innate ability water mirror illusion of its water magic core. Although it was just a rare tier -5 magic beast, it was akin to a rare tier -8 beast without any magic core. At least I don't have to worry about food shortage, and this also solved my problem of finding a 1-star water magic core. A good first day starts indeed. Jacob's lips curled up and he cut open the croc snake's skull. An azure membrane encased a small round object hidden within its brain matter, and when Jacob touched it, it burst like a bubble, and a gentle blue light fell on Jacob's eyes. It was an azure color water magic core, just like the earth core he had found back in the goblin's stomach. He stowed it away to save it from diffusion, then cut off the head and threw it down before he started gutting the snake's body. Blood flowed all over the tree as the smell of the potent blood lingered in the air. Jacob then stowed away the fresh meat and left the snake's innards on the bloody trees for scavengers. He knew this was just the start. Food was the biggest problem for living like him, and magic beasts like croc snakes were all over the dark woodlands. Furthermore, only sneaky beasts like croc snakes who know how to hide in plain sight could survive this place full of dark begins, and Jacob didn't want to be their food. Although there was a life scanner device in the Alliance market to detect such creatures, it was too expensive for Jacob, so he could only do without it. If he had stayed in the Freedom Plains to accumulate wealth, it would take him decades, and it was too dangerous because any place rich with magic beasts and rare resources was under the control of four powers. If someone wanted to hunt, they needed to give away 60% of their accumulation and be part of four powers. Jacob could easily undermine the former rule, but he didn't want to appear in the Freedom Plains because he knew Nixon was searching for him. Because soon after he got kidnapped, the entire Easter City's Nightmare Night Legion stirred and madly started to search for him, as well as they destroyed any known or suspicious hideouts of the Killer Skull Society. Not only that, but he even found himself trending on the local news again, which was the second time he appeared in trending. Lastly, the Killer Skull Society didn't reply or make pass any statement in refutation of Nightmare Night Legion's slender, which was equal to admitting they really kidnapped the Blanker. But Jacob found it fishy since he had seen the history, and the Killer Skull Society cared about their public image as the face of justice. So their silence was quite unusual. That was why Jacob didn't want to stay in the Freedom Plains, since they were monitoring devices of all of the four powers, and he didn't want to fall into someone else's trap after making an escape. So coming here was his best choice, where four power or three hegemonies had no control. Although unknown dangers haunt this place, Jacob knew as long as he treads carefully, he would be fine. Lastly, Jacob wasn't without a plan. He knew a place out here which could shelter him and wasn't as petty as the four powers or three hegemonies, the Dark City of Rare Plains. There was a Dark City in Freedom Plains, but after some research, he discovered that the Dark City in the Freedom Plains was known as Freedom Plains Dark City, not the Rare Plains Dark City. So it was pretty evident that there was another Dark City somewhere in the vast Rare Plains, and the rumors about it were also all over the Star Network. Like the common plains, dark cities were the most dangerous places in a region, and one just needed to search for them. The Dark City of Freedom Plains was also in the most dangerous zone of the Rare Freedom Plains, but it was quite famous, and its location has long been publicized, so it lost its mystery. But the Dark City outside the Rare Freedom Plains was still as mysterious as the Zodiac Plains, and Jacob wanted to search for it because he had been in a dark city and knew just how advanced that place was from the region they were located. Although his goal was somewhat ethereal and suicidal, Jacob was quite confident in searching for it with all the clues he had. After his rest, he didn't stop anymore and continued to head toward the north, where the rare wilderness plains were, but he was still far from reaching there. Only 5% of dark woodlands fell in the territory of Rare Freedom Plains. One could only imagine the lands they covered on this side. However, Jacob was soon stopped in his track when he heard a commotion a couple of meters ahead. His steps became almost silent as he slowly crept toward the fighting area. He soon reached the gully's entrance and remained hidden within a tree crown. A cloaked figure was holding a long double-edged sword clashing with a skeleton warrior with a spear. There were couples of bones scattered around the two. Furthermore, the cloaked figure was clearly powerful, as it had already taken care of all those skeleton soldiers. The skeleton warrior had already lost half of its left skeleton, and only his right side remained. But it was still fighting fiercely with its right side and didn't let the cloaked figure deliver the killing blow and protect its skull. Alas, the cloaked figure seemed to be toying with it, and as if it had sensed something, its sword suddenly came alive, and the blade whistled through the air, and before the skeleton warrior's spear could block its skull was blasted the very next moment. The dead flame appeared and then diminished, marking the death of that fearsome skeleton warrior. Jacob was naturally astonished by this person's swordsmanship, and he was very dangerous. But Jacob's heart jumped when that cloaked person suddenly performed a strange movement and vanished from his vision before he felt goosebumps from the side. Without hesitation, swords appeared in his hand, and he slashed them at a horizontal angle. Clang, eerily sound of metal clashing together rang in the vicinity. Jacob looked at the cloaked figure who had somehow appeared right where he was observing the battle and was over 20 feet above the ground. Their blades were locked together, trembling as both sides tried to push them to each other. Jacob's eyes turned cold before he entered 2x acceleration, and he could now hold this sword with one hand and his second sword was free. With a light push, Jacob suddenly thrust his right-hand sword toward the cloaked head. "Oh!" A man's voice rang with a hint of fear when he felt Jacob's power increase and the blade coming for his head. The next moment, his strength also exploded, and using his sword, he twisted its blade and could barely block Jacob's deadly sword thrust a few inches away from its cloak. He didn't underestimate Jacob anymore and again twisted his feet in strange angles before he vanished from Jacob's sight again. "Forgive me, I take you for a sneaky animal." The man's jeering voice rang from the ground again. Jacob still felt lingering sourness from his hands. This man was clearly as strong as him and did not forget about his skills, especially that strange movement. He would have thought the man was using teleportation if he hadn't had good reflexes. Jacob didn't want to fight to the death with such a person, and it was indeed his fault that he was sneaking around the man when he was in a deadly battle against a dark being. If it were him, he would do the same or even worse. It was indeed unbecoming of me, Farwell. Jacob didn't want to linger anymore in case this guy had companions like him. Wait, the man quickly uttered as if he wanted to say something. But Jacob didn't want to stay even more now, so he took the opposite direction of the gully and without paying more attention, started leaping from tree to tree. What are you running for? I said. Wait. The man suddenly started to follow Jacob as he yelled at him. Jacob coldly said, don't follow me or I'll make sure you never walk again. Thereby his speed suddenly exploded. The cloaked figure was astonished as it really stopped following Jacob when he saw the increase in his speed. He mumbled with a hint of intrigue, a strong newcomer has appeared in the woodlands. I'll have to report it to the leader. Chapter 182. Gray land trees. Somewhere in the dark woodland, inside a concealed man-made underground cave, a ground of 9 wearing fighting gears was sitting around a round stone table. 8 of them were demi-humans belonging to different species. The demi-humans were famous for their elvish and animal features. Nevertheless, they were still not a match for the elves in looks. They were not like orcs with humanoid torsos and beast heads, albeit they were still related. Lastly, there was a tall, burly, green-scale, long lizard-faced creature with a pair of small horns on his forehead and a pointed horn over his nose. It was a kobold. Kobolds were also small in numbers and were one of the few races that could rival the top species of rare Freedom Plains and one of the overlords of Iron Sierras. The kobold coldly looked toward the demi-human with cheetah skin and asked in his raspy voice, "Are you sure this person you encountered didn't belong to any hunting teams or Four Powers hunting bases?" The cheetah skin man coolly replied, "Yes, he wasn't wearing any emblem, nor he seemed to know about where he was going. If my guess is right, then like all the newcomers, he was clueless about the dark ruins and wants to leave the dark woodlands." The kobold thought for a moment before speaking. Even if your institution is right and this person was indeed a newcomer on this side, he's already gone, so it's meaningless now. Besides, if he can overspeed you in reflexes, I don't think he'll easily join us misfits. He might even be some hidden talent sent here for training from one of Four Powers, or even worse, someone from the 3 hegemonies. Leader has a point. There are only 3 kinds of people who tread alone in these parts of dark woodlands. Misfits like us who don't want to get controlled by those manipulated organizations. Then those army men who were forcibly sent here to collect resources and buy back their citizenship. Then there are those who come here on their own accord for either adventure or training, and both types of persons are simply arrogant madmen who had too much confidence in themselves and were spoiled by their backing. A woman with delicate features and cat ears snorted disdainfully. Everyone couldn't help but nod their heads. The cheetah skin man sighed ruefully. I know this, but that man didn't rub me as someone who could be controlled or arrogant in the least. I still couldn't understand how he drew his swords. It was like they appeared out of thin air. Lastly, he didn't want to fight me and quickly left despite getting the upper hand. Since he was loitering in Area -232 without any crewmate, I thought he was a newcomer and wanted to report to the leader. Inviting him in the crew was another matter, but if he's a newcomer, he'll soon stumble on the dark ruins and meet his death. What a pity. If he's really a newcomer and a misfit at that, then if he managed to survive, he'll surely make a name for himself in the dark woodlands. We'll think about inviting him to the crew then. It's not easy to leave the dark woodlands, my friend, and everyone learned it the hard way. We can't break the tradition, right? An old man with a pointy nose chuckled. The kobold's eyes shimmered darkly before he nodded. Let's not distract ourselves anymore. We have a foray into worrying about. I received a message from the Killer Skull Society's base. Everyone's face turned somewhat pale when he heard this, but a tingle of madness flashed past their beastly eyes. Jacob had no idea that a famous crew of misfits in the dark woodland had a small discussion about him. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care about it, except for whatever these dark ruins were. He was moving further and further away from the dark pass. Especially after his vague encounter with the cheetah skin man, he wanted to leave the dark woodlands as soon as possible before he met a group from one of the Four Powers or some vagabonds. But how could it be so easy to leave the dark woodlands? A week later, Jacob entered an area filled with creepy gray bark trees that looked wilted entirely, but the ground beneath them was covered with gray weeds. First, Jacob was vigilant as he tried cutting the ground in those weeds, even trees, but they were completely normal except for their crimson phloem. Furthermore, there wasn't any information about this area, and the map he had was the cheapest one he could find and only revealed the general directions because the fully detailed map of Dark Woodlands cost 10 ZC, which was simply too ridiculous for a price tag. Moreover, there weren't any maps of wild nations or the rare plains. The Freedom Plain was simple at the edge of the vast rare plains, and no one had ever managed to gauge the area of the wild nation, let alone the entire rare plains. So Jacob was on his own, and spending 10 ZC on a single area map was simply not worth it. Since this area was on its way toward the exit of the dark woodlands, Jacob knew he had to swallow this bittersweet pill. But for some reason, he felt strange from the woods ahead, like he would regret it if he entered. Gritting his teeth, he summoned Immortality, wasting his chance to summon the book for 24 hours. After his encounter with the Golden Elf, he knew just how precious Immortality's ability to detect high-level species around it was, and he started to cherish this chance more and more. "What are the strongest species around me?" Jacob asked darkly. "Ha ha ha ha, I don't know if you're plain stupid or simply too daring. Nevertheless, I like it out here," Immortality manically wrote while ignoring the actual question. Jacob squinted his eyes. "It seems you have something to say to me. Being too smart can be accursed sometimes, that's why ignorance is bliss," Immortality wrote. "All I have to say is you're the latter in this situation, but not far away from being former. I don't have time to play riddles with you nor the forbearing. So just say what you have to say or answer the damn question," Jacob coldly uttered in exasperation. Sometimes he wonders if being selected by this book was the real curse or talking with Immortality. Ha ha ha. Did I say something just now? Too bad, I already forget. As to answer your question, there is nothing besides some anthropophagy trees. The gray land trees rank between tier -1 rare to all the way up to tier -2 extraordinary. These trees grew upside down. Simply put, the wilted branches you're seeing are actually their roots, while the tree core is hidden deep underground. Without destroying that tree core, getting rid of this gray land tree is impossible. As for those long gray weeds on the ground, they're their sensory receptors. All you need to know is as long as you didn't bleed on that grass or didn't try to dig to a certain depth, you'll be fine. Those trees didn't have intelligence and only reacted on instincts. Or trust me, if a gray land tree had intelligence, you'd be long dead after you try cutting those trees and grass, even their soil. Ha 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 ha. Jacob's heart skipped a beat when he read this as he looked at the gray forest with fear. Ignorance is really bliss. He smiled bitterly and finally understood why Immortality wrote that strange phrase. He also took a mental note not to try to cut anything if he had no idea about what it was, even harmless-looking trees. "So, if the blood didn't spill on that grass, I can cross this forest?" he questioned, just to be sure. "That's pretty much it. But even if someone else bleeds while you're deep within the gray land tree forest, it will be the end of you because once the gray land tree forest awakens, it will kill anything which is not a gray land tree within." Ha 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 ha, that would be incredible to watch. Jacob couldn't help but reevaluate the danger of that seemingly harmless dry forest. Still, if he wanted to move forward, he needed to cross this place, and he had no idea if taking a detour would be the right choice since he didn't know just how far these trees were spread. Nevertheless, he still decided to check. He preferred wasting some days searching for a new route than risking his life to cross that dreadful forest. He wouldn't try to cross it unless he had no choice. Moreover, that place might teem with skeletons since they don't bleed, and battling with them will only worsen things. Done deciding, Jacob headed in the east direction, hoping to find the end of this gray land tree forest. 10 days passed, and Jacob's expressions were as grim as they could get because that damn gray forest was simply endless no matter how far he traveled. Chapter 183, Impatient or Not. 10 days passed since Jacob started searching for another route around the gray land tree forest, but this damn gray forest was endless no matter how far he traveled. With a grim look on his face, he looked at the grayness in front of him. He had wasted 10 whole days and much less founding the end of this forest. He didn't even encounter an undead, much less a living being. Here goes nothing. Jacob took a deep break and directly jumped on the roots of the gray land tree. In these 10 days, he had already noticed that there wasn't a single life form out here, as if everyone was avoiding this place, which was nothing but good news. Because as long as blood won't touch that gray weeds, he didn't have to worry about being buried in that forest. So he started his journey in the gray land forest while being fully alert, and Jacob didn't want even a twitch escape his ears. The moment he sensed something, he would summon Immortality. As he moved deeper and carefully moved from tree to tree, he couldn't help but notice the roots were growing larger and larger, and so did the weeds in the ground. He assumed it was the sign of higher-tier gray land trees. The forest was filled with gloomy silence, and the weeds made it harder to see anything on the ground. It was simply a heaven for sneaky predators. Jacob's breathing was also controlled while his steps were silent. This was the benefit of practicing meditation and learning the control of his fluid acceleration. A whole week passed without any incident, and right now, Jacob was resting amid 50-meter gray land tree roots, and the weed below was 3 meters long. The darkness of night gave this place even spooky vibes. Jacob didn't sleep and only rested with his eyes closed while his senses were focused entirely. The next day, Jacob continued his journey and wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible. However, he didn't like the feeling of having his life at the mercy of someone else. But the silence of the gray land tree forest was proof that other beings knew the risks of messing in this place, so it was a kind of relief. However, after 2 weeks while carefully treading on the web of long gray roots, Jacob found the roots were still growing, and the weeds were not any different, which made him even more restless, and not to talk, he was mentally exhausted. He wasn't a machine, and every living being needed sleep to function normally and restore mental fatigue. Jacob understood that if someone knew about the terror of this forest, just being in this forest was torture. Anyone with a sane mind wanted to leave this forest as soon as possible, but that was where true despair lay as well. One would start to doubt their direction senses after constantly seeing the same kind of surroundings, and those routes were almost connected, making a web of a maze. It was harder to tell north from south in this kind of setup, especially when you're focusing on being vigilant all the time. If Jacob wasn't keeping track of the sunset and sunrise, he might really have been lost long ago. On his 20th day, Jacob finally couldn't take it anymore and decided to sleep since nothing was around besides this gloomy grayness. But he still didn't let his guard down. However, he was too tired, and the moment he tried to sleep, he fell into deep darkness and completely lost track of his surroundings. "Little Jack, son, you're too impatient." A benevolent voice chided the young Jacob, who was walking hurriedly toward a colossal building wearing clean white clothes. "Old man, it's you who's slow," young Jacob retorted, but he still slowed down to match the step of an old man in priest robes walking with the spot of a cane with a benevolent smile on his wrinkled lips. "That's not what I mean, though you're right nevertheless." The old priest chuckled while looking at the tall, handsome youth. "Then what do you mean?" young Jacob questioned in perplexity. "My boy, you're excellent in every aspect, even I didn't imagine you would get a chance like this. But you have a terrible flaw, impatience. You like acting first and then worrying about the consequences later. This is a terrible habit, my boy. People could easily exploit this flaw of yours without even you realizing it. Where you're going, having this flaw is fatal. Especially with your fiery nature, I'm worried you might break someone's teeth before you even think about how it will affect you." The old priest thoughtfully stated his worries. Young Jacob chuckled coldly. "I don't care about those damn scions. If I didn't place him in their place, they would only think I'm easy to suppress. See, you like violence too much. But if you really want to realize your dream of becoming the richest in this world, impatience will be your biggest enemy. Are you willing to succumb to it just because you didn't want to control it?" The old priest sternly questioned. Young Jacob finally fell into silence as if he was mulling over something before he said thoughtfully, "I understand. I'll try to be more tolerant and only mind my own business. I still wanted to reply to you for showing me the right way. I won't let this chance slip through my hand." The old priest smiled again while shaking his head. "I don't need you to repay me anything. We are all pitiful children of the Lord, and I did what the Lord demanded from me. I'm already gratified by the blessing he sent us in your shoes." Young Jacob's face fell as he retorted, "Why are you always giving credit for your hard work to something that didn't even exist? Those other children and I are only grateful to you since you are the one who feeds us and shelters us, not that stone idol." The old priest sighed ruefully as his eyes were filled with the vicissitude of life. "My boy, when you conquer your impatience and realize your dream, you'll understand why I serve the Lord. When you understand, I want you to build a temple. That would be my salvation if I didn't exist that day." The old priest smiled leniently as he looked at young Jacob's frowning face. Jacob's eyelids snapped open, revealing his amber eyes filled with melancholy before clarity returned to them. He found himself lying over a thick root and the familiar grayness around him. "It's been a while since I had a dream of the past, and that old senile appeared again, still haunting me with his strange religious beliefs." Jacob lamented, but his lips curled up, revealing a rare respectful smile. But it was only for a fleeting moment as he returned to his usual cold self, but that memory was still clear as day in his head. "Impatience, huh? But it was exactly this impatience that made me what I was. Too bad you weren't around at that time to see that, or I would have a good laugh for finally getting one over you, Pops." Jacob sneered inwardly before a hint of grief appeared deep within his eyes. "I still built that magnificent temple of yours, though, and instead of your lord, I place your statue, and you were even more famous than your lord who gave you nothing but hardship. Instead, by praying to you, no one goes home empty-handed, and I make damn sure of it. Even those arrogant pricks have to bow their head to you if they want something from me, and I bring down the whole world down into your knees. Is that what you mean by faith that can be created by strong and so easily manipulated? I still don't understand even when I tried so hard at the end of my life. I really tried to, but there was nothing for salvation, only despair. Hope died and I followed her footsteps, but I was alive and given a chance to achieve something I longed for. Impatient or not, I'll achieve immortality, and I'm pretty impatient to get it." Jacob scoffed and stood up as he was completely restored. He ate 2 slices of raw but fresh meat and started his journey again. It was already noon, but today there were dark clouds covering the sky, and the rain might start at any minute. To not get lost, Jacob trivial slow since the sun was his only compass in this damn forsaken forest. Thereupon, with a booming rumble, the rain started to fall over the spooky forest, and the only comfort was everything was normal except for the sound of rain and Jacob's unhindered footsteps. But after moving a few miles, Jacob's heart skipped a beat, and he was stopped in his tracks because even in that rain, sounds of metal crashing together were reverberating over 100 meters away. Chapter 184 The Mysterious Dark Ruins. If it were any other time, Jacob would have taken a detour while minding his own business. However, in this deadly forest where just a drop of blood could decide his life and death, any fight in this place was his business. Soon, Jacob was looking at the 4-meter-tall weed sea, which was getting hacked like water splashes and stomped by hundreds of skeleton soldiers. Right in the middle of this siege was a 6-meter-tall giant who was stomping those skeletons like bugs under his menacing war hammer. Jacob's eyes widened ever so slightly since it was his first time seeing a living member of the giant race. And he had to admit that just watching this giant swinging his giant war hammer and creating small tremors gave him the frights. The Iron Giant tribe had no match when it came to brute strength, and to make others resentful even more, some giants even had magic resistance, and they were also one of those races with connate magic talent. They were dreaded by any intelligent race on the Freedom Plains, and even elves think twice before provoking these dark stars. Nevertheless, Jacob was still worried about this giant getting wounded and bringing everyone's doom. But he was somewhat relaxed when he saw just how helpless those skeletons were. However, he knew this many skeleton soldiers wouldn't lay siege on a giant. There had to be a mastermind. And just as he thought, amidst those hundreds of skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors suddenly appeared holding spears and halberds and shot toward the giant like arrows. However, when Jacob was about to warn, the giant suddenly pulled an icy smile on his giant iron color face, and the next moment his war hammer suddenly started to shimmer in dark sheen. Jacob's heart palpitated, and without wanting to find out, he ran in the opposite direction. The next moment, the giant roared while swinging his glowing war hammer, iron hammer smash. Boom. The entire area around the giant rumbled as a terrifying shockwave blasted those skeletons into smithereens. Even the gray land trees and weeds weren't spared, and the over 20 meters area around the giant had become a no-man's land. Jacob, who barely managed to avoid the worst of that ghastly shockwave with the shelter of a thick gray root, looked in the giant direction again with a lingering fear. That was simply too powerful, and he was even more sure there was magic involved in that strike. Humph, a bunch of bones wanted to kill the great Elbio, go born as a giant first. The iron giant named Elbio coldly sneered as he retracted his war hammer, which left a small 5-meter-deep crater behind, and in this crater were strange blade-shaped gray leaves. Jacob knew he wasn't the other party's match, and found his notion of protecting the fellow ridiculous since no one without skill dared to enter this place. "And you little fellow, come out." Elbio coldly looked at the exact tree root where Jacob was hiding. Jacob knew he might not be able to get rid of this fellow as he did with the cheetah skin man, since those giants were also freighting fast as well. Moreover, he didn't want to test his strength with this fellow in the middle of gray man tree forest. Therefore, calming himself, he came out. Elbio looked at Jacob's hooded figure and coolly said, "I saw you wanted to help him, so I won't persuade you to sneak up on me. But what are you doing in this gray shithole?" Jacob looked at Elbio's nonchalant expression and then at the destruction he had just caused. He answered, "I'm naturally headed toward the exit of the dark woodlands." Elbio's eyes shimmered as he suddenly pulled a mocking smile. "You're new in dark woodlands, aren't you?" Jacob was caught off by this strange question but still answered, "I'm indeed new." "May I inquire why you think so?" Elbio coolly stated. "Only newcomers would say they wanted to leave these godforsaken woodlands." Jacob frowned. "Is it not possible?" Elbio shook his head. "It's not impossible, but not far from it either. Forget it since you tried to help me. I'll tell you, if you cherish your life, turn around and leave. Unless you're a tier -6 extraordinary, don't even think about passing this forest, or dark ruins will be the grave of you just like any other." Done saying his piece, Elbio turned around his giant body. Jacob was now even more perplexed by Elbio's sublet warning and had many questions. He could tell this terrifying giant wasn't lying. He simply didn't need to with his prowess. "Wait, tell me about these dark ruins and I'll pay any price." Jacob tried another method. Elbio's lips curled into a mocking smile while his back was still facing Jacob. "Little fellow, if you want to know about dark ruins, then cross this forest and you'll naturally know. If you manage to return alive, find me in area -892, the name is Elbio." The next moment, his figure suddenly turned blurry, and Elbio's giant figure faded like a ghost. Even for Jacob's eyes, that giant was terrifyingly fast, making his heart skip a beat. If that Elbio wanted to kill him, he was afraid he wouldn't even have the chance of retaliation. "What are the dark ruins?" Jacob squinted his eyes and wasn't in the mood to stay in this area. He left before more skeletons were drawn by the commotion. He still didn't change his direction, though. Elbio's figure appeared a few meters away from where Jacob was standing. A huge, cold grin was spread on his giant face when he saw Jacob still continuing on the same path. He mumbled while he faded into the rain. I never thought while hunting that skeleton, I'll meet a newcomer. If you survive, you'll be one of us, a caged slave. A pity that the chance of that happening is almost null. However, Jacob didn't continue to head in that direction blindly anymore. He could tell something was wrong with all of this after hearing Elbio's ambiguous warning. First, he had no idea what Area -892 was. He didn't even know if there were dividends in this place. Then he thought about the map and the scope of information about the rare plains. Except for dark woodlands and general directions, there wasn't any information about this forest or these dark ruins. Lastly, the four nations weren't too worried about the dark beings swamping this place, which was relatively peaceful, unlike what was mentioned in the information he gathered. There was even terrifying existence like that giant residing in this place, and they seemed to be not from the four powers military. Why didn't these people leave the dark woodlands and remain in these godforsaken woods? Something was strange about all this. The answer lies in the dark ruins. So Jacob tried to search the Star Network for information on dark ruins, but to his dismay, nothing appeared even in the Alliance server. Afterward, he could only give up and decided to sleep over it. The next day, besides some clouds, the sky was clear, and Jacob decided to move on with his journey. He at least wanted to see what these dark ruins were. Even if he had to go back afterward, he would know about what he was dealing with. After making his decision, he didn't stop and continued to move while being vigilant of skeletons. He didn't have the destructive power of Elbio, so he wanted to avoid fighting in this forest. Unknowingly, Jacob had been traveling in the gray land tree forest for over 2 months, and besides the growing roots of gray land trees, Jacob didn't encounter anything. However, on this day, as the night descended, Jacob suddenly felt a strange sensation when he stopped to rest for the day and his eyes were closed. It was like he was moving, or more accurately, the roots beneath him were moving. Jacob's eyes sprang open. Quickly, he jumped to his feet, but when he looked around, he was flabbergasted because the entire forest around him had vanished. Yes, there was nothing around, below, or above. He was just sliding forward in the darkness. Horrified, Jacob tried to run back, but something even more ghastly was waiting for him. No matter how much he ran, he didn't feel like he had moved forward. Not good, Jacob was simply spooked as he continued to slide forward. Cursed immortality, what the fuck is going on? He quickly summoned Immortality while looking around for an escape route. He knew something had happened while he was resting, and whatever happened was out of his comprehension. Only Immortality might be able to shed some light on this situation. Immortality appeared in front of Jacob and wrote, which sent a shiver to Jacob's entire being when he read it. Somehow he knew he was screwed. Welcome to the Rare Trail Plain, ha ha ha. Chapter 185, Plain Trials and Terrifying Revelations. Welcome to the Rare Trial Plain, ha 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 ha. What rare trial plane? Explain, am I in danger? Jacob quickly asked while continuing to find a way out of this darkness. Although his vision was good, this darkness was completely different, and he could only see Immortality because of their special connection. Not for now, I guess. This reply from Immortality gave Jacob a massive relief, but he was still not out of the woods since this darkness was simply too eerie as all his senses were blocked, and all he could feel was moving forward. What is happening then? Jacob properly asked while his swords appeared in his hands. Well, since you've already entered a trial plane, I can tell you now, Immortality wrote. But let me ask you something first, since you were a researcher yourself and a successful one at that. What do you think about world evolution, which could change a world? Jacob's face fell. He didn't have time to play the riddle, but he still answered since it was a simple question. Knowledge. Now just tell me where I am and where did that forest go? No, it is truth behind everything. Knowledge can only be acquired after one finds a truth behind something. Sometimes the truth can be the opposite of what knowledge deems it to be. Why, even after acquiring knowledge, do we still dig deep into the same knowledge and sometimes find something incredible? A truth is what changes everything, and nothing can topple truth. There is always truth behind a truth, like infinite layers. The more truth you find, the more you want to confirm if it is the truth or if someone else will doubt your truth and then start searching for their own truth. But if someone acquired an absolute truth, it could have unimaginable consequences, like the Zodiac Plains, which is virtually immeasurable. Jacob's eyes widened in disbelief. But how is that possible? Although he understood what Immortality was trying to imply, he would never believe something so ridiculous. Furthermore, he still didn't understand what this had to do with the current situation. Ha 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 ha. Nothing is impossible, I had told you. You are so insignificant that even a grain of sand might have a higher status than you in the Zodiac Plains. But you will understand if you could cultivate the scripture to higher phases. All you need to know is the Zodiac Plains is immeasurable and you could consider it a universe. But it didn't work like the universe you know of. There are stars, solar systems, and galaxies, but for a particular reason, everything has been combined, forming the Zodiac Plains. As for why the sky, sun, and moon are just like you remembered, it is also related to the reason for Zodiac Plains being a universe. The common planes are known as Type 0 plane and rare planes are known as Type -1 plane. There are higher planes, and on those planes lies the unimaginable truth. As for the place you are currently stumbled upon is called a trial plane. Every plane above zero has these trial planes. Jacob calmed down to a great degree after he read all that unimaginable information. This mysterious world broadened his horizons again. What kind of trials do these places have and what is their purpose, since they're trials who set them up and monitor them? Jacob asked sternly. These trials are created by the Zodiac Plains itself, and it is also Zodiac Plains who monitored them. You can call it Zodiac will. Like people say, gods are always watching over the world, and the Zodiac will is even more terrifying. Ha 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 ha, Zodiac will, I'll remember it. Jacob quickly engraved this name in his mind. Immortality continued, as for the purpose of these trials it has only one. To open the way toward a higher plane. Now Jacob was even more confused as well as startled. Are you telling me without passing this trial no one can move to a higher plan? But it's impossible since the Alliance could take someone out of here if they complete a certain condition. You don't understand at all. By means to open the way toward a higher plane means stripping off the protection from that plane and removing the barrier that hinders other races from moving freely toward a higher plane. Aren't you curious why that undead couldn't attack or step foot into the Freedom Plains? It is because that area is called Life Plane, where dark beings couldn't enter, while the place known as Wild Nation is established on an area called Dead Plane, where living beings couldn't enter. Lastly, the area where any being could move freely is known as Neutral Plane, like the Dark Woodlands. It's just that the living beings in this place are simply too weak. They had yet to find the exit from the trial plane like the dark beings and entered this neutral plane while avoiding the actual trial plane. Similarly, a being born on other planes or if they had a certain level of bloodline and prowess couldn't enter those two protected areas or on the plane as a matter of fact. Neither could they clear the trial of that plane. Only a native born on that plane could enter and remove the trial of their birth plane. The only exception to this rule is the star ocean or when the protection of that plane is lifted when someone clears that trial. However, in the latter case, there is still power level restriction of the plane. Or do you think both factions, living and dead, would let each other prosper on the same ground? There are more twisted rules on higher planes, but you don't need to know them now. Anyhow, the person who clears this trial, either from the living or dead, will have a specific right on that plane, and every reward acquired from these trials are lavish to extreme. Lastly, if a trial were cleared, it would reset after 1,000 years, and every time a trial is different from the last. My guess is the dark beings on Type -1 planes had cleared the last trial, and that's why they had the upper hand on the living and probably trying to clear it again. That's why they were swamping this place with their pawns to make things even more difficult for those Freedom Plains fools. Jacob felt like a mist had been lifted from his eyes as he finally started to understand what was happening in the rare plains. Wait, you said only natives can enter these protection zones and trials. Why am I able to bypass these two restrictions? Jacob instantly caught the crux of the matter. Just as he thought, Immortaka's mad laughter filled the whole page. Hee, how about you try to guess? Jacob instantly thought of something and replied uncertainly, it's either you or it has something to be with my rebirth. Don't give yourself too much credit. Only the inheritor of one of the 9 universal godly scriptures can bypass these rules. Let me tell you something else. Heh. Jacob had a bad proposition all of a sudden. The 9 universal godly scriptures could also see through the trial's hidden conditions, Immortaka revealed. What it had to do with me, I'm not interested in clearing those trials. On the contrary, as long as they won't complete it, I can simply move between places and do my things. Even if I offend someone, I can hide in the other side's territory, and they won't even be able to touch me. Jacob was now completely calm as he thought of the benefits of having such an advantage over everyone. Are you sure? Let me tell you, the person who clears these trials will be rewarded lavishly by the Zodiac will with ZC, and a special shop will be open to the trial's champion. You can buy anything that exists on that plane from that shop, even 9-star element cores. Immortaka words were laced with temptation. Jacob's eyes widened slightly when he read it. Are you serious? Absolutely. Even the delivery would be instant. But think about it, if you lifted the barrier, the Freedom Plains would be swallowed by the dark beings at this juncture. Or even worse, those fellows in the living faction like your alliance might hate you to tip the balance so soon. Immortaka pretended to give a warning. Jacob's lips curled into a disdainful, icy smile. Do you think I care? Right at this moment, Jacob suddenly looked ahead as he saw the light at the end of the darkness. He was on his destination, wherever it was. Ha ha ha. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. All right, read carefully. I don't have time. You can't summon me in the trial plane for a reason I can't tell you right now. The moment you exit this space, I'll vanish. These are hidden conditions to complete this trial named Dark Ruins. Jacob was baffled when he read he couldn't summon a Mordecai in the Dark Ruin, but soon his attention was drawn by the sudden shimmer spark on a Mordecai before an entirely new page appeared. Type -1 rare, plain trial no 128,094,302 code name. Dark Rune time of beginning, 392 years ago time of end. Ongoing conditions implanted for trial code name Dark Rune. 1. Chapter 186 Underground Catacomb. At this moment, space shuddered before it was torn apart by an invisible force, revealing a black hole. Thereby, a figure was suddenly thrown out from this black hole before it vanished just as fast as it appeared. The figure landed on an old stone floor. He wore a long black jacket with a long hood on his head. A faceless black was hidden underneath. It was none other than Jacob, who had mysteriously been sent into this place, which was rare plain trial. If not for Mordecai's previous explanation, he might be clueless, even spooked by this entire ordeal, just like any ambitious newcomer in the dark woodlands. But he was calm since he knew what kind of place it was and what it represented. Jacob looked around, and his eyes widened slightly when he saw he was standing on a passage dimly lit with flame torches on the walls. However, the walls made him apprehensive because they were made of skulls. A catacomb, he mused darkly as he looked behind, and there was also a long passage going way back, just like in the front. He has no idea on which part of the dark ruins he is in, but he is clearly underground within these catacombs. Suddenly, Jacob felt a vibration on his wrist, which was his star watch. He then slid his sleeve and was astonished when he saw a notification on his star watch. Faceless ancient welcome in dark ruins of rare plains. Please explore the dark ruins for glory. It was an ambiguous message, but it did reveal the name of the place he was in. Could it be the star network is also controlled by the Zodiac will? This might explain this network's mysterious background. Jacob assumed but didn't dare to speak out loud. He was even apprehensive of this Zodiac will now, since even a Mordecai seemed afraid of it. If a Mordecai hadn't told him to keep wearing his star watch, he might have already stowed it away in his infinity pendant. Jacob then tried to use the star watch, but to his dismay, the connection was completely off with the outside, confirming his hypothesis even more. Nevertheless, he kept his star watch on his person, and after that ambiguous message, no more messages appeared. Jacob then decided to move in the left direction while holding a pump-action shotgun in his left hand and his sword in his right hand. He didn't dare to underestimate this place. Even that giant was wary. Even if he knew how to clear it, it didn't mean he could do it. If a Mordecai was correct, then dark beings of higher level might be teaming this place to clear it as well, and with his current power cap, he would be courting death. He couldn't summon a Mordecai either, and he was pretty sure it had something to do with the Zodiac will, or there might be some other reason. In any case, he has to be careful. Jacob's first objective was to leave these underground catacombs. As Jacob moved slowly toward the dimly lit passage, he noticed the dust on the walls and his footprints on the stone floor. Evidently, this passage hadn't been used for quite a long time. But when he thought about those burning skull torches, he thought otherwise. After walking for half an hour, he frowned because a skull wall blocked his way forward, a dead end. Flustered, he turned back since he didn't want to touch those skulls unless absolutely necessary. After walking for over an hour, Jacob's face turned dark when he saw a wall blocking his way again. It meant both sides were completely blocked off. Something is strange, this passage is too long. Moreover, these torches kept burning without showing any sign of turning off, and the air here also didn't seem to suffocate. There has to be some kind of ventilation system. Jacob frowned as he finally decided to get his hands dirty. He first moved toward the skull wall blocking his way and slashed his sword, blasting those old skulls into bits and raising a small dust cloud. When Jacob saw there was really a stone wall behind those skills, he then moved toward the other suspicious thing, which was those torches. The passage was only 3 meters in diameter, so Jacob's hand easily reached the torch's position. When he tried to remove a torch, strangely, it didn't move an inch as if it was fixed on the wall. With his sword hilt, he tried to break the torch, and the skull-shaped torch easily blasted, but Jacob was stunned the next moment because a palm-sized yellow-red flame appeared in the air when the torch broke. It suddenly started flickering after losing the torch's protection and then diminished, leaving behind a dumbfounded Jacob. Magic! Only this could explain the phenomena now. Before, Jacob thought there might be some gas line supporting those torches, but it seemed he was dead wrong. He needed to think out of the box since he was in a magical world where anything was possible. Giving up on torches, Jacob decided to focus on those skulls. and after cleaning those skulls for half an hour, he had cleared over 10 meters on both sides as skull debris filled the floor. Yet Jacob saw nothing but stone walls on both sides, perplexing him. This passage was simply too long, and if he started to clean those two walls, it might take an entire day, and he still might not find any clues about where he was or how he could leave. "Let's blast our way out of this strange place," Jacob sneered. The next moment, a pale yellow rectangular appeared in his hand. It was only 6 inches long and 2 inches thick. It was trinitrotoluene TNT. He literally meant those words when he said he would blast his way out of this place. This TNT was handmade by him. When he was planning to leave the Freedom Plains, he knew the place out there was not something he could handle with his current prowess, so he prepared some things if he ever experienced such situations. The TNT happened to be one of those things. With cold eyes, he placed the TNT on the stone wall blocking the passage and sets it up with a radio wave controller. Only after looking at those sturdy stone walls did he dare to take his mad action. Or if it were a shallow cave, he would rather continue searching than risk using TNT and bury himself. Jacob put hundreds of meters of distance between TNT and himself before he pressed the red trigger. Bomb! A massive explosion rang quaver the entire passage, and those skills started to fall from their positions, and a huge dust cloud enveloped the whole passage like a tornado. Jacob was completely unfazed as he waited a few moments before going toward the explosion area. Crushing the skull debris under his unhindered footstep, he reached the dust-filled explosion area and approached the wall. He couldn't help but notice a light in the center of that. Even with all the dust, it was quite apparent. So there was a passage. Jacob's lips curled up as he finally saw the half-broken wall and another passage behind it. Without hesitation, he crossed the opening and stepped foot another dimly lit catacomb passage, but it was slightly more spacious than the one he had just blasted his way out from. This time, Jacob went toward the left again, and after walking for 10 minutes, he didn't encounter another wall but a cross path. Is this some kind of grave maze? Jacob's face fell, but all of a sudden, his ears perked because faint footsteps were approaching from the left cross pathway toward his position. The explosion must have drawn whoever this is. Jacob was vigilant and didn't dare to underestimate the approaching party. Whoever could come to this place was not simple, and he was far more worried about those dark beings. Jacob quickly took the right passage before that person reached this place, and with silent steps he escaped the vicinity. A minute after Jacob left, a petite woman with wolf ears, wearing a short black armor that only covered her vitals, appeared, holding a sword and an assault rifle in both her furry hands. She looked at the still dusty passage where Jacob had appeared and frowned. Someone just used explosive force to blast their way out of a dead passage. Is it magic or technology? Whoever it was, they were strong. If it is not a dark being, and if I can team up with this person, I might be finally able to leave this shityard. A ray of hope appeared in her wolf eyes as her small fair nose started to twitch, and she instantly looked toward the right passage where Jacob had gone. Her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. Smell of chemical, definitely not a magic user. With great anticipation, she also chased after whoever it was without caring about the consequences. It was far better than suffering alone in this maze of skulls. Chapter 187, The Dreadful Maze. Even though Jacob wanted to, he couldn't move carelessly in this catacomb maze. But he was more worried about the footsteps behind him, which would catch up to him no matter which direction he took or how fast and silent his steps were. In the end, he decided to confront whoever it was, or he won't have peace of mind. A sniper rifle appeared in his hand. But it wasn't the Titan rifle but CT-408 sniper rifle with a normal 32x standard infrared scope created by him. Jacob coldly placed the sniper rifle at the end of the cross path, hit it with those skulls, and then placed his eye behind the scope. He won't care if it is undead or living. He was going to get rid of them since this person kept chasing after him. Without his hearing, he might not be able to hear the other person, so he knew just how stealthy the other party was. This place was teeming with an unknown danger, and Jacob couldn't have a threat that was proficient in tracking. Jacob's finger was the trigger as he heard those footsteps slowly approaching. Thereupon, something entered Jacob's view and he pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet's sound reverberated in the silent vicinity of the catacomb pathways, but Jacob's eyes narrowed because the thing that was blasted apart was a random dry skull on a blade tip. But what made Jacob astonished was the bullet didn't pierce through the silver tip of the sword, but bounced off without leaving a scratch. Not only that, but the holder of that sword didn't seem affected by the bullet impact either, as the blade was still held at the same spot without dropping. The other party is extremely strong, so you can hear my footsteps and go for a decisive kill. Huh, nice, you have some skills and grit to survive. A crisp voice filled with disdain rang at this moment. It was clearly the owner of the sword. Jacob frowned, not a dark being. Since everyone is fighting for survival in this place, each faction might be more untied than the outside. Furthermore, from this person's tone, she let me hear her footsteps so she could test me. Who are you? He decided to question, since having an experienced person around would only do better than harm. Well, as long as they had no malicious intentions, that is. I'm also just like you, who was mysteriously thrown into this shityard 2 years ago. You are the first person I have encountered in 2 years. How about we team up? I have no ill intention and only wanted to leave this godforsaken shityard, revealed the woman in an aggravated tone. Jacob was startled when he heard she had been trapped here for 2 years. Just what kind of place is it? Or she might be just lying to win my trust, but if what she said is true, then I need to know why she couldn't leave even after 2 years. Jacob was sullen. Look, I know it is difficult to trust someone you just met, but I'm sincere in working with you to get out of here. I'm going to come out to show my sincerity, the women declared. Jacob remained stoic as he coldly watched as white furry hands slowly appeared, and seeing the infrared view, he confirmed it was a living person. A petite woman with wolf ears, wearing short black armor only covering her vitals, appeared while holding her hands above in surrender. A sword and an assault rifle were attached to her slim waist. A wolf demi-human, he instantly guessed when he saw those features. Since the other party was showing their hands, it was clear she was sincere about her words or simply too confident in her act. But Jacob decided to believe her, since she might hold vital information about this maze. However, he didn't lower his rifle and walked in front of her. What is this place? He asked. The wolf woman's eyes lit up when she saw Jacob and smiled while she said, Can I lower my hands? You may, but if you so much as twitch your finger, I'll shoot, Jacob coldly stated. So scary, she giggled. As I said before, this place is called Dark Ruin. Jacob frowned. I know, I'm talking about. Where are we? He didn't know if this woman was being deliberately cute or not, but it wasn't working. Oh, you must also receive that message in your Star Watch, right, Sai? Is this some kind of game played by the Star Network? She wondered out loud. Close enough, Jacob thought. Then you didn't find the way out of this place in 2 years, he asked another question. How long have you been in this place? She questioned instead with a hint of anticipation. Jacob frowned but still answered, couple of hours. The wolf woman's eyes shone brilliantly. I knew it. Who is the current ruler of the Ice Nation, and did we win the Nightmare Championship? Jacob wanted to shoot her down as she started asking meaningless questions like a curious baby. Suppressing his dark urges, he coldly uttered, I have no idea, nor do I care. If this is all you have to say, then I better wander alone. Don't follow me anymore. The wolf woman quickly changed the topic as her curious expression turned severe and aggravated. All right, you won't have to be so mean to a fellow tribesman, you know. Jacob remained silent even after being called a fellow tribesman. She was clearly his species with those sublet words, which was proof enough of this woman's cunning nature, just like a real wolf. The wolf woman suddenly smiled charmingly when she saw Jacob didn't fall for her trap. I'll tell you straight this time, it's not like I don't find a way out, but it's just that there is something terrifying blocking the way out. If you wander in this shityard long enough, you'll naturally bump into that fellow. But that thing is probably extraordinary tier -1 or even 2, so unless you are one as well, there is no other way out of this place. No matter how much you dig or blast, this strange maze is endless. Because this maze changes every 72 hours, any damage done to it will also reset with it. You won't even know it has, and you'll keep moving in circles while thinking you have made progress. But you'll die of hunger and thirst soon, if not madness, trust me. I'll learn the hard way. Jacob suddenly felt something was not adding up with her explanation. How do you survive in 2 years? The wolf woman's lips suddenly move into a crescent smile. Of course, it's because I found a special room in this place which had a clear water pond with some fish. It also recovered every 3 days, no matter how much you drank or ate from it. It's just that finding it is a hassle, but now I'm a pro at it. Jacob felt silent when he heard this. No matter how much it sounds ridiculous, it might be possible in this place. Now, you should understand teaming up with is your only way to survive and leave this place. Her smile was somewhat foreboding. After thinking for a moment, he lowered his rifle and nodded. All right, I'll help you, but only if I am confident. I won't throw my life away. She smiled broadly when she heard this and nodded. Don't worry, I won't ask you to commit suicide. I also wanted to leave this place more than you could ever. Jacob could only take her words for it. My name is Livia, and I'm from Blue Wolf Human Tribe of Ice Nation. Livia introduced herself. Jack, Jacob coldly uttered. Just Jack, whom well it is easy to remember I guess. Let's go, I'll show you around this shityard. Livia giggled as she didn't mind Jacob still hiding his origin. She would do the same if she were in his shoe or even worse. Jacob then followed Livia as she led him through different pathways. He had to admit this maze was big and all the passages looked almost identical. Look carefully, the skulls on each pathway had different patterns, and as long as you can remember them, you can easily navigate this place. This is also how I discovered the reset time of this maze. I must say I almost go berserk when I do though, Livia sighed as she told about her nasty experience in this place. Jacob also frowned. He might do the same if it was him. It could be said that Jacob was quite lucky to encounter Livia, or hunger was something he dreaded most after death. He also noticed the wall's skulls were arranged in different patterns. It was hard to notice if someone really hadn't been paying attention to them. Soon, they reached their destination. Chapter 188. You seemed. Lonely Livia stood in front of a skull-filled wall, but there was something different about this wall that was quite hard to notice. There was a black skull with folded black horns hidden within other skulls, and in this dim light it was almost invisible if someone wasn't looking for it. Livia then flashed a strange smile toward Jacob before she twisted the left horn of that black skull, and the next moment, the deep sound of a mechanism being stirred rang. Thereby the entire wall suddenly trembled before a slit appeared. It was a door. Jacob was baffled by just how much lucky Livia would have been to find something like this. He started to look at the wolf woman in a new light. As the small skull door opened, a 10 cubic meter space appeared lit with the same fire torches. "Come in, don't be shy," Livia chuckled as she entered. Jacob followed suit and his eyes narrowed when he saw the interior. Unlike the rest of the maze, there weren't any skulls on the walls, but a 1.5-meter stone statue of a skeleton in priest robes holding a red follower in its bone hands, which looked completely wrong in many ways. On the room's left and right walls were strange ruins. Lastly, there was a 2-meter-wide clear water pond right in front of this skeleton statue, and some common tier fishes were swimming inside. Besides, there were some weapons lying on a corner which were clearly Livia's, and there was nothing else. Livia said smilingly, "No bad, right? Besides that creepy flower skeleton, this place is quite good compared to the rest of the shipyard." "Now you believed me, no?" Jacob had no choice but to believe Livia, since she was the only place where anyone could survive in this maze if she were telling the truth. If it were Jacob, he would never bring some stranger into this place, much less someone he had just met not even an hour ago. "What are those symbols?" He couldn't help but ask, since it was his first time seeing such language, and those symbols somewhat resembled the philosopher's language. Livia coolly answered, "It's rune language. Just like the philosopher's language, many old runes and scriptures are translated from it. However, the rune language field is wider than the philosopher's language, since the former can be used in magic while the latter is used in alchemy. Rune language, doesn't Decker mention it in his journal?" Jacob's memory was quite sharp as he remembered. "This language also used in magic, so you can read it." He looked at Livia. She was becoming more useful by the minute. Livia was quite talkative, since it's been 2 years since she had talked with someone, and she needed Jacob to get out of there, so she answered his question to win his complete trust. "You sure like to ask questions for someone who didn't even reveal his full name, but I'm not a petty person. On the left is written, 'Death shall bring salvation,' and on the right side is written, 'Salvation shall bring death.' It was clearly written by some sadistic," she sneered disdainfully. However, a peculiar glint flashed past Jacob's eyes before vanishing competently. "Thank you for telling me," he nodded. "No problem. Do you want to try some fish?" Livia questioned. "No, thank you." "How about you share your plan on how to get out of here? I'm sure you didn't want to waste more time." Jacob probed coolly. Livia's eyes shimmered with coldness and she nodded. "Yes, I had been monitoring that fellow for over a year now, and as long as we attack in pair, we can easily get out of here. So you should rest for the day. The maze will reset in a day, and that would be the time to start." Jacob didn't object and nodded. "All right, but if I found that fellow dangerous, I won't participate in that suicide charge." Livia's eyes narrowed ever so slightly as the smile on her face stiff. "It won't be difficult. I've been headbutting with him for over a year, and I could always escape without getting injured. So that it won't be much difficult for you." "Oh, do you have more explosive?" Jacob thought for a moment before he nodded. "I have around 100 grams of TNT left. I didn't know I was going to trap here. I just wanted to leave the dark woodlands but was thrown into this space instead." He sighed ruefully. Livia's eyes also flashed with resentment. "I could relate, don't worry. We might be able to leave after we escape this maze." So she didn't know just what kind of place the Dark Ruins is. Jacob, though, knew this woman was going to feel despair after leaving this place, or who knows if that place she wanted to go was even the real exit or was just another part of the maze. However, this wasn't something he had in his mind right now, as he was struggling to decide something. Afterward, Livia started to ask all kinds of questions about the outside world, which Jacob had no idea how to answer since he only stayed on the Freedom Plains for a short while. So he could only make an excuse that he was the low-ranking officer of the Golden Sword Army and had offended someone and been sent out here, but instead he escaped. Although Livia might not believe it, she can't do anything. Jacob also didn't ask any more questions except the guardian of the way out, and the small space soon fell into silence. Time passed quickly. Jacob was resting with his eyes closed, but he was completely awake, and at this moment he heard Livia's heartbeat moving and instantly opened his eyes. Livia was currently going through her weapons while her round bottom was completely displayed. As she sensed Jacob's gaze, she looked at him with a strange smile and slightly shook her ass. "It's nice, right?" she asked ambiguously. Jacob merely said, without retracing his gaze, "It is so." Livia's eyes widened slightly and she stood straight while looking at Jacob. She smiled seductively. "If you show me your face, I might let you touch it." Jacob thought for a moment before he stood up and he pulled his hood off and then took off his mask, revealing his long silver hair and handsome face. He had a smile on his face. Livia's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "You're an elf." She didn't notice Jacob's ears since they were covered under his hair, and she clearly had never seen a human, so an elf was the only thing that came to her mind after seeing his handsome appearance. Even demi-humans respect elves, and only some of their tribes can rival them. Jacob smiled and nodded. "You look shocked. But your hair is silver," she asked curiously, since elves in the Freedom Plains have golden hair. "I'm a silver elf, a hybrid of sorts." Jacob lied through his teeth without even flinching, and the warm smile on his face never vanished. "Why do you suddenly show your face?" Livia couldn't help but feel something was wrong, but she never put her finger on it. Because Jacob struck her as someone aloof and cold, but now he was acting friendly. If Jacob's weapon weren't lying on the floor, she would think he was going to ambush her. But no matter how she thought of it, Jacob didn't have a reason to kill her since he needed her help to find the Guardian and fight with him. Is he after my body, or did he want to see just how badly I want to get out of here and see how I react? She could only think of this since she was quite confident in her looks and figure. Although she wasn't as beautiful as an elf, she was clearly more beautiful than the average women of the Freedom Plain, especially better than those ugly races such as goblins, orcs, trolls, and so on. Jacob took a step toward her with his warm smile and suddenly took off his jacket, showing his tight black gear vest and masculine muscles underneath. Livia couldn't help but look closely at Jacob's body. She was not admiring his body but looking for a hidden weapon, but there was nothing, and his sword, rifle, and a block of TNT were left lying in his sitting position. This made her even more assured that he was after her body or just testing her, but she still didn't let her guard down. Jacob stopped when he was only a foot away from Livia, and the smile on his face hadn't vanished at all. He said gently, "After I thought it over, I found you quite sincere and lovely. That's why I show you my appearance. This will break any wall we have, and our corporation will be flawless, right? Besides, I couldn't help but notice that you seemed lonely." Livia's eyes trembled slightly as she looked deeply into Jacob's amber eyes. Jacob suddenly approached closer as they could almost feel each other's warm breath, and Livia somehow felt compelled and couldn't stop his advance despite wanting to. Chapter 189. Broken Shackle. Jacob suddenly approached closer. They could almost feel each other's warm breath, and Livia somehow felt compelled and couldn't stop his advance despite wanting to. She just felt like the despair she was hiding under her cheerful self was breaking out. She felt smooth, cold skin over her face, and their lips were about to meet when Jacob suddenly whispered something while his hand touched her alluring face. "You shouldn't have told me what was written on that wall." Jacob's voice was no longer warm like before, as it was extremely icy, and when Livia finally noticed, it was too late. Blood suddenly splashed over Jacob's expressionless face as he looked at Livia's widened eyes filled with disbelief and despair. The light in her eyes slowly faded away as she kept looking at those ruthless amber eyes, which hid some remorse, but it slowly faded away. Jacob was holding the hilt of his second sword, and the blade was piercing through Livia's head while her blood dripped from the sharp edge. Jacob didn't give her a chance to retaliate and killed her instantly. The blade from his hand vanished again, leaving behind an open slit in Livia's head as blood and brain matter started to flow from the opening. Jacob swiftly moved his hand and captured her falling dead body. He stored her star watch and sword in his infinity pendant, and then threw her body into the clear pond under the skeleton statue's feet. The clear pond quickly started to turn crimson with Livia's blood. Jacob felt something inside him was finally gone, as that tingle of remorse was gone with it. "I don't know if you were pure with your intentions, or you also understood what the phases mean on that wall. Whatever the matter was, I didn't care since this was inevitable. A survivor like you would have done the same thing if you knew this was the only way out of here," Jacob coldly said while looking at the bloody pond. He then looked at the skeleton priest holding the flower. "One of the 3 conditions to clear this trial is, salvage the priest with blood flower by staining his tears with blood. I never thought I would find the priest with blood flower so easily. I thought it was some kind of terrifying existence, but when tears fell into the mix, it didn't make sense anymore until I saw this statue with a pond and then those phases on the wall. Death shall bring salvation and salvation shall bring death, but this phase is wrong. The proper phase should be salvation shall bring death and death shall bring salvation. The one who seeks salvation shall bring death, meaning a sacrifice, and that sacrifice will salvage the one who seeks salvation or the person who performs the sacrifice. If I hadn't known about the condition to clear the dark runes, then I would have never thought like this. This woman might feel the same, but she didn't know where to perform the sacrifice. She might have thought that the sacrifice should be made to the guardian. Or I'm simply overthinking, and all of this was just my wild imagination, and this was not the right place after all. Jacob thought as he looked at the still, unmovable statue. Although he was 90% sure that he had done the right thing, he had no way of finding out if it was true. Even if he knew the conditions to clear the trial, they were still not completely clear. If this wasn't the priest with blood flower, then he still has to find a way out of this place, which also means fighting that guardian alone, which Livia was afraid of. Nevertheless, Jacob won't regret it since he had done what he thought was right, or he might have never gotten another chance again. At least if it failed, he would know this was the priest with blood flower and rule out a possible target and get rid of Livia, who might have turned into a foe at some point or not. Who knows? However, when the pond's bloody water started to tremble as bubbles began to rise like it was boiling, Jacob knew he wasn't wrong after all. Jacob quickly picked up his jacket and weapons lying around, including Livia's. At this moment, crimson smoke started to rise from the pond, and what Jacob saw next made him astonished the next moment. The pond of bloody water suddenly started to crawl toward the skeleton statue and slowly started to cover it in crimson liquid. The entire pond was dry cleaned as the priest's skeleton was now dyed red, and surprisingly Livia's body had vanished from the pond. Not even a bone was left. Rumble. Rumbling sounds suddenly started to ring all over the catacomb, and the ground began to quiver as if hell was about to break loose. Jacob was baffled by this, and his heart palpitated because if this place collapsed, he'd be buried with it. This doesn't make sense. Did the one who cleared a condition supposed to die? Jacob felt something was amiss. LLJJJKLL. At this moment, strange eerie cries started reverberating in the vicinity, making anyone's blood run cold. Before Jacob could comprehend what was going on, the blood-soaked priest's skeleton started to shake violently, and the next moment, it suddenly collapsed into crimson sand. But Jacob's eyes widened because a small passage appeared right where the skeleton stood before, and it had the same size as the skeleton. Jacob didn't believe Livia hadn't tried to destroy this skeleton before to find the passage, so it clearly appeared after that condition was completed. Without hesitation, Jacob moved. He wanted to get out of this creepy place. But these steps suddenly came to a halt when he noticed something within the crimson sand left behind by the priest's skeleton. It was a crimson flower that the priest's skeleton was holding. It was completely intact. Jacob didn't know why, but he felt this might come in handy or might have some other use, so he quickly picked up the crimson flower, stowed it in the pendant, and entered the small passage. However, what Jacob didn't know was that his action just made the entire dark ruins shake violently. Somewhere in the dark ruins was a ruined black castle, and a tremor suddenly ran past it, almost making it crumble completely. Deep underground in this palace, under the pitch-black darkness, two ghostly blue flames were blazing within the earthquake. An eerie voice suddenly laughed loudly. Hee. Someone just broke a shackle. Could it be the king finally can't control his hunger? Hee. Time has come, huh? The eerie laughter boomed hysterically in this darkness while those two flames grew brighter and brighter. Someone else in the dark ruins, an icy voice suddenly rang within the tremor, who dared to break the 500 years treaty. The freedom plane is still not strong, so it had to be those damn corpse eaters. I have to report it and stop them before they bring our ruin. A blinding white light suddenly illuminated the dark sky of the dark ruins before it vanished altogether. At another place of the dark ruins, filled with a sea of skeletons and zombies, the center of this incredible force was a high platform. A dark cape figure holding a pitch-black staff with crimson crystal on top was sitting on a bone throne over this platform. When the tremor started, a deep, eerie voice rang from the throne as if the metal were scratching together. Broken shackle, how bold. He suddenly hit his staff down in anger, and a powerful shockwave emerged, blasting a vast number of skeletons and zombies. He roared, since our prey wanted to play tricks, let them show the grit of hunters. Start the conquest. Menacing cries of bones and wails rang as the sea of dark beings started to move. While the powerful existences overseeing the dark ruins started to get restless, the man who caused it was completely oblivious to this fact. Jacob didn't know that such phenomena would appear after every trial condition was complete. He merely thought it was just happening in the catacombs. As he moved in the dark tunnel, Jacob's star watch suddenly vibrated, startling him. When he saw another message from an unknown source, he frowned and opened it. You have received the blessing of priest. What does that mean? Is it some kind of proof that I clear one of the three conditions? What will happen if someone else clears the other two? Who would be the winner and loser? That damn book left too many loopholes. All I can do is keep moving and hope such a situation won't arise. No one has any idea about what conditions are in place, so I shouldn't have any competitors unless I have terrible luck. Jacob thought gravely as he moved forward, and as he moved, he felt he was going upward after walking for half an hour. Jacob finally saw a ray of light coming from a tiny hole. Chapter 190, The Three Conditions. Jacob finally saw a ray of light coming from a tiny hole, and with shimmering eyes he quickly approached it. The earthquake was already gone and the catacomb maze with it probably. As he approached the tiny light hole, Jacob's senses were on an all-time high. He tried to look on the other side and his eyes widened when he saw the other side of the hole. Although he could only see a small portion of the other side, Jacob was astonished because there was an old dusty stone bookshelf under a dim light. Other than that, he couldn't see clearly, but he didn't hear any movement. A bookshelf. What is this place? Jacob didn't make a move post-haste as he decided to observe for a while. The space on the other side was blocked by a wall, and if he broke it, this would cause a huge commotion, so he wanted to make sure no one was there to ambush him when he did break the wall. Jacob didn't see or hear anything even after a while, so he decided to move. His short sword appeared in his hand, and he impaled it into the hole. He wanted to make it bigger to see more clearly. The wall was made of soft stone, the blade easily pierced through it, and Jacob could finally see what was on the other side. It was a 5 cubic meter stone room. Besides the small stone bookshelf, there was a stone bed, a magic torch like the underground catacomb, and a stone door to the left, nothing else. Since no one was there, Jacob didn't wait any longer and punched with full force and blasted open a hole large enough for himself to leave the secret passage. However, Jacob wasn't in a hurry to check the stone door as he moved toward the bookshelf first. A thick layer of dust was collected over the bookshelf. There were 5 books placed in it. Jacob tried picking up a book, but the moment he did, it turned into dust. Just how long have these books been here to decay into dust? Jacob frowned as he tried to touch the other book, but it also crumbled under his touch. However, the third book didn't crumble, making Jacob's eyes shine with anticipation since this will make this book unique from the decaying ones. He picked up the old book, and after clearing up the dust, it had a gray tatter cover and was 2 centimeters thick, and the writing on it was still readable. But Jacob frowned when he saw the writing was the same kind of runes in the underground catacombs. It was rune language. I have to buy rune language after I leave this place, Jacob thought as he stowed away the book and decided to decipher it after leaving the dark runes. He then tried the last 2 books. The fourth one also turned to dust, but the last book survived, which made him happy since there could be some unimaginable knowledge stored in these books. Especially the book with the rune language, which according to Livia, was the language used in magic. When Jacob cleared the dust, he discovered the second intact book was actually a folded parchment made with some beast skin. When Jacob opened it, his eyes widened because there was a complex design with symbols drawn. Ritual array formation. Although the symbols used in this design are from rune language, it looked too much like the ritual array formation within Immortality. Jacob made an educative guess with ecstasy and stowed away the parchment. He never thought he would discover something like an ritual array formation in this place, or it was a reward for clearing the first condition. Whatever the case was, Jacob was glad that he came here and more resolute than ever to clear the entire trial. After making sure there was nothing else hidden in that stone room, he finally moved toward the stone door, and after using some force, it finally moved while making eerie sounds. What appeared made Jacob baffled because the door opened behind a 2-meter-tall half-broken statue on an altar. As Jacob vigilantly left the room, he discovered a broken hall with weeds and debris. He then has a clear look at the broken statue. From its design and skeleton feet, he instantly saw the resemblance between this statue and the priest skeleton statue underground. Is this a temple of priest skeleton? Jacob guessed as he frowned grimly. Because if he hadn't appeared underground, he would never have been able to find that this was the place he was looking for with just those debris and his half-broken statue. Nevertheless, he wasn't too worried since it's only been a day in dark ruins, and he had already cleared one of the 3 conditions, which hadn't been clear for almost 400 years. Afterward, Jacob closed the secret room since it was a perfect hidden place if he ever needed it, hid it with dust, and then blasted the remaining statue in front of it, blocking the room completely and making it look like it was like this from the start. Jacob then left the doorless temple while covering his tracks. When he appeared outside, he was baffled because in front of him were all sorts of ruined buildings. The sky was completely dark without any stars or moon, and the broken stone streets were lit with magic torches. So dark ruins are a city, Jacob wondered as he looked behind the small temple, which was the only intact place within these buildings. Holding his swords, he took the street toward the south. The place was filled with darkness, and he couldn't see clearly far ahead, and the only light was the dim light of those torches. However, Jacob had only crossed 3 streets when he heard hundreds of footsteps approaching. Startled, he quickly hid in a broken stone house and tried to hide his presence as much as possible. Soon, those footsteps got closer, and they clearly didn't notice him as they continued to move toward wherever they were going. Jacob peeped through the broken wall, and his heart jumped when he saw hundreds of skeleton soldiers marching forward. I almost forget about the undead. Jacob grimaced as he waited for those skeletons to pass through. It didn't take long before leaving, and silence descended on the area again. However, Jacob didn't move carelessly anymore as he started to think about the last two conditions and where they might be. The first condition was destroy the dignity of king. The second condition was give the maiden hope. The third condition was salvage the priest with blood flower by staining his tears with blood. Since the last hurdle is precise, I should look for the easiest one that made any sense. Destroy the dignity of king is the easiest to make sense of. A king's dignity is either his kingdom or position, so I should look for a castle or palace where's a king live. As for the give the maiden hope, I have no idea what it means, just the third condition. Jacob sighed ruefully. Although he knew the conditions to clear the trial, these conditions were as good as riddles. He wondered just how difficult trials would be in the higher planes, since the rare planes trial was this difficult. However, his thought process was broken when he heard footsteps again. Furthermore, this time there were even more than before. Just how many dark beings are in this place? Jacob's heart churned as he silently spied on the approaching beings. This time, there were no skeletons, but rotten skin zombies with ghastly features as green toxic saliva trickling from their lipless mouths. Their movements weren't sluggish, as they walked even faster than the skeletons. The toxic zombies type dark beings were dreaded even more than the skeletons type dark being because of their venomous properties. All the high-level zombies were virtually cureless, since the rare planes didn't have the resources to make the cure for their toxic. Furthermore, high-level zombies can turn anyone into low-level zombies, making them their thralls who follow them mindlessly. They were one of the biggest trump cards of dark beings. However, Jacob's eyes blazed with killing intent because there was one more fact about zombies: 80% of them possess magic cores. If he could ambush one zombie at a time, he might collect some well-needed magic cores. His entire purpose for leaving the Freedom Plains was to collect the magic core, which hadn't changed even with the location. Even if he could buy high-level magic cores, he still had to collect the low-level ones, and he didn't mind saving his ZC for something else if he could collect those cores on his own. Lastly, only the extraordinary skeletons have magic cores, and they were not easy to hunt for Jacob right now, but these zombies were different, and as long as he didn't alert the entire horde, he could hunt them easily. Chapter 191, The Conquest of Doom. After deciding to hunt those zombies, Jacob didn't hesitate and looked for a target. When the entire horde passed Jacob's hiding spot, and there were no more zombies behind, holding his swords, Jacob crept toward the zombie at the very end of the horde. Those zombies were clearly going somewhere without any alertness to their surroundings. Jacob's sword flashed right behind the zombie's rotten neck, making it mute, and before the zombie could even make some random sound and alert the zombie in front, who was only a few feet ahead, the pierced zombie's body vanished into Jacob's pendant. Jacob didn't linger and instantly hid in the closest building before those zombies could notice anything. He then took out the zombie, who was still alive but completely helpless as its mouth was completely blocked by Jacob's blade. It tried to struggle, but Jacob was too quick, and with his second blade he sliced its head in half. A zombie magic core was always in their head, enshrouded within the dead flame, and Jacob precisely cut while keeping this in mind not to damage the magic core if there was one. Although he didn't know if the magic core could handle his blade strike, he didn't take a chance, and that's why he captured the zombie alive to make sure it won't happen. The moment the zombie's head was split into two, the zombie was dead. Jacob didn't pay any attention to it. He looked at the cleaved skull and the black brain within. A blue dead flame was flickering in the center before it was depleted. Jacob frowned since there was nothing else besides the empty hole left by the dead flame, which meant this zombie was coreless. So he took his swords and moved on to the next zombie at the end of the horde. With all those buildings making it an excellent spot for Jacob to hide and pulverize the zombies, he started to hunt them one by one. Those zombies have no strong will like an intelligent species, so they were all easily pulled by Jacob in the infinity pendant after he gave them a shock by piercing them with his sword. After hunting 4 zombies like this, he still didn't acquire any magic core. Now it was his 5th zombie, and just like before, he sliced apart its head in 2. This time, unlike before, the dead flame was slightly bright, and when it was exhausted, a shining emerald magic core. An earth core. Jacob's eyes gleamed for a moment before he simply stowed it away because he already had a 1-star earth element magic core. But still, this gave him hope since there were over 300 zombies outside, and they were moving west of the dark ruins without paying any attention to their surroundings. This gave Jacob more confidence as he started to capture 2 zombies from then onward. After pulverizing 7 more zombies, he finally acquired another red color magic core, a 1-star fire element core. Now he only needed the wind-type magic core, which should be gray. So he started to kill those clueless zombies even more passionately, and after killing for half a day his 68th zombie, which was burly from the other zombies and had a strange marking over his rotten skin, he finally acquired a wind core. But to his surprise, there were two bright white spots within this crystal-like core, and Jacob instantly knew it was a two-star wind core, not a one-star. The bright white spots in them could easily distinguish the magic core ranks. An initial one-star magic core would not have any bright white spot, while a fully developed one-star magic core that was on the verge of entering the two-star rank would have a bright white spot. When a magic core reaches the two-star initial rank, another bright white spot will be emerged within it, all the way up to 9 such white spots at the 9-star magic core. These bright white spots were called the stars, and that's why they were ranked in star ranks from 1 to 9. Jacob looked at the zombie again. It had a faint marking around its neck, and he mused, is this a high-level zombie? Its strength should be around tier 7 or tier 8. The classification of the dark beings is quite vague, and only those skeletons were fully recorded. The zombies were not described in depth. Jacob mused as he looked at the zombie deeply. He had to admit, besides those vague lines around its neck, it looked exactly the same as those other zombies he had killed. But he didn't go out hunting anymore since he was quite exhausted after ambushing so many zombies. Since this place was filled with undead, he would get his chance again. Jacob's goal was to collect every element magic core up to 3 stars, since the 4-star magic cores fall into the categories of the extraordinary tiers. While at it, he would also look for clues about the second and third conditions. He was no longer in a hurry as this place was quite extensive, and he wasn't here for even 3 days, so he didn't rush things. After calling it a day, Jacob found a destroyed building with an attack basement and started eating the raw meat he had stored in his pendant. While Jacob was resting, the reaming zombie horde, after walking for 3 hours, reached a plaza where even more zombies, skeleton soldiers, and warriors were gathering. 10 dark beings stood in the center of this plaza over a broken high pillar. 5 of them were fully armed skeletons holding shields and swords or halberds. They were skeleton grand warriors, and all of them were extraordinary tiers. While the other 5 were pale-skinned zombies with white eyeballs, but their skin was not completely rotten as they had a black tattoo-like marking around their necks. These zombies were called sane zombies and were also extraordinary tiers of dark beings and highly intelligent like the skeleton grand warriors. The sane zombies could control zombie hordes and also create more zombies from their special toxic if the cure wasn't taken within an hour. That's why the sane zombies were even more dreaded existence than the skeleton grand warriors, since they turned their victims into zombie slaves, which was far worse than death. At this moment, all 10 extraordinary ranked dark beings open their mouths, creating eerier sounds, and the sea of dark begins in front of them turned stoic. Those 10 then do something strange, they fall onto their knees, and all those low-level dark beings also follow in their tracks. At this moment, the sound of powerful steps and something sharp hitting the ground rang within the silent plaza. Soon a cloaked figure holding a pitch-black staff with a crimson orb imbued on top of it walked on the top of the broken pillar. A spooky voice in a strange language rang from the cloaked figure holding the staff. My children, I summon everything because it is time to start the conquest of doom. We have given those praise too much leverage, but they don't know good for bad and dare to break a shackle sneakily. So be it. Since they want to take advantage of our forbearance and want to get eaten, we'll gladly accept their wish. The king will arrive with his army in 3 days, and will break the reaming shackles before hunting everyone last prey. Those dark beings started to make clamor as they became restless. However, at this moment, a deep voice filled with rage rang within the vicinity, speaking in the same language. Lick Minister, do you really want to break the other shackles as well and call the wrath of high beings by breaking the Grace Treaty? The Lick Minister laughed out loud in an eerily manner while smacking his staff on the pillar, creating shock waves. He replied angrily with killing intent. Second Freedom Lord, it's you guys who broke the Grace Treaty and now you're blaming us for it. Do you think we are fools to wait any longer before you claim the high position by destroying another shackle? The Second Freedom Lord's angry voice also boomed in rebuke. Lick Minister, you know there is no one from the Freedom Plains present since you barely let anyone out or stay in this place. You're literally garrisoning this place. Do you think just because you guys won the old high position you can bully us? I dare you to try to break another shackle and I'll make damn sure this whole plane got annihilated. The voice was filled with boundless rage as it rang within the vicinity, and the aura behind it was even more ghastly, not inferior to Lick Minister. However, Lick Minister didn't back down and roared coldly, then I want to see how you can annihilate the whole plane. My king will be here in 3 days. Let me see if you guys can still play dirty tricks. After getting rid of the remaining shackles, my king will make everyone our slaves. Again, ha 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 ha. Chapter 192 Rare Freedom Plains Abandoned. Freedom Plains, the Light Nation, was the strongest among the 4 powers and also covered the most significant area of the Freedom Plains. The lands were filled with life and peace. However, today, the usual peaceful Light Nation was bristling with activities as platoons of soldiers gathered everywhere as if a war was coming. The Valley of Light was the most mysterious place in the entire Freedom Plains, and it was the heart of Light Nation because this place never fell into darkness. Even at night, some mysterious power kept it as bright as day. Inside a towering building right in the Valley of Light, in a spacious room, a golden-capped figure with a 1.9-meter height stood in front of large monitor screens. One after another, the screens started to light, showing projections of figures who all have something in common. Their expression was as gloomy as they could get. Expect the three screens in front, which had only blurred instead of a clear picture. The person in the golden cap bowed in front of three blurry screens and hoarsely said, "Mighty lords, please help us." The other visible figures also do the same as this golden cap, and they all bowed and called in pleading voices, "Might lords, please help us. First, tell us who broke the shackle of dark ruins." A melodious voice exempt from any emotion rang from a blurry blue projection. One by one, they started to answer and wholeheartedly declined anything to do with the dark ruins. The golden cap person was last to speak. "No one from the Light Nation has gone into the dark woodlands. At least not one powerful enough who could find and break shackle alone. Especially when the Lick Minister has been guarding that place for hundreds of years, and anything remotely possible to have some connection with the shackle is heavily guarded by the dark beings. If someone of that caliber entered that place who could discover the shackle and the method to break it, then the second Freedom Lord will be the first one to take action. It is clear that those malicious corpses wanted to destroy our Freedom Plains and rule the Rare Plains alone." Everyone agreed with the golden cap person. This time, a deep voice filled with authority sounded from the blurry red screen. "The shackle was not broken from their side, and we have already confirmed it. The shackle was broken by someone with life signal, which automatically broke the treaty by the life faction side. Now the dead faction of Rare Plains can attack justifiably, and we can't interfere this time or this will affect our side. All we can do is stop someone from here from interfering in Rare Plains. You guys are on your own." The voice was cold and cruel at the end, making everyone listening pale. "But we're not a match for the Lick King," the golden cap figure hoarsely stated with a pleading tone. "Please, you can't abandon us. HMPH, you guys only have yourself to blame. Always suppressing talents with your selfish rules and killing them if they show ambitions. Since your four Freedom Lords didn't like to be under anyone's control and instead like to keep others under their control, you can only blame yourself for this blunder. Don't expect us to give you any more help this time. I had enough of your incompetence. If you guys don't solve this problem, the Nightmare Knight Legions will no longer have any ties with Rare Plains. From now till the day you resolve this problem, all contact with the Rare Plains Nightmare Knight Legion will be completely cut off." A booming voice rang, filled with rage in the gray screen, making others ashen. But before anyone could react, the person on the other side cut off the connection and the screen got blank. Despair filled the heart of everyone on the clear screens, and the person in the golden cap fell on the floor as his ragged breathing could be heard. The deep voice also rang again. "You guys had this coming for a long time. As chairman stated, your four Freedom Lords didn't hand the complete shares to us, and this plummeted the Rare Plains technology progress. And as a result of your selfishness, now someone has already done the damage. If you had taken our full support, it would have never happened. The Alchemy Guild will also cease all contacts until this problem is resolved with all the branches of Rare Plains." With this, his screen also turned black. Another one of the three hegemony abandoned them. No one speaks. They didn't have the power to, since it was too shocking for them. They were all aloof leaders of the Freedom Plains, but now they were feeling helplessness that they had never felt before. Likewise, they were all arrogant in the past and didn't bow their heads to three hegemonies and believed that they would not be conquered by another. But now they finally understand just how laughable their decision had been. The women's emotionless voice rang again. "I won't blame you as two chairmen did, but I'll put the bank's interest first so the Zodiac Taurus Bank will do the same. But I'll also leave you guys with some advice since one of the shackles has already been broken by the Life faction. Try to find and break the other as well. The Rare Plains will only have either 3 or 5 shackles. If it's 3, then you just need to break one more and you can rebuy 1,000 years of peace with your authority as a winner. If it's 5, then snatch the reaming 2 from the dead faction's hands. It is the only way. Fight them in dark ruins. It is far better than fighting them in the open when they gain access to all the Rare Plains. Since the shackle was broken so soon by an unknown factor, this also means the trial this time is easy. So you only have 10 to 20 years. With that, the women's screen also vanished. An eerie silence descended on the place. At this moment, a fox head orc suddenly said, "The Killer Skull Society is agreed to help the Rare Plains." Everyone's eyes turned toward the person as they all looked at him with disbelief. The Golden Cape person suddenly trembled as he looked toward the screen and hoarsely asked, "You join them?" The fox face orc sighed and shook his head. "No, but I contacted Important Grassa 34 prior to this conference since I was prepared if something like this might happen." If you want, I can take him into the conference channel. How bold of you, Vice Minister of Ice Nation, to dare to contact the enemy of entire Freedom Plains just on a hunch, a furious elf yelled. HMPH, we all know who is the enemy of the entire Freedom Plains right now. Although those guys oppose us all the time, if the Dark Beings manage to succeed, and there is an 80% chance that they will, I would prefer to work with those degenerates than turn into a fucking sheep. The fox-face orc retorted coldly. Silence descent into the room since everyone knew the consequences of letting Dark Beings run wild. They had not forgotten what it was like when the rare plane trial was completed for the first time. The time could only be described as filled with darkness by their predecessors. But alas, now an even worse time was approaching. No matter what, they never wanted to experience those things described in the secret history books. The person in the golden cape finally spoke. All right, let him in. His voice was filled with helplessness, and others could only keep their mouths shut since they also wanted to survive. If they wanted to have any chance against fighting with the Dark Beings in the Dark Ruins, they needed first to clear their internal conflict and gather all the help they could. Thereupon, a screen lit up, and a person wearing a golden mask appeared, sitting on a chair while the background was completely dark. Only his black eyes shone with mockery behind his mask could be seen. It was Important Grassa 34. So many big faces, I have to say, I'm truly awed. Important Grassa 34's mocking voice sounded as he looked at those high and mighty figures who always wanted to capture him, but now they were forced to seek his help. He was thrilled, to say the least. Don't make me regret it. Just state your conditions and don't go overboard, or I rather fight those Dark Beings. The person in the golden cap coldly stated as his entire bearing changed from a minute ago when he fell on his knee like a fragile old man. Important Grassa 34 sneered, Elder Light, I must say I always wanted to meet you, but you are not easy to get in touch with, and I know you would have never agreed to talk with a degenerate like me, but here we are. Which could only mean those high and mighty hegemonies have abandoned you. Ha ha ha. Chapter 193, The Killer Skull Society demand just throw him out. We don't need someone like him. Nixon, who was also observing all this from a screen, coldly spoke at this moment. Every Easter City-level head of 3 hegemonies was a part of this meeting today, including the permanent member like Nixon. This problem naturally involved the permanent members like them, since they couldn't flee the Freedom Plains without crossing the Dark Wildlands and the Star Ocean. Now even the 3 hegemonies had temporarily cut ties with them, which naturally included these permanent members. Furthermore, Nixon was still upset about Jacob's kidnapping. The biggest culprit was naturally Important Grassa 34. Important Grassa 34 coldly looked at Nixon on the screen and sneered coldly, if it isn't the biggest fool of our Freedom Plains. How could Important Grassa 34 not know about the disappearance of Jacob? But even after they were slender and got hunted by the Nightmare Night Legion of Easter City, he didn't bother to clear their misunderstanding. Since the Killer Skull Society was still dealing with even more annoying fellows than the Freedom Plains. Whenever he thought about Jacob, he could not help but ground his teeth in hatred. However, now that he got the chance, he didn't mind releasing some frustration on Nixon. He knew better than anyone just where Faceless Ancient came from, and that guy was far more than what meets the eye. He had learned the hard way. Their current predicament was probably because of him as well, and he hated Jacob's guts, but he won't reveal it since he wanted the Freedom Plains to suffer at Jacob's hands as well. Furthermore, after their last blunder, the entire human race vanished from the Uncommon region, and somehow appeared in the Epic region's most prominent power's territory, which was completely out of Important Grassa 34's imagination. But he didn't dare to target them anymore since he had guessed that it was doing a Faceless Ancient and he had some powerful background, so he was still observing like a venomous snake. While in secret, he was still keeping an eye out for the prick because Jacob also had their data on the cannibal research they had been doing in the Common Plains for decades. He was sure of it since all the hideouts were burned to the ground and he knew only Jacob could have done it. But the Faceless Ancient was simply too mysterious, and his actions were even stranger because if he was really some big shot, why the hell was he still wandering in Freedom Plains and why he even joined the Alliance, and how could he if he was from a higher plane? Or it was just a sham, and Faceless Ancient had nothing to do with the incident with Fire Fiend. Important Grassa 34 just couldn't figure it out but won't give up until he did. Important Grassa 34 only cares about that data right now since that data was far more precious than anyone could understand. Hearing Important Grassa 34's belittling voice, Nixon emitted killing intent. He was furious about Jacob's disappearance, and they still hadn't even found a clue about the man. But Elder Light spoke first. There were more pressing matters than some grudge. If you dare to poke your finger at this conference member, I'll make sure every last member in the Skull observation list got executed, and Third Freedom Lord will be going to start hunting for you guys personally. Important Grassa 34 eyes shimmered darkly. He knew it was the only chance he could earn some solid ground for Killer Skull Society, so he had to control his temper. He coldly said, "All right, I won't beat around the bush. First, I would like to tell you that we have a base in the rare wilderness plains, very close to the Wild Nation and well hidden. Only after we noticed a large army marching toward the dark wildlands did I notice what was going on, and after digging around, here we are." The others were astonished by this revelation. "So you're saying you have a safe way out of dark ruins?" Elder Lightvoice was filled with hidden shock. They knew just how deeply the dark beings were guarding the dark ruins and the other side entrance of it. They were waiting for the grace period to end so they could storm the dark ruins without any challenge at all, but they were also preparing for it. However, that darn shackle was broken by someone, and now they were caught off guard. Even after all these years, they only had a single base on the other side, and it was nowhere near the Wild Nation because they were afraid of getting discovered by dark beings. Yet the Killer Skull Society also seemed to have members on the other side, which was quite shocking. They had always belittled the Killer Skull Society, but it seemed they were far more formidable. However, it was also their fault since they only paid attention to the three hegemonies and belittled the Killer Skull Society, who hid behind the blinding splendor of the three hegemonies. Important Grassa 34 chuckled. "Of course, so this is my first piece of the negotiation. We will provide information about the armies of dark beings. Second, I'm willing to send skull number Aminus 501 to Aminus 1000 in the dark ruins with your army, and with all of them being at least basic mages and 1000 skulls above Aminus 5000 ranks. Third, the Killer Skull Society will also share an ancient potion formula that can make anyone at common tier -12 break into rare tier -1 without any side effects." Another deadly silence descended in the hall as everyone looked at Important Grassa 34 with slack jaws. A goblin woman coldly uttered at this moment, "Important Grassa 34, do you think no one in this room knows potion alchemy? There is no such a potion without side effects, especially the one that can make a common being rare." Everyone agreed with this goblin woman. Important Grassa 34 coolly replied, "I know it's hard to believe, but it is true. I'll send a sample to you, Senior Grandmaster Chea. You can examine the effect yourself." Elder Light replied, "Very well, if you have such a potion and it has no side effect after Senior Grandmaster Chea test it, we won't mistreat you. But what do you want?" Important Grassa 34 eyes turned sharp as he demanded, "Nothing much, make me the 5th Freedom Lord of the Skull Kingdom, which will be the new 5th power of the Freedom Plains." Elder Light instantly rejected it sternly, "Impossible, ask for something else." Important Grassa 34 shook his head, "Nothing else interests me. You guys can discuss it with 4 Freedom Lords, and I want an official announcement and shares registered with the Star Network so you guys won't play any tricks later. I'll also reveal the formula of this potion after getting the promised rewards. I'll send the sample to Light Nation today. Lastly, I would like to warn you guys that make your decision quickly. The Lich King is bringing 50,000 dark beings into the dark ruins, and fighting is the only shot. Freedom Plains have to remain free, or I can always go to hiding, but can you, contact me with your answer. I'll give you a week before the offer is off the table." Important Grassa 34 instantly cut off the connection. The room descended into gloomy silence as no one wanted to speak. They were completely caught off guard by Important Grassa 34 this time, and this would never have happened if the three hegemonies hadn't abandoned them. At this moment, an aged voice rang into the room filled with helplessness. "Test the potion and try to reverse engineer the formula. Don't disappoint us. This is a matter of survival for every living being in the Freedom Plains. We'll give our verdict after getting the result. You have 6 days, meanwhile, in the Dark Ruins." It's been the 3rd day since Jacob had cleared one of the 3 conditions of the Dark Ruins trial. At this moment, the dark beings were literally swarming the place like an ant colony, as every alley was patrolled by at least 10 or even 50 dark beings together. The buildings were being searched by skeleton warriors and zombies with faint marks around their necks. It was quite clear they wanted to clear the entire place out of any living. Jacob, who had been hunting zombies for the last 2 days, also noticed this strange change, and they gave him a foreboding feeling. Furthermore, he noticed that around this ruined city's central area, high-level dark beings were teeming that place, and it was almost impossible to enter it. Moreover, there was some kind of barrier at the very edge of the city, which made it quite apparent that leaving this place was impossible unless someone had a passage like the dark beings. Not only that, but he was also closely observing the dark ruins for any clues about anything related to royalty or a king. He noticed that the closer he was to the central area, the larger and more intact buildings appeared. Chapter 194 Dark Beings Everywhere. After investigating some broken houses and the debris left by whoever used to live there, he could only guess that this city should be some kingdom's capital, and if it was, there had to be a palace or castle. And after seeing all those dark beings teeming the central area, he was 80% sure that what he was looking for was in the central area. But the question was, how should he fool those corpses and sneak there? So Jacob came up with a terrible but only idea that could get him into the central area. At this moment, he was looking at the rotten skin of a zombie. He just peeled off with a slightly hesitant look on his face. Fuck it all, Jacob cussed before his clothes vanished, revealing his ripped body, and he started to dress as a zombie. Although it was a novel experience, given a choice, Jacob didn't want to do it again. Just wearing rotten skin over his own made his skin crawl, especially when he wore the skin mask. To make it look even more realistic, he even had zombie lenses which were made with real eyes, and after making sure he smelled like a zombie, he wore the tattered rag of pants. Now he looked like a zombie with the marking around the neck, and as long as he won't open his mouth or blade, no one would tell it was living under the zombie's skin. He'll be fine as long as Jacob's luck won't turn for worse and some dark being has X-ray eyes. After making sure there was no flaw, he didn't go toward the central area, but started looking for a zombie horde to see if those zombies could tell if he was a fake zombie or not. As usual, he didn't have to move for long before he found 21 zombies moving in a daze. There wasn't any zombie with marking within them. He slowly started to move toward them as he pretended to be in a trance. 3 zombies suddenly jolted as they turned their heads toward Jacob, but after giving him a momentary glance, they didn't pay any attention and continued walking. Jacob's eyes behind the white lenses shimmered in relief. Now I should be fine. Done with his test, he ditched the group and headed toward the central area of the ruined city. It didn't take long before he was only a street away from the central area. There was a vast road ahead which was blocked by a huge number of skeletons and zombies as they just stood there in a trance. Furthermore, the building around this road was also filled with dark beings. That's why Jacob didn't dare to try to infiltrate the area without preparation. If an extraordinary being was overseeing this place as well, he might get discovered, and he won't be able to escape at that time. Controlling his heart rate and making it as slow as he could, Jacob slowly moved toward the crowd of dark beings standing there like statues. Instantly, all those dead white eyeballs and those empty eye sockets turned toward Jacob, who was walking toward them under the dim light. Jacob felt cold sweat as all those dark beings were staring at him, but he maintained his calm. Since they didn't attack him outright, then this meant his disguise was working. When Jacob was only a meter away from that crowd, his sense was at an all-time high. The moment he senses something, he'll withdraw at full speed. As he entered the crowds, he avoided touching those static dark beings and slowly crawled as he crossed one after another. In that silence only, Jacob's footsteps could be heard even though he was barefoot. Jacob felt like he was walking on a thin sheet of ice, and the moment he slipped, he'll be thrown into hell. The only relief was those dark beings didn't seem to have any hostility toward each other and were just standing there under someone's order. It might be because they were only ordered to attack anyone other than a dark being who tried to cross this passage, or they simply didn't think their own kind could betray them. Or something entirely different. Whichever the reason was, as long as Jacob wasn't attacked, he was content. However, when Jacob walked for almost an hour and the dark beings were not ending at all, he started to wonder just how many of them they were in that place. They literally seemed endless, and they were on every corner. Furthermore, Jacob was currently walking between skeleton warriors and zombies with markings, which made his scalp tingle with trepidation. Just what is going on? How come they're swarming this place, and why are there so many of them here? The more he thought about it, the more vigilant Jacob felt. The number of dark beings was growing these past days, and he didn't know why, but he had this grim feeling that it might have something to do with the condition he cleared. Furthermore, there wasn't any sign of life in this place, making Jacob even warier of dark beings' strange movement. At this moment, he suddenly spotted something which made his eyes dilate. He saw a broken high pillar a few hundred meters from his position. On that pillar was a bone throne, and someone was sitting on it with a pitch-black staff with a shimmering red crystal on top of it. Lastly, there were 10 figures standing behind the bone throne like statues. Even in this dark, that place was hard to miss because behind that pillar was a broken wall that was lit with bright magic torches, and behind that wall was a silhouette of a castle. However, Jacob didn't dare to move forward because those 11 figures on the pillar gave him the most dangerous feeling he ever felt after returning to life, especially that person sitting on the bone throne. Even that iron giant, Elbio, pales in comparison. Furthermore, those skeletons in armor were not hard to guess who they were, and since they were standing behind this person, it was proof enough of that dark being's prowess and authority. Just what kind of messed up trial is this where you could just swamp the place with numbers and stop anyone else from clearing the trial? Jacob felt indignant since he finally found what he was looking for, but he couldn't go there. He knew that as long as he entered that castle, he would be one step closer to clearing the other condition or finding some clues about it. But alas, There were over 5,000 dark beings, and those 11 terrifying dark beings garrison this place. The moment he alerts them, he will be as good as dead. However, he didn't understand one thing: what are they waiting for and why are they just static like statues? No matter how he looked at it, the situation was too strange. As if something heard his questions, the figure sitting over the bone throne suddenly raised and smacked his staff over the pillar, creating a crimson shockwave. Percent number dollar at dollar at, make way for the magnificent Dark King. Jacob was baffled since he didn't understand what he said, but that voice was extremely eerie. But he noticed something. The moment that voice trailed off, the dark beings came alive as they started stirring. Jacob's heart palpitated as those thousands of dark beings around him started to move. But he didn't lose his nerves and closely followed those zombies' movements, and he quickly got mixed within their crowd. Within moments, the entire blocked road was cleared all the way toward the pillar. Jacob's eyes contracted when he felt tremors under his feet, and he knew something big was coming this way as he quickly stopped breathing entirely. He knew he had chosen a terrible time to infiltrate the dark beings, and now he was riding a tiger's back. Thereby, galloping voices became apparent, and soon, a carriage made with bones and drawn by 4 zombie horses appeared in Jacob's view. Jacob didn't know who was inside that carriage, but the dark oppression aura emitting from that carriage was no joke. If not for his strong mind, he might even fell unconscious. 2 cloaked riders were closely following behind that carriage, and behind them were skeleton grand warriors and sane zombies, probably 500 each. Following behind them were a huge number of skeleton warriors and mark zombies. Jacob's blood ran cold as he watched that army marching behind that carriage and filling the vast empty road again. It was so crowded that he was an inch away from becoming a sandwich between 2 zombies. I need to leave. Jacob felt it was simply suicided to infiltrate that place right now or ever. This force was probably enough to raise one of the 4 nations to the ground, and he wanted to pull a wool over them, simply laughable. However, leaving now was easier said than done because the entire dark ruins were teeming with dark beings, and there was no place to hide. Chapter 195. The Lich King's order. Jacob watched as the bone carriage stopped in front of the pillar, and the riders behind disembarked the zombie horses. At this moment, the Lich Minister again spoke. Percent number dollar. Your Majesty, your eternal servants welcome your arrival. Jacob still didn't understand what the Lich Minister just said, but when he saw the Lich Minister and the other 10 extraordinary beings prostrating themselves before the carriage, all the dark beings suddenly fell on their knees after the Lich Minister, and Jacob naturally followed suit. He knew things had turned bad from worse. An extremely high-level dark being had joined the fray. Just who could force all the dark beings to kneel? Even that guy with the staff who was aloofly sitting on that throne a minute ago. Don't tell me some king or leader of the dark beings is in that carriage. Jacob glanced at the carriage while completely hidden in the dark beings' crowd. One of the riders moved and opened the door of the bone carriage. Thereby, a 3-meter-tall dark being stepped outside the bone carriage. He is clad in dark armor. Even the face was hidden behind a menacingly shaped dark helmet. The sheathed black sword on the waist of the armor gave off a feeling of despair. The Lich King suddenly lifted his armored foot, and under Jacob's horrid eyes, he vanished from his spot, and those 2 riders followed suit. Jacob didn't have to search for long when his eyes fell on top of the pillar, and they dilated when he saw the Lich King was now sitting on the bone throne, and those 2 riders were respectfully standing on each of his sides. They were simply too fast for even Jacob to follow. Too strong, Jacob thought grimly as he started to think of a way out of this place. The only safe place should be the Skeleton Priest Temple right now. But I can't stay there forever. The moment my supplies run out, I'll die of hunger and thirst. I needed to find the exit, but that place might be even more guarded than this one, and with so many high-level dark beings present, it would be suicide to reveal myself. Besides, I don't even know where the exit is. I don't know why this is happening, but I'm still alive, and they can't see through my disguise, so it is a plus. I should wait and see before contemplating my next course of action. I don't believe the Freedom Plains won't have any knowledge about the dark ruins, and they will not notice such a huge movement of dark begins. Jacob thoroughly calmed down at this moment and focused on being a zombie. This might not be a bad thing since he could observe the enemy's movement while remaining hidden amidst them. This place was dangerous, but as well as safe. As long as he won't provoke or go near those extraordinary, he'll be one of these thousands of zombies. The only problem was he didn't understand what they were saying. At this moment, the Lich King's imposing voice rang, "Rise, my faithful minister." Only the Lich Minister rose while everyone remained in this position. Lich Minister respectfully stated as his voice was exempt from arrogance, "My king, your servant was incompetent. I let those praise fool me and stain your glory. Please punish me." The hierarchy of the dark beings was quite simple. They followed the strongest, and as long as someone more powerful appeared to claim that title, no one will stop them. Moreover, the stronger the dark being, the higher their status will be among the dark beings. The Lich King was the strongest dark being present in the rare plains and ruled the wild nation for thousands of years. Many dark beings had challenged his position, but they ended up being his subordinates, just like the Lich Minister before him. Rumor has it that it was a sacred rule among the dark beings that if you were defeated by the ruler, you'd be forever his servant. The Lich King emotionlessly said, "You'll be sent to the ice grinder for 100 years after this expedition." The Lich Minister trembled slightly as he respectfully accepted, "I will redeem myself." The Lich King emotionlessly said, "Tell me, do you found any lead on where the other shackle is and who broke the first shackle or where?" Although it is not confirmed yet. But at that time, only the second Freedom Lord was instated in the Dark Ruins, and we were keeping a tight leash over every entry point we had discovered in these 400 years. So it was most likely the second Freedom Lord. Only he is cunning enough to pull someone like this off among the 4 Freedom Lords, or it was simply a fluke. But we are still skimming through the Dark Ruins for the site of the broken shackle. As for the reaming shackle, one is definitely inside the castle behind my king. It is the only place we managed to discover a secret underground secret room that is completely intact, and there is also a riddle in this secret room. The Lich Minister revealed. "I know about it already. It is the same riddle that should not be spoken or it will cause the reciter's death, and White Minister is guarding that place. I want to know whether you guys decipher the riddle or not." The Lich King coolly questioned. The Lich Minister trembled before he replied, "It was White Minister's duty while I was in charge of finding the other places with shackles. As my king already knows, we have to be extremely careful not accidentally destroy the clues, so there is still no progress in finding the second site. But someone else still beat you to it, right?" The Lich King's voice was filled with darkness as he uttered. "It was indeed your servant who is at culpability." Lich Minister quickly kneeled down. "I don't care about finding clues anymore, just destroy the whole place. The other side had already broken one shackle, and if they again do it, we'll be angering the higher beings if those preys manage to win despite our strength. The other side will have the same thing in mind as well. Don't underestimate a cornered opponent. If they somehow manage to win the authority, they could easily increase the power restriction cap on their faction. And I don't need to tell you what will happen when such a scenario occurs, right?" The Lich King coldly stated. The Lich Minister horridly replied, "I'll immediately start the search." "Good, we don't just need to clear the entire Dark Ruins. We also need to stop the other side from completing it for 200 years. As long as the second shackle won't break within 200 years, the old shackle will reset, so the Dark Ruins with it. It would be easier to clear this place where those prey won't have any advantage." The Lich King coldly sneered. "My king is indeed wise." The Lich Minister quickly agreed with Lich King. "All right, move everyone above the tier -7 into the vicinity of the castle, and those with tier -9 should guard the outer castle with their life. Lastly, half the extraordinaries will patrol the inner castle and area around the secret room. I'll be visiting the White Minister to see if he deciphered the riddle or not. No one should step inside the castle as long as they're alive. The Dark Knights will be garrisoning this entrance. The Freedom Plains won't sit still, and they will start a war of attraction to find the other shackle. This place will be their prime target. Kill them all, and if those fool lords appear, alert me. Meanwhile, keep searching for the other shackles. I won't accept any more blunders on your side. I'll be right here watching everything, and don't make me take action before it is time to break the reaming shackles." The Lich King gave his final verdict. The Lich Minister and the 2 Dark Knights standing on Lich King's side accepted, and the next moment the Lich King was gone from the bone throne just as he appeared. Jacob, who was hearing those two's faint mumbling, was perplexed, but he had no choice but to stay still like all those zombies. At this moment, the Lich Minister again looked toward the crowd and shrank loudly, and then all the dark beings stood up. Jacob, who was only 50 meters away from the newly arrived army of extraordinary dark beings, suddenly felt something amiss. At this moment, all those zombies with markings stood straight like Solider and every other dark being present in the area, as a matter of fact. Everyone was facing the castle, including Jacob. Suddenly, half of the extraordinary dark beings started to walk toward the castle, and behind them walked half of the marking zombie and skeleton warrior army. Jacob was among thousands of zombies who started moving toward the castle. Chapter 196, The Secret Room. Jacob was astonished as he walked toward the castle. He didn't know why these many dark beings were told to move toward the castle. He felt this had something to do with the dark-armored being who had vanished from the throne. Nevertheless, he could only march forward because those extraordinary dark beings on the pillar were looking at the marching dark being. Especially those 2 cloaked Dark Knights, Jacob didn't dare to show any flaw. But if he looked at the bright side, he didn't have to sneak inside the castle anymore, and he might not get another chance like this if he missed this one. Thousands of dark beings enter the ruined castle territory. The extraordinary dark beings led the mark zombies and skeleton warriors toward the castle gates, and they entered the ruined castle. Jacob noticed as they moved forward the number of dark beings behind them had become smaller, because they were stopped at a certain point in a group of at least 100. So they're garrisoning the castle just like the central area. Jacob frowned slightly as he continued to follow. At this moment, they were moving inside a spacious hallway when the dark beings in front of him suddenly stopped. Jacob instantly knew it was the point where this group would garrison. However, there were still over 300 dark beings left, excluding the extraordinary dark beings, so he knew they were going to stop in a deeper area. Since he was already at this point, he didn't want to stop not in this place without any doors or anything at least. He was paying attention to the interior as they were moving, and he knew they were probably at the inner castle right now or close to it. If he wanted to have any chance to clear this place, he needed to investigate the deeper area where a royal family should live or the king. So, gritting his teeth, Jacob moved as he crossed all those dark beings who were now standing still like statues. They didn't attack him and let him pass. He finally escaped the group and followed the group moving ahead, but he slowed down. Since no one was paying attention, it was an excellent opportunity to ditch them while he still had the chance. Jacob didn't know that the sane zombies and skeleton grand warriors could use a special signal to command them that only a rare-level dark being could hear. They were using those signals to stop a group of dark beings at specific points, but Jacob wasn't a dark being, so he couldn't feel those signals, nor did those extraordinary dark beings think that someone like Jacob was in their army. Jacob's heartbeat and breathing were so low that even those extraordinary dark beings couldn't sense him as long as he won't appear too close to them. As for those rare dark beings, their senses were not developed enough, and they only thought of Jacob as a zombie with different orders than them. That's how Jacob could still remain unnoticed. Jacob slowly walked until he was completely separate from both groups in the rear and front. His eyes flashed with elation since he never thought he would get such an opportunity to enter this deep into the castle without much effort. Just half an hour ago, he was feeling despair, but now he was feeling that he still had the chance to clear this entire thing now that he was in the castle. At this moment, a closed door covered in a layer of dust appeared in his view at the end of the hallway. Jacob slowly approached the door and stopped in front of it. He then took a deep breath and grabbed the old door handle and tried to open it. To his relief, it was not locked. In the silent hallway, the creaking sound of an old door being opened rang, which made Jacob's heart tighten, but he continued to open it. When the door was open enough for him to enter, he quickly slipped inside and closed it. Sighed in relief, Jacob looked around and saw it was a spacious room with a broken study desk and some broken bookshelves, and many tattered books were lying on the floor. It was a huge mess, as if someone had thoroughly checked the place already. Jacob smiled bitterly. How could those dark beings leave this place unchecked? By the looks of it, those dark beings were sure that this castle was a place where a trial condition lay, and they might have already found it. Maybe those extraordinary dark beings and that dark armored being been heading toward that place. If that's the case, should I follow them? No, I can fool those rare ones, but those extraordinary dark beings will instantly see through my disguise. Jacob fell into deep thought as he looked around the room. I'm so close, yet still too far. Then there is this language problem. Jacob now was feeling even more vexed that his biggest shortcoming was not his strength but his lack of language. He never thought he would resent such a thing in his life. He tried to see if those books on the floor were in the common language of Freedom Plains. Furthermore, he picked up a blue cover book that looked intact and opened it, but alas, the pages were completely rotten and the words on it were completely gone. But he didn't give up and picked up another book since these tattered books still remained intact without turning into dust like the ones in the temple. This means that they were made with special materials as well. Although that material was not as good as the two writings he found in the temple, they were still good enough to keep those books intact. While Jacob was searching for clues, a few hundred meters below him was a spacious underground room that looked exactly like the one where Livia led him where the skeleton priest was. However, this place was 10 times larger than the one where the skeleton priest was, and in the center of this room was a large stone throne and a stone statue sat on this throne. In front of this stone throne was another statue that was kneeling, but the head was missing, so it was hard to tell the appearance. Words in rune language were inscribed on the walls right behind the stone throne, while on the left, right, and ceiling were murals. Furthermore, the floor was filled with all kinds of books and scrolls. Right in front of this throne was an opening and a staircase which led upward. At this moment, heavy footsteps like metal clashing with stone rang in the silent room. A cloaked figure who was standing in front of a mural holding a book in his hand jolted out of his daze when he heard those footsteps. He moved his cloaked head toward the entrance as two ghastly blue flames lit under the cloak. The tall armored Lich King stepped inside the room at this moment. The cloaked figure trembled slightly before he vanished from his position and appeared kneeling in front of the Lich King. He respectfully greeted, "Your eternal servant White Minister is at His Majesty's service." "Rise," the Lich King stated before he moved toward the stone throne while he observed the murals. The White Minister kept his head low as he followed behind the Lich King. He didn't dare to distract the king's thinking process. White Minister's bone finger suddenly shimmered in blue light before the scatter books magically started to fly out of the Lich King's way and bundled into a corner. The Lich King didn't seem to bother as he continued to move, after giving a deep glance at the throne and the headless kneeling figure. He moved behind the throne and looked at the wall with the rune language. The Lich King was already quite familiar with Dark Ruin's condition, since this place was very important to his conquest to rule the entire Rare Plains. While the other time, he waged war on the magic beasts in the Rare Wilderness Plains and increased the Dark Being's prowess. There was only one phase written on that wall, and the Lich King could easily read it since Dark Beings were not unfamiliar with rune and philosophers' languages. They had their own means to acquire knowledge from higher planes like the living. The phrase read, "My salvation lies under King's dignity and Lord's blessing." However, he didn't speak this phase out loud because whoever did in the past was turned into dust, and the Dark Beings had lost a valuable Dark Knight to learn this fact. The Lich King finally spoke while his face still facing the phase. "Any progress on how to break the shackle here?" The White Minister quickly replied respectfully, "I have already been informed of our current situation by Lich Minister. I'm very close to deciphering this riddle. The answer lies in the murals. Please take a look at my research, Your Majesty." A black book suddenly flew toward the White Minister. Chapter 197, The Dark Annihilation Army. After skimming through every tatter book, Jacob found nothing he could understand because these books weren't even in rune language or philosopher's language. They were in some entirely different language. Helpless, he could only give up and decided to go with another simple approach, to enter deep within the castle where those dark beings were going, especially the extraordinary dark beings. However, he didn't dare to do it right now because that armor leader was still vivid in his mind, and those dark knights and Lich Minister outside. If he wanted to do this, he needed some distraction to keep at least those on the outside occupied, and most importantly, make sure the Lich King wasn't in the castle. So for now, he was planning to remain hidden in this room and let those dark beings settle for now, and then start his scouting. He still had enough food and water to sustain himself for half a year or even longer if he stayed static and only ate a small amount once a day. Meanwhile, he was going to prepare something just in case his life fell into jeopardy and also control the fluid acceleration to a higher level, because he knew he would need it. Although this place was still in the open, the dark beings were guarding the area against every side, and unless they ordered, no one would come here. Even if they did, Jacob could handle it as long as they were alone. A month passed since the Lich King had garrisoned the central area of the Dark Ruins with over 60,000 dark beings. Furthermore, the dark beings were constantly skimming through the Dark Ruins while also madly destroying any intact building as if they were searching for something. At this moment, in the Dark Woodlands Area -1, which was the military base of Light Nation, influential figures gathered in a spacious hall, and everyone had solemn expressions on their faces. There were elves, giants, dwarfs, kobolds, demi-humans, orcs, and all the intelligent species upper echelons were gathered in this palace. If it were any time else, they would have never left the Freedom Plains' safety, but now it was too late since they could fight or wait to get annihilated once the dark beings got rid of the protection over Freedom Plains. This news had long been spread to the ignorant common public of the Freedom Plains. They all knew about the dark beings and the danger they posed to them. It caused a massive commotion as all those people living their lives peacefully came to the realization that there was a terrifying force of the undead who wanted to eradicate them. The matter about the Dark Ruins was also no longer kept a secret since it was meaningless. The Four Power once deliberately tried to keep this information under tight wraps since they thought that it wouldn't do any good to let those people know about the presence of dark beings, especially those civilians, despite the three hegemonies wanting the opposite. But the four Freedom Lords went against it, and now those people were too comfortable with their lives, especially those in high positions. This revelation hit them the hardest, and now everything was a mess. However, the Four Powers were ready as they quickly controlled the situation and gave them hope by telling them that they had already broken a shackle, and that as long as they broke another one, they would be able to live even more magnificently. But the entire truth about shackles being more than three wasn't revealed. This naturally gave everyone a glimpse of hope and even motivated them that they had a chance against those undead creatures. So now a widespread army recruitment called the Dark Annihilation Army was going on the Freedom Plains. This army was going to be fighting in the Dark Ruins and searching for the last shackle, and every race present on the Freedom Plains will have to send 50% of their entire forces, or they will be banished into the Dark Wildlands. Even those retired veterans weren't spared, and those aristocrats of prominent families who had never been on the battlefield and enjoyed the glory of their predecessors had to participate as well. This decree was absolute because it was signed by the 5 Freedom Lords. Yes, this was probably the most shocking thing after the revelation of the Dark Beings and Dark Ruins. It was disclosed that there were 4 Freedom Lords who were the true rulers of the 4 powers of Freedom Plains, and now there was a 5th Freedom Lord as well as the 5th power. The Skull Kingdom of Killer Skull Society, and the 5th Lord was the Grace Freedom Lord. This action of the 4 powers was seen as just how desperate they were and how grave this situation was. If not for the revelation of the Dark Beings and Dark Ruins, most people would rather revolt than let the Killer Skull Society establish their own 5th power so easily. But no one seemed to care because they needed every last bit of help they could get. The Killer Skull Society did not come empty-handed. They had revealed a powerful potion that could be made a peak common tier expert a rare tier without any side effects, and this fact was verified by 4 nations. This helped the Killer Skull Society earn praise from many. No one tried to oppose them for now, and so the 5th power came into prominence. But this event quickly died as today was when the Dark Annihilation Army would be moved out toward the Dark Ruins, while they would also start cleaning up all those hidden dark beings on this side of the Dark Woodlands. Lastly, this army's leader was the 2nd Freedom Lord, the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, and he was personally going to lead this massive army of 100,000 into the Dark Ruins to fight with dark beings. "Silence, the army lord has arrived," a handsome golden elf wearing beautiful emerald armor announced. The entire place fell into silence as they looked toward the high stage with curiosity and even reverence. Until a month ago, some of them didn't even know what Freedom Lords were, but now that they knew, they were naturally curious about these mysterious lords of the Freedom Plains. Distant steps were heard before a tall man clad in exquisite white armor walked onto the platform. His face was covered under a white mask, but his blue eyes and long golden hairs were evidence of him being an elf. Many were shocked, but those old members of each race were calm since they already knew the 4 Freedom Lords were a golden elf, 2 iron giants, and a demi-human. However, their identities were always mysterious, and only their race was known. However, the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord wasn't alone, as closely following behind him were many figures of different races as they wore battle gears and had this wild aura and cold eyes of predators. Jacob would have recognized one giant figure amidst them if he were here. It was Elbio. Many people's faces fell when they saw all those wild figures following behind the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord. But they all kept their mouths shut as the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord stopped in the middle of this platform, while all those people stood behind him while coldly glaring at the crowd below. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord spoke in his calm voice. "Everyone, I'm pleased to see everyone standing united against this terrifying force who wanted to destroy our home. We are going to start a war which we had only a 20% chance of winning. I won't hide this from you. The dark beings are terrifying existences, especially the extraordinary ones, not to take above those dark beings with the status of ministers and knights. These dark beings couldn't be killed without destroying their dead flame cores. They can recover as long as they have other dark beings around them by absorbing their dead flames, or they can outright absorb the life force from life crystals that they create by refining the life force of a living being like us. There are even more astonishing and deadly facts about them, like a Mark zombie could cast 10 times more basic spells than a basic mage in our ranks. Although those zombies only know one magic spell, I don't need to tell anyone just what kind of damage a basic spell could cause, right? Then there is still their toxicity, which they used in the sham of their spell, especially if those Mark zombies were controlled by a sane zombie who is as deadly as akin to 5 basic master mages, and could turn any living into a zombie and continue to increase his numbers rapidly. Lastly, the Skeleton Grand Warrior is even scarier than an extraordinary giant when it comes to battle magic. They are the true vanguards of dark beings. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord coldly scanned the shocked faces of those below the platform and coldly uttered, "That's why we need veterans who were fighting them for a long time in Dark Woodlands, and some of them even managed to come back alive from Dark Ruins." Chapter 198 Humans Vanished. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's words rang like morning bells in everyone's ears. They all knew that most of those standing behind the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord were misfits, fugitives, and deserted members of 4 powers who didn't want to be controlled and like independence. Some of them were here to have a chance at living because they offended someone who wanted to leave the Dark Woodlands. But when these fugitives found the true horror of Dark Woodlands, they would either be forced to go back or join another fugitive crew to survive. These crews then plundered the 4 powers' bases in Dark Woodland to make a living, and they were not easy to get rid of either. They all knew how to handle themselves in this place crawling with dark beings because without it, they won't be able to survive. Most of them were doing it because they were angry that they were caged in this place like wild animals, and the four powers won't let them return to Freedom Plains either, not as a free native at least. But this came as a shock to everyone that these famous misfit crew leaders had come here with Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, and from his words, they were going to join them. No one knows how Golden Sword's Freedom Lord did it, or he even found their secret hideouts. But no one knows that these crew leaders all once fell into dark ruins, and they were all saved by Golden Sword's Freedom Lord and sent back from the only passage out, which was guarded by the Golden Sword's Freedom Lord himself. They were all in his debt, and Golden Sword's Freedom Lord also knew what they were doing here, but he didn't stop them and even let them prosper. Because Golden Sword's Freedom Lord wanted them to grow into this environment, and when the Grace Treaty ends, they will be excellent generals and trump cards to play against dark beings when they officially fought against them for Dark Ruins. However, Jacob threw Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's plans into disarray 100 years prior, and now everything was a mess. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord secretly hated whoever broke the first shackle, not because he had done it early, but because the benefits would now be given to that person even if dark beings broke the rest of them. Although it won't be anywhere near as lavish as the winner's rewards, it would still be something that even a Freedom Lord like Golden Swords envied Jacob. Now that person was still hidden or had already been captured by the dark being while they were left to clean up this mess. Lastly, if the Grace Treaty had ended without any accident, both sides could only send 10,000 troops every 5 years to fight over Dark Ruins, and Lick King or Free Lords couldn't participate before a side broke the first shackle. Both sides could have easily made strongholds if everything had played according to the treaty. But now, the Lick King took full advantage of this situation and led 50,000 ready troops into the Dark Ruins before the Freedom Plains could even assemble their forces. That's why everyone hated whoever cleared the first shackle, since now they would suffer tremendous casualties just to develop a stronghold. And according to Golden Sword's Freedom Lord, the dark beings were very close to breaking a shackle themselves. So the pressure was tremendous. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord continued, "These veterans behind me will lead an army unit, and they will be no longer fugitives but level -2 citizens and army captains. If someone has a problem, they could speak now before we discuss our strategy." Although everyone's expression turned nasty, they knew who was in front of them, so they kept their mouth shut. "I would like to ask something." At this moment, a cold voice sounded, drawing everyone's attention. When they saw a group of masked people, their expressions turned ugly. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord looked at them and nodded. "Please speak freely, Skull of Skull Kingdom." If it were in the past, the Killer Skull Society wouldn't even dare to appear anywhere near this base, much less dare to raise their opinion on the matter of Freedom Plains. But now they were equally qualified as the other four powers. The Masked Skull didn't mind being called a skull since he already was. He was the leader representing the Skull Kingdom's force, Skull No. Aminus 501, Skull No. Aminus 501 said, "My question is not about the people standing behind you but about the Dark Ruins, sir. Freedom Lord, is it true that dark beings already knew the position of a shackle?" Golden Sword's Freedom Lord coolly replied, "Yes. I would like to suggest infiltrating that place with our best stealth experts and snatching that shackle from dark beings." Skull No. Aminus 501 boldly declared, "Hess, everyone, there is a god among us who know to clear the shackle, which even the dark beings hadn't been able to do for hundreds of years." A troll sneered disdainfully. Everyone sneered coldly because they had the same thoughts. Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's eyes also flashed with a hint of derision as he asked, "It seemed Fifth Freedom Lord had another scheme." Skull No. Aminus 501 remained completely calm despite those disdainful eyes and nodded. He revealed, "As long as we manage to enter the shackle's exact location, we have a way to make it completely inaccessible for any dark being for 10 years. Now Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's eyes winded as he thought of something and looked at Skull No. Aminus 501, "Don't tell me you guys have." Skull No. Aminus 501 nodded and his tone was filled with mockery. "Second Freedom Lord is indeed knowledgeable. But we want the rewards if we manage to win. Except for protective barriers, we won't give away anything. This is a fair exchange. Or pretend as if I said nothing and we can always try finding the other shackles." Everyone in the room was looking at Skull No. Aminus 501 with slack jaws because by Golden Sword's Freedom Lord's words, they could tell the Killer Skull Society had indeed something else up in their sleeves. First, the mysterious potion, and now this mysterious thing that can stop the dark begins from entering the shackles area. Golden Sword's Freedom Lords deeply looked at Skull No. Aminus 501 before he said, "I'll have to discuss it with other lords and I'll contact the fifth lord with my answer. Now we'll discuss the strategy if you guys have no more things to add." "Please, Skull No." Aminus 501 didn't speak anymore since he knew the message was delivered, and now they just had to wait for the fish to take the bait. Inside the secret headquarters of the Killer Skull Society in Rare Plains, important Grassa 34 was standing in front of a blurry, dark hologram at this moment. A melodious voice rang, "I have never thought you'll earn such a place for us in Rare Plains, no, Azero, but it still won't make up for your blunder with our cannibal data." Important Grassa 34 or Skull no. Azero respectfully spoke, "I know it is not enough to redeem myself, but I'm doing everything I can to recover the lost data, but that hateful rat is just too hard to track down." HMPH. Since he can enter the Type-1 plane's life plane without getting blocked by the barrier, then this means he's a native of Rare Plains and under the strength restriction level of Type-1 plane. Don't forget this is not Type 0 plane where strength restriction is almost null for Type-1 plane natives, so stop making excuses like some hidden force behind him. The woman sounded completely displeased. Skull no, as Zero eyes were filled with helplessness. "I know that's why I didn't stop looking for him, but he had almost vanished after pulling a fast one on the Legion. Keep searching. Now that you have the official share of the life plane, no one will restrict our movement. As for Dark Ruins, the package will be delivered in 2 years." The woman coldly stated, "Skull no." Azero respectfully nodded, "I understand. Those fool lords will definitely fall for this and help us lead to the shackle guarded by the Lich King. Once we clear the trial, there will be no hegemonies or dark cities in the Rare Plains. Heh, those high and mighty idiots won't care about Type-1 plane." The woman sneered coldly. "Yes, my lady, once I get rid of all obstacles, we no longer need the data. I can always grab those humans." Before Skull no. Azero could finish his words, but the woman cut him short. "The humans vanished from the common plane a month ago, Skull no." Azero's eyes widened as he blurted, "How is that possible?" The woman gravely divulged, "We also wanted to know the exact thing. But we are still out of luck since the forest elves who were sheltering them have been gone with them, and their empty territory is currently being fought over." Chapter 199 A Courtyard. 6 months passed since Jacob broke the first shackle, and he had started waiting for a distraction, but there was simply no movement in the vicinity of the castle. He was also running out of ration, and he could only go on like this for 2 more months. So today, Jacob decided to move out and hunt for extraordinary dark beings. Because the time spent in his room wasn't gone in vain, as he had already made progress with fluid acceleration and had even more profound control over his heart rate and breathing. Jacob knew the clash with extraordinary dark beings was inevitable, even if someone distracted the Lich King and his ministers. So he was preparing for his next move. Even if no distractions come, he knows he doesn't have the luxury of time to wait until it does. Since no one was coming, he had to move out himself. But he wasn't desperate enough to storm his way toward the inner castle. He was still going to use his zombie disguise, which was stowed in the Infinity Pendant, not to get spoiled. After Jacob became a zombie, he opened the door that hadn't been opened since he entered here. He had to admit the dark beings were really obedient like machines, as in these few months he hadn't even heard a movement from outside. They were still standing listlessly in their spots without caring about eating or drinking. Heck, they didn't even need to breathe. A dark being's lifespan was as long as their dead flame existed, and a dark being, like a Type-1 skeleton soldier or toxic zombie, could stay alive for 100 years without absorbing any life force. Life force was fuel to their dark flame, and as long as they absorbed enough, they would evolve into higher tiers. But there was one restriction on rank evolution, the life force level. If a dark being wanted to evolve from a rare Type-9 to an extraordinary Type-1, they needed the life force of an extraordinary Type-1 living being, and not just a single but multiple. Or if they could just grow by absorbing low-level life forces, then there would be an incredible number of extraordinary dark beings, and Lich King would have long crossed the power cap of Rare Plains. That's why dark beings always wanted to devour every living. The stronger they are, the more they will grow. Still, the lifespan of an extraordinary dark being was 10 times greater than a living, and they could continue to live as long as they had life crystal filled with extraordinary tier life force. In contrast, a living being would eventually die. In a sense, they were immortal if they had an endless amount of life force, but it also made them depend on living beings since, without them, there would be no life force or life crystals. They will perish just like any other life out there. If Jacob didn't have cursed immortality, he might have wanted to join the undead once he found out about this fact. But now he won't even if someone offers him to. Because the dark beings were completely restricted by those with higher evolution than them, and can't seem to go against them if they don't evolve. An extraordinary sane zombie could easily stop any zombie below him from absorbing higher-level life force, and prevent them from evolving any further or simply forbid them from absorbing any life force and letting them rot. They won't be able to go against that order. A Lich, which is a higher evolution above the sane zombie, could do the same to sane zombie, and they were as intelligent as any living. At the same time, the white was a higher evolution of a skeleton grand warrior. This is also the highest evolution that any dark being could achieve while staying in the type -1 plane. The only comfort was as long as they needed a massive amount of such live force to evolve into a lick or white, which could only be acquired from living beings as strong as them in rank. So it wasn't easy for a lick or white appeared among the dark beings for centuries. The Dark Knights were all those who had started to evolve into either a lick or white, but were still a distance away from reaching it. Jacob had no idea what kind of creatures were guarding the secret room as he moved deeper into the castle. After moving for 200 meters in the left hallway, he saw a cross path that was blocked by a group of dark beings, which meant he was on the right path. Those dark beings only glance at him before they return to being dead. Jacob chose to go left again while crossing the dark beings. He was almost used to it now and didn't even flinch while moving within them. However, the passage he chose turned out to lead into a gloomy courtyard that was filled with debris and weeds. There weren't any traces of dark beings here, which means he should have gone to the right corridor. But he didn't choose to leave immediately and decided to investigate this place. Although he wasn't hopeful, but still, if he could avoid those dark beings, he would prefer to do it. A castle where a royal family lived should have many hidden passages for their escape. If he could find one that led to the innermost area, he wouldn't have to risk trying to assassinate the extraordinary dark beings. Only the ground floor was intact in this courtyard, and Jacob found nothing but dust and stones in this palace. He couldn't guess who this place belonged to, but it should be someone from the royal family. After searching for 15 minutes, he approached the last room. There was no door, and he didn't have much hope for this place either. However, when he entered the room, his eyes winded because he saw a broken status just like the one in the ruined temple, but it was half of its size, but it was definitely the status of the priest skeleton. There was also a broken altar in front of this statue, which should be there for offerings, which made this room a prayer room or a small worship temple for whoever used to live there. There were broken pieces of statue and debris in this room and nothing else. Jacob would have thought the same if he hadn't seen the secret room in the temple. With great anticipation, he approached the wall behind the statue and started to scrutinize it. After scratching around the wall for a while, Jacob finally found a faint outline. Jackpot! Jacob knew he had stumbled upon a huge opportunity. Jacob then took out his short sword and tried cutting a holder so he could pull the door. He knew there was no mechanism to open this door. It was only opened with a push from inside. It was probably made this way to fool others into thinking that there wasn't any trapdoor unless they had enough time to try destroying these thick walls. The temple's trapdoor was made the same way. Only if someone knew about that door would they think this way. Jacob then carved a small handle into the wall and pushed it. With a loud sound, the wall suddenly split and a thick brick door opened. Jacob frowned because of the sound, but he knew it was already too late. But the distance between the extraordinary beings and this place was quite large, so they might not have heard it at all. Nevertheless, Jacob only opened it enough for himself to slip in. But he didn't enter instantly. He wanted to make sure this place would remain hidden. So he quickly started to block the entire section of the hallway with debris so everyone would think there was no door in the hallways, and it ended right there. It would almost look like a wall crumbled in this place. But he wasn't satisfied with it since anyone would be able to know if they tried to see past the debris that there was a hidden door behind it. So he set up TNT with a tripwire, and the moment someone tried to clear the debris, it would go off and the entire hallways with the room will crumble. This way he would also know someone had discovered this place, or if he came back after discovering nothing, this would also be proof that no one had come here since he left. Then he hid the handle he carved by filling it again, then quickly entered the room and closed it just like it was before. 2 days after Jacob discovered the trapdoor. In the east wing of the ruined castle, there was another courtyard like the one he discovered, and there was a worship room with a broken statue of a priest skeleton. The wall behind the statue suddenly trembled before it opened, revealing black-clad figures.